Chapter 40, 3:29. What do you mean? Zhuowen raised an eyebrow, looking at the many guards who had completely surrounded him. His heart was full of sneers. How could he not have noticed the meaningful look in Shi Sheng's eyes before he left? He really did not expect Shi Sheng to be such a narrow-minded person. He was just speaking a few words of justice, but he still intended to capture him. You already know the answer. You have openly contradicted our great clan master. You should be sentenced to death. However, my Shiran clan is not unreasonable. If you take out 10 billion chaos crystals, or a treasure of the same value, we can sentence you to a suspended sentence. As long as you can take out something better, your crime will continue to be reduced, and you will eventually be acquitted. The leader of the team was a middle-aged man with a brandy nose. He looked mockingly at Zhuowen, shamelessly extorting him in public. Many of the cultivators who were lining up around the great temple retreated a distance. Their faces were calm, and they were not surprised by the middle-aged man's threatening words. Evidently, they had long known about the shameless style of the Shiran clan and were accustomed to it. Among the spectators, many people showed a look of pity for Zhuowen. XDW8, this person was too outspoken. He dared to speak to Shi Sheng like that. Wasn't this the same as hitting the muzzle of a gun? No wonder your Shiran domain can only be at the bottom of the 16 higher domains. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Your great clan master is not a good thing, and your group of subordinates are a group of vermin. I can see that in less than 100 years, your Shiran domain will not be able to maintain its status as a higher domain. Zhuowen shook his head, speaking bluntly. It seemed that the reason why the Shiran domain fell behind the other higher domains was not without reason. A group of garbage that did not do any work was managing the Shiran domain. It was simply a pipe dream for the Shiran domain to be prosperous and catch up with the other higher domains. Zhuowen simply wouldn't stop until his words shocked people to death. His one sentence thoroughly stunned everyone. He was planning to offend the Shiran clan. How dare you criticize our Shiran clan? Do you not put our Shiran clan in your eyes? The brandy-nosed middle-aged man's face was gloomy, his eyes bursting with strong murderous intent as he stared at Zhuowen. I'm sorry, I really don't put your Shiran clan in my eyes. Also, you talk a lot of nonsense. You can shut up. Zhuowen replied without turning his head, intending to enter the great temple. He did not want to be entangled with these people. Now he only wanted to rush to Xian Saint City as soon as possible. However, even though he wanted to leave, the group of guards had no intention of letting him go. The red-nosed middle-aged man stood in front of Zhuowen, and the smile on his face was cold. Where do you think you're going? The middle-aged man's aura was rampant. The aura of the early Dharma laws of the universe rushed out of his body like an erupting volcano. I came to your Shiran divine city to use your ancient teleportation array. I think you'd better not stop me. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Zhuowen's eyes surged with viciousness. He had been obstructed time and time again, and he was already very impatient. Are you threatening me? A mere mid-stage universe tribulation ant dares to threaten me. The middle-aged man laughed. Just as he finished speaking, the killing intent in his eyes suddenly erupted. The aura of an early-stage Dharma idol was completely released. A huge Dharma idol floated in the void behind him. It was hundreds of feet tall and looked down at all the living beings around the great temple. Arrogant disciple, I won't kill you today. I'll cripple your limbs, cultivation, and soul. Then I'll bring you back to the torture hall for interrogation. When the great clan master returns, I'll convict you. The middle-aged man merged into the huge Dharma idol. He slowly opened his mouth, and his magnificent voice spread throughout the entire divine city like a mighty heavenly might. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the huge Dharma idol's palm fell, crushing down on Zhuowen's head. It was as heavy and terrifying as a mountain. The many cultivators who had retreated a distance away were frightened when they saw the middle-aged man suddenly attack. Only when they were far enough away did they watch with lingering fear as the palm that was constantly burning with Dharma idol flames engulfed Zhuowen's tiny figure. Then there was a shocking explosion on the ground where the divine city was located. Everyone secretly shook their heads. They knew that the young demonic cultivator was dead meat. After all, the young demonic cultivator's cultivation was too weak. He was only at the mid-stage of the universe tribulation. However, to everyone's astonishment, the huge Dharma idol's palm that was as heavy as a towering mountain suddenly collapsed. The huge Dharma idol let out a rather shrill and angry cry. It covered its collapsed right palm and retreated. The place where the young demonic cultivator stood suddenly surged with a strange demonic aura. In the pitch-black and deep demonic aura, 2 scarlet spots of light were so conspicuous and demonic. Bang! Suddenly, the ground exploded with a clap of thunder. In the surging demonic aura, the 2 scarlet spots of light suddenly shot up and charged towards the retreating Dharma idol. Only then did everyone see clearly that the 2 scarlet spots of light were a pair of eyes filled with demonic aura, and the young demonic cultivator was within the demonic aura. He held a demonic sword in his right hand that was also enveloped in demonic aura and rushed in front of the Dharma idol at lightning speed. The Dharma idol roared and swept its other arm towards the young demonic cultivator. Clang! The young demonic cultivator did not dodge. He held the demonic sword in front of him and slashed out. Everyone was dumbfounded to find that the other arm of the Dharma idol had been chopped off from the shoulder. Clang, clang, clang! The young demonic cultivator was like a bolt of black lightning, flashing around the huge Dharma idol. His speed was too fast, so fast that even the middle-aged man in the Dharma idol could not see him clearly. When the young demonic cultivator finally stopped at the top of the great shrine, he held the demonic sword in his right hand and placed it by his side. A pair of scarlet eyes looked coldly at the huge Dharma idol not far away. The middle-aged man stared at the young demonic cultivator in the great shrine. He wanted to rush up and tear the young demonic cultivator to pieces. However, a sense of powerlessness overwhelmed his heart. Then he was shocked to find that his Dharma idol had begun to split into pieces and finally collapsed into countless specks of light. The middle-aged man spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground in a sorry state. His entire body convulsed, and his entire body was in heart-wrenching pain. How can you be so strong? Are you really an expert in the middle stage of the great tribulation of heaven and earth? The middle-aged man stared at the young demonic cultivator in the great shrine and asked in disbelief. All the cultivators around the great shrine seemed to have become mutes. They stared dumbfoundedly at the scene in front of them that was extremely inconceivable to them. Zhuowen ignored the middle-aged man. Instead, he jumped down from the great shrine and walked towards one of the ancient teleportation arrays in the great shrine. Chapter 40, 3:30. You want to leave? Do you think it's that easy? The middle-aged man's eyes were full of resentment. After watching Zhuowen enter the great shrine, he quietly took out a formation flag from his waist, spat a mouthful of blood on the formation flag, and crushed it. He was the person in charge of the 2 ancient teleportation formations in the great shrine, so he naturally had some control over the 2 ancient teleportation formations. After crushing the formation flag, he immediately sent a message back to the inner city and asked someone to ring the emergency bell. After entering the great shrine, Zhuowen came to the ancient teleportation formation on the left. Although there was no teleporter to help the ancient teleportation formation now. However, Zhuowen was a divine array master at the second heaven of the eternal realm. It was not difficult for him to activate this ancient teleportation formation. However, just as he was about to activate the ancient teleportation formation, he suddenly found that the formation patterns around the ancient teleportation formation began to become chaotic. A terrifying and violent energy was condensing in the ancient teleportation formation, as if it would explode at any time. The teleportation formation self-destructed. Zhuowen immediately thought of something and quickly left the great shrine without thinking. However, as soon as he stepped out of the great shrine, the two ancient teleportation formations exploded. The entire great shrine was sucked in by the strange space-time turbulence and then disappeared without a trace, leaving only an empty space. Zhuowen looked at the empty space in front of him, and his face turned ugly. Just now, if he had come out one step later, he would have been sucked into the space-time turbulence. The space-time turbulence was extremely unstable. Even if Zhuowen was strong enough now, if he was sucked into it, there was a high probability that he would die. At the same time, in the innermost part of the Divine City, there was an extremely urgent bell ringing, each higher than the previous one. The strong sound waves affected everyone in the Divine City, causing their hearts to beat faster and their expressions to become vigilant. Waves of powerful aura gushed out from the inner city and rushed toward this side. Around the Divine City, a city-guarding formation had been activated at some point in time. An energy shield formed by complicated runes enveloped the entire Divine City. You can't escape. You're dead for offending our Ran clan. The red-nosed middle-aged man forced himself to sit up and leaned against the small stone block next to him. He looked mockingly at Zhuowen, whose face did not look too good, and said, sarcastically, "You really want to die." Zhuowen sucked in a deep breath and walked towards the middle-aged man. He suddenly stabbed out with the mist-shrouded Taiyu sacred sword, aiming for the middle-aged man's neck. Sensing the intense killing intent in Zhuowen's eyes, the middle-aged man panicked. However, just as the demonic sword was about to hit the middle-aged man, a divine spear suddenly appeared out of nowhere and blocked the demonic sword. Zhuowen couldn't help but take a few steps back. He narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the inner city. Over there, an old man was rapidly flying over, and this divine spear was thrown over by this old man. The second clan leader is here. Kid, are you still not going to surrender? When the red-nosed middle-aged man saw the old man flying over, his eyes were filled with joy as if he had survived a calamity. He looked at Zhuowen and once again regained his previous arrogance. Whoosh! The old man landed in front of the red-nosed middle-aged man. His skinny right hand grabbed the handle of the divine spear that was stuck in ground. With a slight force, he pulled the divine spear out and held it upside down in his hand. Who are you? Why are you causing trouble in my Ran Divine City? The old man's expression was calm. He stared coldly at Zhuowen and asked coldly, "Whoosh, whoosh." At the same time, another 5 experts surrounded Zhuowen and blocked off all of Zhuowen's escape routes. Behind them, there were hundreds of elite cultivator troops. They were arranged in a complicated formation and stared at Zhuowen covetously. To Zhuowen's surprise, the second clan leader that the middle-aged man spoke of was not weak. He had already reached the peak of the cosmic avatar realm. However, the sense of danger that the old man gave him was not as strong as the sense of danger that the handsome girl and the old man gave him. This old man should have just broken through to the peak of the cosmic avatar realm and had not completely stabilized his realm. Otherwise, his aura would not be so unstable. Just as Zhuowen had guessed, the second clan leader of the Ran clan had indeed just broken through and had been in seclusion in the depths of the inner city. The reason why he came out of seclusion was naturally because of the bell, just now. This bell would only ring when the Divine City was in a life-and-death situation. Therefore, the old man did not care about the instability of his realm and immediately came out of seclusion. However, to the old man's displeasure, after he came out, he only saw Zhuowen alone. There were no cultivator armies from other high-level realms invading. This made the old man look coldly at the red-nosed middle-aged man. He knew that this person had lied, causing trouble in your Ran Divine City. Zhuowen shook his head and said disdainfully, "As you can see, my cultivation is not high. Do you think I have the ability to cause trouble in your Ran Divine City?" The second clan leader also realized that something was wrong. He turned to look at the middle-aged man and asked, "Chinwei, what's going on? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I will punish you according to the rules of the clan." The red-nosed man named Chinwei was so scared that his whole body trembled. He hurriedly said, "Second clan leader, don't be deceived by this person. He hid his cultivation. Just now, he defeated me in a few moves. If you hadn't arrived, I would have died. Also, this person contradicted the great clan leader. We advised him to restrain himself, but he did not want face and became more and more arrogant. The great clan leader did not remember the mistakes of a lowly person and ignored him. Instead, he followed Lord Zilong to Zixian's sacred city. After the great clan leader left, this person became more and more arrogant and kept insulting our Shuran clan. What's more, he even said that the ancient teleportation array of our Shuran divine city was trash. He actually destroyed the ancient teleportation array and the great shrine in front of us. I wanted to stop him, but I was seriously injured by him. Second clan leader, this person is not here to cause trouble. Could it be that he is here to help us?" The second clan leader frowned. He turned to look at the other guards and said, "What Chen Wei said is true." "That is indeed the case. What Lord Qin said is true. Yes, this person is a demonic cultivator. His actions are indeed too domineering. Lord Qin tried to persuade him, but he directly attacked. It's too hateful." Many guards said the same thing and pushed all the blame to Zhuowen. "You don't put our Shuran clan in your eyes at all? Your courage is commendable. You even destroyed the great shrine and the ancient teleportation array. Your sins will not be repaid even with death. Hurry up and surrender." The second clan leader shouted coldly at Zhuowen. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "If I say that what Chinwei and the others said is nonsense, and that not only do I have no intention of causing trouble in your Shuran divine city, but that the great shrine and the ancient teleportation array were destroyed by Chinwei himself, would you believe me? According to what you said, all of this is Chinwei's fault and has nothing to do with you? Young man, if you want to make up a reason, you have to make up a reliable one. You are too lame." The second clan leader shook his head and said contemptuously, "Sai, as expected, your Shuran clan is the same. Why am I talking so much nonsense with you? Since you insist on forcing me, then I will cause trouble in your Shuran divine city today." Zhuowen looked at Chen Wei, who was standing behind the second clan leader and laughing at his misfortune, and couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't explain any more. Instead, he used his actions to tell everyone in the Shuran clan that he, Zhuowen, was not someone to be trifled with. XDW 8. Chapter 40, 331. Swoosh! Zhuowen took a step forward, and the billowing demonic aura swept out in all directions like a tidal wave, while the scarlet in his eyes became more and more intense, making it difficult to look at him directly. Zhuowen's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye he bypassed the 5 experts surrounding him and swept toward Chinwei. While this person was full of nonsense and had been targeting him from the beginning, Zhuowen naturally wanted to get rid of this person first. "How dare you!" The second leader of the Ran clan shouted coldly, and his right hand blasted out into the void, revealing a huge arm of Dharma power. The rolling Dharma power spread out and rushed into the sky, as if it had the tendency to burn the sky. Zhuowen held the sword in his right hand and slashed out fiercely. The pitch-black, demonic sword flashed with a strange light and collided with the arm of the Dharma power. None terrifying ripples spread out from between the two of them, and then Zhuowen could not help but retreat dozens of steps, and the arm of the second leader was also bombarded by the demonic sword and was pushed back a distance. You actually blocked it. It seems that Chenwei was right. You have indeed concealed your cultivation. The second leader exclaimed in surprise, and his face became much more serious. He did not dare to be careless. He completely released his Dharma power and strode toward Zhuowen. The second leader's Dharma power was 500 feet tall, and its whole body was a human figure formed by many giant, pillar-like divine spears. None, whether it was the hands, the feet, or the body, they were all pieced together by many thick divine spears, and the huge head was shrouded in a solid steel mask, and its specific appearance could not be seen clearly. None. After Zhuowen was pushed back by the second leader, he was immediately surrounded by 5 experts who had been ready for a long time. The 5 of them also released their respective cosmic Dharma powers. 5. The 5 huge Dharma powers were divided into 5 directions, surrounding Zhuowen layer by layer. The cultivation of these 5 people was uneven. Among them, 2 were in the early cosmic Dharma powers, 2 were in the middle cosmic Dharma powers, and the last one was in the late cosmic Dharma powers. You'd better surrender, you bastard. My Sher Ran clan's experts have all come out, and this place is also Sher Ran Divine City. You already can't escape, even if you have wings. With the support of 2 of his men, Chen Wei retreated to a safe distance. Looking at the surrounded Zhuowen, he couldn't help but gloat loudly. Zhuowen ignored Chen Wei's mockery and ridicule. Instead, he recalled the confrontation with the 2 clan masters. Just now, he hadn't used his full strength. It was just a casual strike of the sword, but he was on par with the 2 masters at the peak of the Dharma plane of the universe. If it was in the past, he would definitely be at a disadvantage in the confrontation just now, but it was different now. Look indeed, the limitless devil scripture's demonic Dai ability had greatly increased his battle prowess. And this was only the first level of the limitless devil scripture. If he cultivated to the 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th level, wouldn't the effects of his demonic corruption be even more astonishing? Moreover, Mo Ran did not just increase his battle prowess. His movement, senses of the soul, and even the Taiyu sacred sword in his hand had all been greatly enhanced. It could be said that the enhancement covered all aspects. Dai. The 5 experts controlled the huge Dharma Laksana and launched a fierce attack on Zhuowen, who was surrounded in the middle. Just nice. I'll use you guys to test my spiritual sword essence in the state of demonic Dai. Zhuowen raised his head. The red light in his eyes suddenly blazed like a knife. He stared at the 5 terrifying Dharma Laksana attacks that were getting closer and closer, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a devilish smile. A strange, blood-red light suddenly surged from between his eyebrows. The bright red light flashed and disappeared. 5 scarlet, spiritual sword essences appeared around Zhuowen. Whoosh! 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 5 scarlet, spiritual sword essences shot out in 5 different directions, piercing into the palms of the 5 Dharma Laksana. The 5 experts, who were originally unconcerned, suddenly changed their expressions when their Dharma Laksana's arms came into contact with the spiritual sword essences. Only the 5 spiritual sword essences suddenly ignited with a strange scarlet flame. Only Scarlet the Scarlet Flame was like a spark that could start a prairie fire. As soon as it came into contact with the Dharma Laksana's arms, it spread rapidly, setting off a terrifying sea of scarlet fire. It actually suppressed and covered the Dharma Laksana on the surface of the Dharma Laksana's arms. Scarlet the Scarlet Flame was extremely domineering. Once it was ignited, it spread rapidly and completely covered the 5 Dharma Laksana. Then it quickly nibbled away at the energy of the cosmic Laksana. 5 of the 5 cosmic Laksana were immediately engulfed by the scarlet flame. The scarlet spiritual sword essences hidden in the depths of the scarlet flame shot out like poisonous snakes, piercing the practitioners inside the Dharma Laksana. 5 in the blink of an eye, 4 of the 5 experts had fallen. The last expert had the strongest cultivation. He was at the late cosmic Laksana level, but he was barely holding on. Wen's gaze fell on the last advanced cosmic Dharma adept. With a pinch of his right hand, the other 4 sword essences of the soul suddenly turned in midair and blasted towards the last advanced cosmic Dharma adept. Poof! Poof! Finally, the expert could not withstand the combined attack of the 5 spiritual sword essences. He spat out a mouthful of blood and involuntarily knelt on the ground, while the Dharma Laksana that covered the surface of his body finally could not hold on and collapsed with a loud bang. While he was sick, take his life, Zhuowen swept out like a ghost and appeared in front of the expert. He raised his sword and chopped off a head. In less than 3 breaths of time, the 5 most elite experts of the Shi-Ran clan were killed by Zhuowen. This result completely shocked all the cultivators in the area. You're courting death. How dare you kill the people of the Shi-Ran clan? The second leader had just arrived when he saw the 5 people killed. He was so angry that his eyes turned red. He held the spear in his right hand and stabbed it toward Zhuowen's forehead. Zhuowen leaped up and dodged the giant divine spear of the second leader's Dharma Laksana. He stood by the side and looked coldly at the second leader. Are you saying that only the people of the Shi-Ran clan are allowed to kill me, but I'm not allowed to kill the people of the Shi-Ran clan? What a joke! The second leader stared at Zhuowen and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" The second leader finally calmed down. Zhuowen's strength was so strong that he knew that he was definitely not a nobody. Therefore, he finally opened his mouth to ask, "I'm just a passerby. I've said it before. I'm only here to use your ancient teleportation array. But you've provoked me time and time again, and you've even said that you want to punish me for my crimes. Do you really think that no one can punish the Shi-Ran divine city?" Zhuowen said slowly. His right hand pointed at the void, and a huge Qian-Kuan world appeared in the void behind him. This Qian-Kuan world was shrouded in thick, demonic fog. Vaguely, one could see that this Qian-Kuan world had a total of 9 levels, and each level was surging with extremely terrifying calamity energy. Zhuowen was surprised to find that under the Qian-Kuan state, the calamity in his Qian-Kuan world was also dyed with a strange red light. The red light, was demonic and fierce, and under the effect of the red light, the calamity on each level became more powerful and terrifying. Chapter 40, 332. Universe World? This guy didn't hide his cultivation. Is he really in the great tribulation of universe? The 2 clan masters looked at the huge world that appeared behind Zhuowen and were completely dumbfounded. During the battle, he had always thought that Zhuowen should also be an expert of the universe. Now that Zhuowen had exposed his universe world, the 2 clan masters were really terrified. He had never seen such an abnormal cultivator of the great tribulation of universe in all his years of cultivation. There's something wrong with his universe world. There are actually 9 levels. Under careful observation, the clan master suddenly found that Zhuowen's universe world was very different. There were actually 9 levels of the world, and each level of the world had an unusual tribulation. Not to mention the aura of the turbulent tribulation energy in the 9th level of the world. It made his heart skip a beat. While the 2 clan masters were shocked by Zhuowen's strange universe world, Zhuowen's movements were as smooth as flowing water, opening the first 6 levels of the universe world. Fire, ice, blood lightning, black lightning, silver white and fiery red corrosive flood, and countless divine mountains with dense golden patterns. 6 terrifying and powerful tribulations blasted out from the universe world. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 tribulations swarmed over and smashed onto the 2 clan masters. To the clan master roared angrily. On the huge body of the Dharma idol, huge divine spears shot out. Like a sea of spears, they arranged into an impenetrable spear barrier in front of the 2 clan masters. But this unusually strong spear barrier collapsed the moment it came into contact with the 6 tribulations. The 2 clan masters' pupils shrank. He obviously didn't expect the power of these 6 tribulations to be so terrifying. The spear barrier he set up couldn't withstand a single blow. But the 2 clan masters didn't panic. Although the power of these 6 tribulations was beyond his expectations, it was still within his range of tolerance. He formed a seal with both hands. On the back of the huge Dharma idol, a 7-colored divine spear suddenly swept out and was held in his palm. Boom! Boom! The 2 clan masters' expression was calm. Holding the 7-colored divine spear, they blasted out as fast as lightning. The 7-colored spear intent spread out in all directions like ripples. I didn't think that the second clan leader would bring out the 7 extreme spears. Is this kid really so difficult to deal with? Under the support of his subordinates, Wei looked at the 2 clan leaders who were holding the rainbow divine spear and resisting the 6 types of calamities. 7, the extreme spear, was the strongest attack of the 2 venerables. They would only use it when they encountered a truly dangerous opponent. Now, moreover, to deal with a mere Zhuowen, he actually used the 7 extreme spear. At this moment, Chen Wei suddenly realized that he might have provoked someone he shouldn't have. It couldn't be. With the 2 clan masters attacking, how could he possibly survive? He definitely won't be a match for the second clan leader. Chen Wei thought to himself as he stared at the battle in the distance. Boom! Dang, the second clan leader wielded the 7 extreme spear. After destroying the final calamity of the endless divine mountain, his face became slightly pale. The 7 extreme spear was extremely powerful, but it also consumed a lot of energy. Just now, he had used his full strength, and it had consumed more than half of his energy. Whoosh! The terrifying sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as the scarlet-eyed Zhuowen rushed over at an unimaginable speed. His right hand tightly gripped the Taiyu sacred sword, which was surging with demonic energy. As he approached the second clan leader, he unleashed a spell. Heavenly line of earth. The sword slashed out, and the pitch-black sword energy pierced through heaven and earth, dyeing the day into darkness and the earth into black soil. This sword energy was terrifyingly dark, and its demonic nature was frightening. To the clan leader's face completely changed. He gritted his teeth, raised the 7 extreme spear, and stabbed out. The 7-colored spear tip suddenly spun out and stabbed fiercely at the pitch-black sword energy. Whoosh! A terrifying sound shook the heavens and the earth. The second clan leader's eyes narrowed into needles. With a muffled groan, he couldn't help but take a few steps back, his face even paler. However, the 2 clan leaders were indeed at the pinnacle of the Dharma plane of the universe. Although they had just stepped into this realm and hadn't completely stabilized, their strength was not to be underestimated. Shua, when spell, with the support of demonic dye, was comparable to the attack of an ordinary pinnacle of the Dharma plane of the universe. Sword shakes the 9 heavens. Zhuowen sneered. His hands didn't stop moving, and he used another attack spell. Endless black sword energy swept out, and it split into 3 black sword energy storms that reached the heavens and the earth. The second clan leader roared. The huge Dharma plane waved the 7 extreme spear, and the spear light blocked the black sword energy storms. But, unfortunately, the second clan leader was only able to defeat 2 of the sword energy storms. He was hit by the 3rd one, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Life in the morning, death in the evening. When raised the Taiyu sacred sword in his hand again and used the 3rd spell, a dazzling and demonic sword light flashed out, traversing through the void. At this moment, Sher Rant's divine city was affected by the gloominess of this sword light and the sadness of life in the morning and death in the evening. Everyone fell into a state of grief. Under the influence of this sword light, the surrounding time and space stopped. Everyone's eyes were only left with the stunning and demonic sword light. Their emotions were completely affected by the sadness. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of cloth tearing resounded in everyone's ears. Then, everyone awoke from their sorrowful state. Bang! Ran. After that, everyone in the divine city was shocked to find that the huge Dharma idol formed by the divine spears was kneeling on the ground. The huge Dharma idol's body gradually dimmed and finally collapsed. Shur ran in the Ran clan, the strongest person who was second only to the clan leader, fell to the ground in a sorry state. His body was covered in blood, and he couldn't get up with difficulty. Defeated? The second clan leader was defeated? Chen Wei looked at the miserable old man covered in blood. He almost fell to the ground, and his body trembled with fear. The huge Shur Ran divine city fell into an unprecedented silence. The Shur Ran clan had sent out a total of 5 Dharma plane of the universe, and the second clan leader, who was at the pinnacle of the Dharma plane of the universe, to besiege this young, demonic cultivator. The crushing that everyone expected did not happen. Instead, the 5 Dharma plane of the universe were killed, and the honorable second clan leader was defeated and was on the verge of death. Sure, in the Ran clan, other than the clan leader, all the high-level experts were either killed or defeated by Zhuowen. Is there anyone else who wants to convict me and take me down? Zhuowen looked around, and his cold gaze landed on Chen Wei, who was trembling in the distance, as he enunciated each word clearly. Sure, the Ran clan cultivator army did not dare to look directly at Zhuowen. They put down the weapons in their hands and knelt on the ground, trembling. A bunch of motley crew. Zhuowen shook his head. The Sure Ran clan was really hopeless. If the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked. They were rotten inside and out. The clansmen did not have the concept of clansmen at all. In the face of a strong enemy, they did not have the thought of sacrificing themselves for their clansmen. This kind of clan's decline was only a matter of time. Plop! Chen Wei was so scared that he knelt on the ground and then quickly crawled to Zhuowen on his knees. In the process of crawling, he kept kowtowing and apologizing. Sir, I have eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. I have wronged you. Please spare my life. It's all my fault. I am the one who destroyed the great temple and the ancient transmission array. I am also the one who slandered you and accused you without permission. Sir, you can punish me however you want, but please spare my life. The 2 clan leaders widened their eyes and looked at Chen Wei in disbelief. It turned out that all of this was caused by this bastard Chen Wei. They had really wronged this young, demonic cultivator. Chapter 40, 333. Chen Wei, you bastard who deceived your master and destroyed your ancestors, so it was all your doing. Not only did you deceive this lord, but you also hid so many facts from your clan. You really deserve to die. The second clan master clutched his violently heaving chest and shouted at Chen Wei, who was kneeling in front of Zhuowen. At this moment, the second clan master really wanted to kill Chen Wei. It was fine that Chen Wei provoked other nameless pawns, but with the power of the Sure Ran clan, they could naturally deal with it without anyone knowing. But Chen Wei should not have provoked such a terrifying fiend like Zhuowen, which brought a huge disaster to the Sure Ran clan. Chen Wei raised his head, and when he was about to speak again, his face suddenly changed, and his eyes became unfocused. Puff! Bang! Chen Wei fell headfirst to the ground. There was a ghastly bloody hole at the back of his head. Blood gushed out from the bloody hole, and Chen Wei twitched for a while before he completely lost his breath. Zhuowen's eyes were cold, and he looked indifferently at the second clan master, who slowly lowered his right hand. Feng just now, it was the second clan master who made a move, piercing Chen Wei's forehead and annihilating the latter's divine soul. Too naturally, the clan master felt Zhuowen's cold gaze, and his body trembled. He put on a fawning smile and said, Lord, it's all Chen Wei's fault. He misled us. All of this is actually a misunderstanding. How about this? On behalf of the Sure Ran clan, I apologize to you. Also, don't you want to use the ancient transmission array? We will hurry up and repair it. When the time comes, you can use our ancient transmission array for free. After the clan master finished speaking, he saw Zhuowen just staring at him without saying anything. He felt a chill in his heart and hurriedly added, Of course, we started this, and the Shi Ran clan will compensate you for your loss." Zhuowen sneered. With just a few words, the second clan master pushed all the blame to Qinwei. He had already said from the beginning that he was wronged, but the second clan master saw that his cultivation was low, so he did not take it seriously and wanted to kill him indiscriminately. Now, moreover, just by saying that it was all Qinwei's fault, he wanted to clear his name. Wasn't he being too self-righteous? Qinwei is your subordinate, and you are the temporary supreme leader of the Shi Ran clan. Since Qinwei is at fault, aren't you at fault as well? Zhuowen asked. To the clan master's expression changed greatly. He knew that Zhuowen wanted to get to the bottom of this matter. I am indeed in the wrong, but I was blinded by Qinwei. I think my lord is also a person who can distinguish between right and wrong. The second clan lord still wanted to argue, but he was stopped by Zhuowen with a wave of his hand. If you commit suicide now, I can forgive the mistakes of the other members of your Shi Ran clan. Otherwise, your Shi Ran clan can disappear. Zhuowen waved his hand and said indifferently, "What?" The second clan leader's eyes were filled with terror, but he couldn't utter a single word. How could he possibly commit suicide in front of everyone? Second clan leader, this is the only way to protect our Shi Ran clan. Kill yourself. That's right. For the sake of our clansmen, quickly do as this lord says. Zhang. While the second clan leader was hesitating, the surrounding members of the Shi Ran clan began to denounce the second clan leader. After personally witnessing Zhuowen casually killing 5 strong cosmic Dharma adepts and defeating the second clan leader, the members of the Shi Ran clan had already lost their will to fight. Right now, they only wanted to compromise and do everything they could to please Zhuowen in order to protect themselves. I am your second clan leader. You want me to commit suicide. The second clan leader was so angry that his entire body trembled. He never thought that his clansmen would ask him to commit suicide to atone for his sins. For the continuation of our clansmen, the second clan leader can only sacrifice you. In the Divine City, a group of clansmen floated in midair and completely surrounded the second clan leader. Their killing intent was boiling. Shua looked at this scene in surprise. He never thought that the members of the Shi Ran clan would not only stop dealing with him, an outsider, but also attack their second clan leader. Shi Ran clan is truly a clan that is rotten to the point of being incurable. Shua said, looked at the group of clansmen surrounding the second clan leader with some pity. Then Zhuowen saw with his own eyes that the clansmen of the Shi Ran clan launched a joint attack and completely landed on the second clan leader. As the second clan leader's injuries were too serious, he could only passively defend. After a while, he was exhausted and completely died in the hands of his clansmen. We have personally executed the second clan leader, the sinner who offended you. Please forgive the rest of the people of the Shi Ran clan. They were all following orders and had no choice. After executing the second clan leader, the clansmen of the Shi Ran clan knelt on the ground and sincerely and respectfully begged for mercy. Shua waved his hand somewhat dispirited. The behavior of the Shi Ran clan's clansmen made him very disgusted, but he did not want to dirty his hands by killing these pathetic people. Take out the array diagram of your Shi Ran Divine City's ancient transmission array and give it to me. Repair the ancient transmission array as soon as possible. I'm still in a hurry, Zhuowen said lightly. When the clansmen of the Shi Ran clan saw that Zhuowen did not pursue the matter further, they all heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly invited Zhuowen into the inner city of the Shi Ran Divine City. The inner city was the most core place of the Shi Ran Divine City and also the residence of the upper echelons of the Shi Ran clan. The ancient transmission array was extremely complicated. Depending on the location and direction of the transmission, the arrangement of the array patterns was also completely different. Although with Zhuowen's array Dao level, even without relying on the array diagram, he was confident that he could figure out the pattern of the ancient transmission array of the Shi Ran Divine City and repair it completely. But this would take a lot of time. Zhuo would not be foolish enough to figure out how to repair the ancient transmission array by himself. While with the array diagram and knowing the principle of the ancient transmission array of the Shi-Ran divine city, it was naturally much easier to repair it. Zhuo only took him 3 days to completely repair the ancient transmission array of the Shi-Ran divine city. Of course, Zhuo also did some tricks in this ancient transmission array. He was very clear that after Shi Sheng returned to the Shi-Ran divine city, he would definitely not let the matter rest. Therefore, he had to be on guard. During this period of time, the clansmen of the Shi-Ran clan could be said to be obedient to Zhuo and were in awe of him. Therefore, Zhuo could enter many forbidden areas in the inner city, including the core of the city protecting Great Array. And Zhuo was very considerate and strengthened the city protecting Great Array of the Shi-Ran divine city, and also very considerately added many functions. Due after all this, Zhuo used the ancient transmission array to head to Xian's sacred city. Large about half a day after Zhuo left, the ancient transmission array of the Shi-Ran divine city suddenly lit up with a blazing white light, and a figure was faintly discernible from the white light. Shi Sheng returned to the Shi-Ran divine city with a smile on his face. This time, he had some gains in the Xian sacred city, as he had assisted the third saintess in confirming the identity of the person who had stolen the sacred fire seed. He was rewarded with a considerable amount of resources by the third saintess Long. Yes, with these resources, Shi Sheng was even more confident in stepping into the defying ancient starlight realm. Chapter 40, 334. Not long after Shi Sheng walked out of the ancient teleportation array, he immediately felt something strange. He couldn't help but look around the ancient teleportation array. He saw that the great temple around the ancient teleportation array was gone, and the surroundings were full of potholes. There was no sign of the solemn appearance of the divine city. It had completely turned into ruins. What in the world happened? Where are the 2 patriarchs? Shi Sheng was stunned at first, then furious. He hurriedly used the communication jade token to contact the 2 patriarchs, but found that there was no response at all. Great Patriarch, you're back? The 2 guards guarding the ancient teleportation array were stunned at first, then hurriedly came to Shi Sheng's side, kneeling on one knee on the ground and bowing respectfully. What happened to Shi-Ran divine city? Why is it surrounded by ruins, and where are the 2 patriarchs? Shi Sheng lifted the collar of a guard and asked coldly, Great Patriarch, the second patriarch has fallen. The guard hurriedly said, What? The second patriarch is dead? How is that possible? Shi Sheng roared in disbelief. It's true, not only the second patriarch, but even the 5 core elders have fallen, and Commander Qinwei is no longer here. The guard hurriedly restrained his mind and replied, Speak, who killed them? Shi Sheng was almost out of anger, but his heart was full of doubts. Who was it? Who killed the second patriarch and the others during his absence? Could it be the cultivator army of another powerful higher realm? It was that young demonic cultivator. He thought that he had been treated unfairly, so he took advantage of the time when you left Shi-Ran divine city and began to wantonly destroy our Shi-Ran divine city. So, the second patriarch brought a group of experts to stop this person, but he didn't expect that this person hid his cultivation and killed 5 core elders in an instant. The second patriarch fought with him, but unfortunately he was deceived by his despicable means and finally fell in his hands. Great Patriarch, you must uphold justice for us. You can't let that demonic cultivator go. He's too presumptuous. The guard hurriedly replied. Shi Sheng calmed down, his eyes full of surprise. He didn't expect that the disaster that caused their Shi-Ran divine city was actually the young demonic cultivator that he disdained at that time. Wasn't that demonic cultivator only at the Great Tribulation realm? Could it be that he was really a great devil who hid his cultivation? Damn it, I was careless. Do you know where that devil cultivator went? Shi Sheng asked again. That devil cultivator is very cautious. When he used the ancient transmission array, he sent all of us away, so we don't know where he was teleported to. The guard laughed bitterly. They also had a bellyful of anger toward Zhuowen, but at that time they were intimidated by Zhuowen's tyrannical power and did not dare to resist Zhuowen. Now that the great lord had returned, they naturally wanted to take revenge on Zhuowen. However, they didn't know where Zhuowen had gone. Humph! Trash! The clan master's face was very cold. Just as he was about to reprimand him, his face suddenly changed. Shi Sheng suddenly raised his head and looked towards the eastern horizon of the divine city. Above the clouds, a black that was rapidly flying towards them. Black this dot's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above Ran divine city. Only then did Sheng realize that the black that was actually a black divine ship that was extremely ferocious and aggressive. It's him. The moment he saw the black divine ship, he immediately knew who this person was. Clang! Previously, he and the third holy maiden, Zilong, were chasing the thief who stole the divine fire seed. They relied on this black divine ship to escape their pursuit, and the owner of this black divine ship was none other than Fei Pengze, whose identity had been confirmed. Here at this moment, Fei Pengze, with his hands behind his back, looked down at the people below Ran divine city, and his gaze fell on Shi Sheng. The great lord of the Ran clan, Shi Sheng? Fei Pengze grinned, but his smile was full of coldness. Shi Sheng narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, Fei Pengze, you are already wanted by the Zixian clan. How dare you appear in front of me? With your status, I'll capture you and hand you over to the Zixian clan. I'm afraid that I'll be rewarded handsomely. Fei Pengze's eyes narrowed and said in a low voice, Sure enough, you already know my identity. It seems that it was my mistake not to kill everyone on the divine ship. Fei Pengze said. Fei Pengze immediately thought of Zhuowen's divine ship that he encountered by chance some time ago. He originally wanted to destroy the divine ship and frame the owner of the divine ship. However, the owner of the divine ship was not ordinary. He could not completely eliminate him in a short time and had to give up. He was not stupid and knew that his identity had been exposed. It was most likely that the owner of the divine ship had told the third saintess, Zi Long, about his appearance. That was why his identity had been exposed. How dare you come to the Ran divine city, Fei Pengze? I admire your courage. Surrender now. Shi said. His bad mood eased a lot because of Fei Pengze's arrival. He shouted and summoned a huge cosmic avatar and rushed towards Fei Pengze. At the same time, he transmitted a message to the Formation Dao Masters in charge of the Great City Defensive Array in the inner city and asked them to activate the Great City Defensive Array. Whoosh! Fei Pengze waved his right hand lightly, and the black divine ship flashed past like a black lightning, dodging Shi Sheng's powerful attack. Shi Sheng, I came here for two purposes. First, to confirm whether my identity was exposed. Second, to borrow the ancient transmission array of your divine city. I have already confirmed the first point. As long as you meet my second condition, I will not attack you and the Ran divine city. Fei Pengze said lightly. Just you? Ridiculous. Shi said. Shi sneered and continued to attack Fei Pengze with his huge cosmic avatar. Fei Pengze's aura was not strong. He was probably at the late cosmic avatar stage. This kind of cultivation was not much of a threat to Shi. Shi was thinking too highly of himself if he still wanted to negotiate with him. Fei Pengze dodged Shi Sheng's attack again, and his face sank. If you were an expert of the inverse ancient starlight realm, I might be afraid of you. However, you are only half a step into the inverse ancient starlight realm. Do you think I am afraid of you? Today, I will let you have a taste of the power of the divine fire seed. Fei Pengze said. After Fei Pengze finished speaking, He raised his right hand and formed a complicated and strange seal. Only the black god ship beneath his feet suddenly emitted a strange clanging sound, as if some bones were dislocated. Then, almost 100 huge cannons appeared on the surface of the black god. There were many more cannons than the ones Zhuowen saw on the black god. Bang! 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 In front of Shi Sheng's shocked eyes, almost 100 cannons suddenly erupted with terrifying purple light. Beams of light that looked like death shot out directly, piercing through everything. Shi was still in shock. When he came back to his senses, almost 100 purple light beams had pierced through the body of his cosmic avatar. Bang! In an instant, his huge and dignified cosmic avatar was smashed into pieces and turned dark. Chapter 40, 335. The Whole Book Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Thump. 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 Shi Sheng's expression changed drastically as he urged his huge Dharma power to retreat. He looked at the black divine ship suspended in the air in horror. He did not expect the power of the black divine ship's cannons to be so terrifying that he was caught off guard. Fei Pingze looked at Shi Sheng's pale face as he slowly reformed his Dharma power. He smiled excitedly. Yesterday he had just integrated the divine fire seed into the black divine ship. He knew that the power of the black divine ship would definitely evolve. However, he had not tested its power yet. Now he was very satisfied with the power displayed by the black divine ship. Boom! 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 Shi Sheng's face was slightly pale after he reformed his Dharma power. He did not dare to be careless this time. He knew that Fei Pingze's cultivation was average, but the black divine ship under his feet was extraordinary. Bang! Shi Sheng rushed out again. His speed had almost doubled, and he appeared behind the black divine ship in an instant. He clenched his fists and punched the black divine ship in front of him like an iron hammer. However, Shi Sheng found it unbelievable that he only hit the black divine ship's afterimage. Whoosh! The terrifying sound of something breaking through the air appeared behind him. Shi Sheng turned around abruptly, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. Fei Pingze appeared behind Yi Fuqian on his black ship and was closing in on him at a rapid speed. The black divine ship's cannons were all suddenly retracted, and the black divine ship began to transform continuously. The steel-like parts on the surface of the black divine ship were intertwined and contracted, forming a huge black cannon at the bow of the divine ship. The black and deep cannon was dozens of feet wide, and a terrifying and shocking energy was condensed in it. The blazing energy in a myriad of colors quickly appeared in the cannon's muzzle and burst out. All of this happened too quickly. By the time Shi Sheng reacted, the huge, colorful light pillar had already appeared in front of him. Boom! Boom! Shi Sheng only had time to activate all of his defensive means and passively resist the bombardment of this unprecedented giant cannon. The dazzling explosion was like a rapidly expanding balloon, rapidly expanding and instantly enveloping the entire Shi Ran Divine City and the surrounding area of nearly 100 million miles. Countless cultivators in the Shi Ran Divine City watched in horror as the terrifying explosion completely enveloped them. But soon, they were shocked to find that their city defense array had barely withstood the terrifying explosion, and they were lucky to survive. Fei Pingze was driving the black divine ship thousands of miles in the air. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, and he stood as he watched the colorful explosion engulf Shi Sheng, Shi Ran Divine City, and the mountains, rivers, and forests for nearly 100 million miles. His eyes were. Translation was full of excitement. The black divine ship's power had once again exceeded his imagination. Translation after the black divine ship fire, the black divine fire, the divine ship fire divine fire divine fire divine fire. The fire divine Fire, 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 fire once. As the explosion slowly subsided, Fei Pingze looked at Shi Sheng, who was crawling on the ground with wounds all over his body. An intact Shi Ran Divine City. Translation: Shi Ran Divine City is intact? Fei Pingze noticed that something was wrong. His eyes fell on the Shi Ran Divine City, which had not turned into ruins as he had expected, and a trace of disbelief flashed across his eyes. The city defense array of the Shi Ran Divine City is not ordinary. Fei Pingze looked at the great array, which was still stubbornly flashing on the surface of the Divine City, and showed a hint of interest. Although the Shi Ran Divine City was some distance away from the core of the explosion, the terrifying shockwave of the explosion was not something an ordinary second sky of Eternal Realm Great Array could withstand. Unless the city defense array of the Shi Ran Divine City had reached the peak of the second sky of Eternal Realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible to withstand such an explosion. Interesting. The Shi Ran Divine City, which is considered to be at the bottom of the higher realms, actually has such a powerful city defense array. It seems that Shi Sheng is not completely useless. The corners of Fei Pingze's mouth curved into a meaningful arc, and then he slowly landed not far from Shi Sheng. The back half of the black divine ship broke away and turned into ferocious shackles with a metallic luster, firmly binding Shi Sheng. Because Shi Sheng was at the core of the explosion, he had suffered most of the damage. At this moment, he was completely injured and could not condense his Dharma idol again. Originally, Shi Sheng was in a daze from the explosion and had not fully woken up. Now his body was suddenly shackled, and he could not move his limbs and neck at all. His blurred consciousness suddenly sobered up. He raised his head with difficulty and saw a pair of feet in front of him. He knew that the owner of this pair of feet was Fei Pingze. "Master Fei, I was wrong. Please spare my life." Shi Sheng lowered his head and did not dare to look up at Fei Pingze. He humbly begged for mercy, but his heart was full of humiliation. After all, he was the great senior of the Shi Ran clan, the highest leader of the clan. Now that he was defeated and had to humbly beg for mercy, it was really too shameful. Fei Pingze lifted Shi Sheng and pointed at the Shi Ran Divine City in front of them, and said with a smile, "Shi Sheng, I am very curious. What is the level of the city defense array of your Shi Ran Divine City? It can withstand the power of my 5 divine cannon." Shi Sheng was completely awake. When he saw the intact Shi Ran Divine City following Fei Pingze's finger, he slowly opened his mouth. To be honest, he was also a little surprised. The city defense array of their Shi Ran Divine City was only at the early second sky of the Eternal Realm. With the terrifying power of the 5 divine cannon, Shi Sheng did not think that the city defense array could hold for long before it was annihilated. But now, what he saw was a fierce slap to his face. This is the city defense array of the 3rd sky of the Eternal Realm. Shi Sheng's eyes flashed, and he suddenly began to talk nonsense. He knew that Fei Pingze was interested in his city defense array. If he catered to Fei Pingze's interest, he might have a chance of survival. Therefore, he did not dare to say that he did not know. If he really said so, he would be useless and would be killed by Fei Pingze in the end. The city defense array of the 3rd sky of the Eternal Realm? How can your little Shi Ran Divine City have such a powerful city defense array? Fei Pingze's face changed slightly. After all, he was not a divine array master, so he did not see that this was only the 2nd sky of the Eternal Realm. He subconsciously believed Shi Sheng's words. It's a long story. Although our Shi Ran Divine region is ranked last among the higher realms, it is just a facade. We are just deliberately hiding our strength. In fact, we have the support of a real expert, and this city defense array is that expert. He arranged it for us to use in a critical moment. In order to survive, Shi Sheng began to talk nonsense in a serious manner. Fei Pingze listened carefully, and his eyes became more and more serious. From this city defense array, it could be seen that the expert Shi Sheng mentioned was absolutely not simple. Chapter 40, 336. Full Text Divine Soul Sovereigns, latest chapter. Where's that expert? Fei Pingze asked coldly. That lord is usually elusive, so I'm not very clear about his exact whereabouts. However, he has taken great care of our Shi Ran clan. If he knows that the Shi Ran clan has been exterminated, he will definitely not let this matter rest. Shi Sheng said carefully. Shi Sheng said, He. Shi Sheng, put away your little tricks. Now, ask someone to open the Great City Barrier Array. I only want the array diagram of this Great City Barrier Array. As long as you give it to me, I'll consider letting you live, Fei Pingze said lightly. The array diagram of the Great City Barrier Array of the third sky of Eternal Realm was extremely precious. Fei Pingze was naturally tempted. Shi Sheng's heart thumped as he knew that things were not going well. He hadn't figured out why the Great City Barrier Array had suddenly become stronger. How could he know what the array diagram was? He did have the original array diagram of the Great City Barrier Array in his mansion, but it was only at the early second sky of Eternal Realm. Anyone with a discerning eye could see it. But Shi Sheng also knew that in order to survive, he could only go all the way. According to Fei Pingze's instructions, Shi Sheng began to send a message to the person in charge of Shi Ran Divine City, ordering them to open the Great City Barrier Array first. But soon, Shi Sheng received a message that left him dumbfounded. The person in charge of Shi Ran Divine City actually asked him to leave and not implicate the people in the city. I'm your great clan master. You don't listen to my orders? Why don't you open the Great City Barrier Array? Shi Sheng was flustered and exasperated. He gave up using the communication jade token and shouted at the gate of Shi Ran Divine City in front of him. Great Clan Master, you'll always be our great Clan Master, so you have to shoulder the task of protecting us. For our own good, you'd better die. Don't implicate our people. This is what you taught us in the past. In order to survive, we can abandon anything and feelings. Now, we're doing what you taught us before. So, please don't implicate us. Go die by yourself. In Shi Ran Divine City, some of the clansmen replied that they wanted Shi Sheng to die, but they refused to open the Grand Formation. The people in Shi Ran Divine City had also discovered the extraordinariness of the Grand Formation. Therefore, they would rather die than open the Grand Formation. Even if the Grand Patriarch died, it didn't matter. Shi Sheng was completely flabbergasted. He had never imagined that his fellow clan members would be so cold and emotionless. They would even give up on him, the great clan sovereign. Shi Sheng, your clan is really hopeless. You don't even care about your fellow clansmen. You're so selfish. No wonder your Shi Ran domain is getting worse every year. Fei Pingze laughed mockingly. Shi Sheng, on the other hand, did not seem to notice. He continued to shout at the God City, even playing the emotional card. Unfortunately, in the Divine City, no one replied to him. They were all extremely cold. Shi Sheng was in despair. He knew that he had lost his value. Fei Pingze would never let him live. Sure enough, he found Fei Pingze looking at him coldly. A trace of killing intent burst out from Fei Pingze's eyes. Shi Sheng, it seems that you're useless. In that case, I'll just force my way in. Since your clansmen want you to die so much, then die. Fei Pingze said slowly. Then he pointed a sword finger at Shi Sheng's glabella. Shi Sheng struggled to escape, but unfortunately his whole body was bound. He could only watch the sword finger fall on his glabella. He could clearly feel a destructive force sinking into the depths of his glabella. It began to erupt constantly, destroying his spirit. After Shi Sheng's breath was completely gone, Fei Pingze's eyes fell on Shi Ran Divine City again. Only then did he notice that the grand formation on the surface of Shi Ran Divine City was a little chaotic and dim. Just now, my 5 God Cannon caused a lot of damage to the grand formation. This shouldn't be a third heavenly layer eternal realm grand formation, but a peak second heavenly layer eternal realm grand formation. Fei Pingze muttered to himself. He knew very well that if this was really a third heavenly layer eternal realm grand formation, the 5-god canon couldn't have caused such great damage. I was almost fooled by Shi Sheng, since it's not a third heavenly layer eternal realm grand formation. I can blast it to pieces with a few more shots of the 5-god cannon. Fei Pingze sneered. He took back the ferocious shackles on Shi Sheng's corpse and merged into the Black Divine Ship. Just as he was about to drive the Black Divine Ship into the sky and bombard Shi Ran Divine City, a cold voice suddenly came from the city. The Shi Ran clan is indeed rotten to the core. You're all just a bunch of selfish, pathetic people with no bottom line. Rather than living in this world, it's better to die now. The cold voice was loud and clear. As soon as he finished speaking, the grand formation around Shi Ran Divine City suddenly became chaotic. Then the grand formation exploded with a loud bang. Self-destruct. Fei Pingze's face changed dramatically. He only had time to turn the Black Divine Ship into a sphere and wrap his whole body in it. The terrible explosion spread over. The self-destruction of a second heavenly layer eternal realm grand formation was so powerful that it even exceeded the power of Fei Pingze's 5-god canon. In an instant, the Shi Ran Divine City was in chaos. All the cultivators were scrambling to escape towards the Shi Ran Divine City. Some powerful cultivators even thought that the cultivators in front of them were too slow and directly killed the clan members in front of them, just for themselves. They only had one more second to run away. The ugliness among the clansmen of the Shi Ran clan was forced to show at this moment. However, no one could escape from the city. They were all turned into powder in the explosion. When the explosion finally subsided, the Shi Ran Divine City had already disappeared, leaving only a terrifying and huge abyss. Next to the abyss, a dark ball rolled slowly and landed on a rock on one side. The black ball began to unfold, and a sorry figure climbed out of it. Pucci! Fei Pingze spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. Who controlled the grand formation of Shi Ran Divine City? Fortunately, I reacted fast enough. Otherwise, I would have been killed by the explosion. Thinking of the dangerous situation just now, Fei Pingze still had lingering fear. Without the protection of the Black God, he would never have survived. It's not good to stay here for a long time. Let's get out of here first. Fei Pingze struggled to get up. The black ball turned into a Black Divine Ship and carried him away. At the same time, in a secluded alley in the distant Zixian sacred city, a young demonic cultivator with red eyes was holding a short array flag in his right hand. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of this array flag. Finally, with a cracking sound, it turned into fine powder and scattered down from the air, falling at his feet. Chapter 4337. Fei Pingze's Black Divine Ship is really extraordinary. It could even withstand the self-destruction of a second heaven eternal realm array. Zhuo Wen muttered to himself as he silently looked at the array flags that had been shattered into powder at his feet. When he left Shi Ran Divine City, he had also added a surveillance array to the Great City Barrier Array. Therefore, Zhuo Wen was able to see everything that happened in Shi Ran Divine City, especially after watching the battle between Fei Pingze and Shi Sheng. Zhuo Wen was shocked. The power of Fei Pingze's Black God was beyond his expectations. With the Black God, he could defeat Shi Sheng, who was half a step into the inverse ancient starlight realm. Is the sacred fire seed really so magical? It can make Fei Pingze's Black Divine Ship reach such a powerful power. Fei Pingze's words in Shi Ran Divine City echoed in his mind, which mentioned that his Black God was able to transform because of the sacred fire seed. This made Zhuo Wen more and more curious about the so-called sacred fire seed. Since the sacred fire seed could make Fei Pingze's black divine ship undergo such a powerful transformation, could it also be beneficial to the Taiyu's sacred sword? Clang. However, this thought only flashed through Zhuan's mind. From the attitude of the third saintess Zi Long towards the sacred fire seed, it was obvious that the sacred fire seed was extremely important to the Zi Xian clan. While it was hard to say whether the Zi Xian clan still had other sacred fire seeds, Zi Xian Sacred City was extremely vast, more than 10 times larger than Nuwa City of the Nuwa clan. Sacred in the city, towering buildings were arranged in rows. At a glance, it was enough to dazzle the eyes. After Zhuowen walked out of the secluded alley, he looked at the bustling sacred city in confusion. Although he had done some homework before coming to Zi Xian Sacred City, he only knew the methods and ways to enter Zi Xian Sacred City. However, Zhuo Wen was completely clueless about the geographical map of Zi Xian Sacred City and the location of the divine ship that could travel to the supreme domain. Standing on the edge of the street, Zhuo Wen, with a confused look in his eyes, was in sharp contrast to the crowd around him. Zhuo Wen wanted to ask a passerby, but suddenly a timid woman's voice came from behind. "Sir, are you not familiar with Zi Xian Sacred City?" Zhuo Wen heard this, he turned around and saw a pure woman with big eyes standing behind him. She had a shy look on her face. Female, her cultivation was not high, about the early stage of the universe tribulation. She noticing that Zhuo Wen was sizing her up, she blushed and quickly lowered her head. Clasping her hands together, she timidly said, "Sir, if you don't mind, you can hire me to be your guide. I've already stayed in Zi Xian Sacred City for several hundred years and know every place in Zi Xian Sacred City like the back of my hand." Ha! When she spoke up to hear, the woman was afraid that Zhuo Wen wouldn't want her, and she said with tears in her eyes, "My lord, please hire me. My younger brother has yet to recover from his injuries, and he really needs money for treatment. As long as you hire me, I'll definitely do my best to work for you." Wen looked at the pure woman in front of him silently, his expression calm as water, and said coolly, "Before hiring you, I want to ask you first. Do you know where the divine ship of Zi Xian Sacred City is?" Wen indeed knew nothing about the divine ship of Zi Xian Sacred City. Hiring this woman as a guide was fine, but intuitively he felt that there was something wrong with this woman. As for what the problem was, he could not tell. "Divine ship? You want to go to the supreme realm?" The pure woman's expression changed slightly. "Yes, my purpose of coming to Zi Xian Sacred City is for the divine ship." "Why? Is there a problem?" Zhuo Wen said coolly. The pure woman hurriedly waved her hand and said with a smile, "No, of course there's no problem. It's just that not everyone can sit on the divine ship in Zi Xian Sacred City. The divine ship's ticket can't be bought with money. The divine ship's ticket is basically in the hands of the Zi Xian clan. Only important figures who have a relationship with the Zi Xian clan's upper echelons can get a ticket. Without this layer of relationship, I'm afraid that it will be a little difficult to get a ticket." Wen frowned slightly. He did not expect that this divine ship's ticket could not be bought with money. One had to know that Zhuo Wen's current wealth was extremely rich. No matter how expensive that ship ticket was, he could basically afford it. But the problem now was that this ship ticket could not be bought with money. This made Zhuo Wen somewhat helpless. As for having a relationship with the Zi Xian clan's upper echelons, he really had a relationship with the third holy daughter, Zilong. But it was not a good relationship, but a bad relationship. "My lord, I know a secret black market. There will occasionally be divine ship tickets circulating there. My lord, you can go there and try your luck." The pure woman suddenly suggested to Zhuo Wen. Wen took a deep look at the pure woman, nodded, and said indifferently, "Then take me there. If you can really find a ticket for the divine worship in the black market, I will give you an extra handsome reward." Qingyi said, The pure woman revealed a look of surprise and quickly nodded. "Thank you, my lord. My name is Yen Meng. I'll take you to the black market now." Zhuowen did not say anything. He just nodded and silently followed behind the pure woman. After the pure woman took Zhuowen through 7 or 8 blocks, Zhuowen found that the surroundings suddenly became much quieter and more deserted. Zhuowen looked around and found that this was a dilapidated block. It was completely different from the blocks they had walked through before. Compared to the other blocks, this block was more like a slum. The surrounding cultivators were scattered, and their auras were obscure and weak. Their cultivations were all below the great tribulation of heaven and earth. Zhuowen looked around, but his brows furrowed slightly. His divine sense was far sharper than the cultivators of the great tribulation of heaven and earth. Even many universe Dharma powerhouses might not be able to compare. He had felt that something was wrong the moment he entered this dilapidated block. In the shadows of this dilapidated block, he vaguely felt a powerful aura. Only these auras were hidden. If not for Zhuowen's divine sense being different from ordinary people, he might not have been able to detect these hidden auras. "My lord, the entrance to the black market is in the hall in front of us." The pure woman saw Zhuowen suddenly slow down and turned to look at Zhuowen in confusion. She pointed at an ancient and dilapidated stone hall at the end of the block. The surface of this stone hall was mottled with the traces of time. It should have been pure white marble, but because of time or other factors, it was covered with dense black spots, like the spots on a dead person's face. Zhuowen looked deeply at Yen Meng and said expressionlessly, "Continue leading the way." Yen Meng's expression was normal as she continued to lead the way. Very soon, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the ancient hall at the end of the block. The moment he stepped into the ancient hall, Zhuowen's eyes flashed with an intense cold light. In that instant, he could clearly feel that there were several powerful auras filled with malice in the depths of the hall. Around the hall, there were destructive fluctuations from the attack array. It was obvious that someone had deliberately set up a powerful attack array in the hall. Chapter 40, 338. Have we reached the entrance to the black market? After walking for another quarter of an hour in the pitch-black hall, Yen Meng stopped. Her shoulders suddenly trembled as she laughed out loud. Yen Meng slowly turned around. The pitiful and pure look in her big eyes had long since disappeared. Instead, they were replaced by ridicule, contempt, and complacency. "My lord, you are really innocent. You are actually so easy to fool. It can be said that you are the stupidest idiot I have ever met." Yen Meng laughed. Yen Meng laughed without a care for her image as she continued to ridicule and belittle Zhuowen. Zhuowen frowned and pretended to be puzzled as he asked, "What do you mean?" Yen Meng sneered and didn't answer Zhuowen's question. Instead, she stretched out her slender hands and gently clapped. The crisp and melodious sound of a slap resounded leisurely in the pitch-black hall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sounds of wind breaking could be heard from the depths of the hall. Behind Yen Meng, 3 men had appeared at some point. Their auras were stronger than Yen Meng's and had reached the late stage of the universe tribulation. "Hand over all your belongings. I can consider sparing your life and only crippling your cultivation." Yen Meng covered her mouth and laughed mockingly. Under Yen Meng's signal, the 3 men surrounded Zhuowen in a triangular formation. Robbery?" Zhuowen asked with a frown. "Did you only realize now?" Yen Meng continued to mock and ridicule him. Zhuowen's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "In other words, the black market and the divine worship tickets you told me about were fake. Was it to deceive me?" Yen Meng was startled. She didn't expect that this young devil cultivator would actually care about the black market and the divine worship tickets. Was this guy not afraid of death? That wasn't the case. Within Purple Jade Holy City, there was indeed a mysterious black market, and the divine worship tickets occasionally circulate in the black market. I have only entered the black market once. If I wasn't smart enough, I might have died there. A place like the black market is not a place that a low-level universe tribulation cultivator like me can casually enter. Even cosmic dharma adepts may not be completely safe in such a place. When they arrived at the black market, Yan-Meng felt as if she was in a nightmare. Her beautiful eyes flickered with fear. So you've been to the black market. Very good. Then I can consider sparing your life first. Zhuowen said indifferently. What a joke. Are you courting death? Merely a middle-stage universe, great tribulation fellow, also dares to be so arrogant. Yan-Meng laughed. Zhuowen's words just now sounded like a joke to her. Hee, brat, who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? You'd better die. Of the three people surrounding Zhuowen, the slightly plump man in front of Zhuowen smiled sinisterly and immediately brought out his own universe world, while the other two didn't dare to be careless either. They both took out their own universal worlds. The terrifying aura of the great universal calamity surged out like furious thunder. It was terrifying and shocking. Through the corner of his mouth revealed an evil smile. A demonic red light flickered in the depths of his eyes. An ink-like devil chi surged out from his body and instantly enveloped the three people around him. What is this? My power. My power is being weakened, my soul. Ah, within the rolling devil fog, the voices of the three people became panicked, and then they let out mournful screams. Smoke, the complacent expression on Meng's face, completely froze. Her pupils were tightly locked as she looked at the rolling devil fog. Those screams were like sharp needles piercing into her heart, causing her heart to sink to the bottom. Miserable, the cries quickly disappeared, and the demonic fog, which was as thick as mud, also gradually receded. Zhuowen was still standing in place, as if he hadn't moved at all. Beside him stood three figures stiffly. Smoke, when she looked over, she was shocked to discover that these three figures were her companions. Only it was these three people whose faces were wooden, and their eyes flickered with a strange red light, causing Yan-Meng to feel exceptionally unfamiliar and terrified. Smoke the Dream stumbled, wanting to retreat and escape. So. The three of them let out beast-like roars and suddenly rushed out, surrounding Yan-Meng. I'm Yan-Meng. What's wrong with you guys? Don't you even recognize me? Yan-Meng fell to the ground and looked at the three pairs of red eyes with some fear. With the three companions who had always obeyed her orders looked so unfamiliar today. They are now my devil puppets. They only listen to my orders. When slowly walked over and coldly looked down at Yan-Meng, who had fallen to the ground. Demon, the effect of the die was truly astonishing. Three cultivators in the late stage of the universe calamity had been turned into devil puppets by the die in such a short period of time. This surprised Zhuowen. Zhuowen suspected that as long as it was a cultivator below the cosmic dharma stage, his demonic die had a very high success rate of turning the enemy into a devil puppet. Yan-Meng sat on the ground. She first looked at her three companions who had already lost their minds, and then looked at Zhuowen, who had a cold gaze. She knew that this time he had mentioned the hard board. My lord, Yan-Meng was possessed and actually had evil intentions towards you. Please forgive Yan-Meng's mistake. Yan-Meng lowered her head and begged. Cut the crap. Take me to the black market. If you dare to deceive me this time, I don't mind making you never see the sun tomorrow. Zhuowen said indifferently. Yan-Meng nodded and said, Yes, my lord. Don't worry. Yan-Meng will definitely not play any tricks this time. After seeing Zhuowen's strange methods, Yan-Meng did not dare to play any tricks. This time, she was much more obedient. Just as Zhuowen had guessed, the black market was not in the old street that Yan-Meng had brought him to. This street was actually one of Misty Dream's old lair. They would often bring cultivators who had just arrived in Purple Jade Holy City with ordinary strength here, and then a group of people would rob them. If necessary, they would even kill them to silence them and destroy their corpses. The black market was located in the southeast of Zixian, Holy City. There was a huge underground area there. Of course, this underground area was hidden under the residential area. The underground area was like an underground city, with rows upon rows of buildings and a lot of people. This underground city was commonly known as the black market. The black market was actually illegal in the Zixian, Holy City. However, it had never been investigated. It was said that there was a certain holy maiden behind it as a backer, until as for which holy maiden it was unknown at the moment. The entrance to the black market was in an inconspicuous building. In the depths of this building, there was a small teleportation array. This teleportation array led directly to the underground black market. I didn't expect you to dare to come to the black market again. You almost died last time. Didn't you learn your lesson? Let me remind you, that Lord also came to the black market today. You'd better pray that you're lucky and don't meet him. At the entrance of the building, a tall and thin guard took the token from Yen Meng. After confirming it, he returned it to Yen Meng and said jokingly, "You don't have to worry about this." Yen Meng's face was slightly pale. After taking the token, she led Zhuowen and the 3 devil puppets into the building. Chapter 40, 339. The one-story building was shabby on the outside, but the decoration inside was enough to be described as magnificent. Inside the building, there were compartments, and in each compartment, there was a small teleportation array. Smoke as soon as Meng, Zhuowen, and the others entered the building. A beautiful maid with a professional smile immediately led the 5 of them into an empty room on the left. After paying the corresponding fee, the maid activated the small teleportation array in the room. Following with a burst of white light, Zhuowen's group of 5 disappeared from the narrow room. Is this the underground black market? When Gang opened his eyes and saw a bustling street with people coming and going. Street on both sides of the street, there were shops, and next to some shops there were many stalls. First sky of the eternal realm material, the skull of the 3-eyed wolf, is the main divine material for making helmets. Come and buy it, the price is fair. Our shop has a wide variety of things. Whether it's materials for making divine artifacts, divine medicines for refining divine pills, formation discs, secret medicines, and so on, we have everything you need. Come and take a look. We'll definitely have the one you want. On both sides of the street, whether it was the stalls or the shops, they were all shouting hard, trying to attract the attention and interest of the many cultivators coming and going on the street. Zhuowen was surprised that although this was the underground city, it was not as dark as he imagined. Instead, it was like the outside world, sunny and warm like a spring breeze. He looked up and found that in the sky in the center of the underground city, there was a big fireball that was constantly releasing heat and light. The light and temperature of the underground city were supplied by this huge fireball. While Zhuowen also found that the surface of the entire underground city was surging with extremely strong fluctuations of array Dao. Bang! The large underground city was wrapped in a very powerful array restriction. Even if there was a great battle in the underground city, it would not affect the ground. Bang! However, if an expert at the level of NI, Gu Xingguang, made a scene in the underground city, the great array around the underground city might not be able to stop him. Only yes, an expert at the level of NI, Gu Xingguang, with a respected status, would not come to the underground black market to buy things. It would be a disgrace to their reputation. My lord, the tickets for the divine worship are extremely rare and precious. Although they occasionally circulate in the underground black market, they're usually snatched up very quickly. Furthermore, the tickets for the divine worship are usually not circulated in the underground black market. Dream pulled Zhuowen's sleeve and said softly. Zhuowen nodded and looked at Misty Dream behind him as he asked, "Where is it?" The core of the underground black market, Black City, was also the most chaotic place in the underground black market. It's said that even universe Dharma adepts have fallen there. When Yen Meng mentioned Hei Cheng, her beautiful eyes were filled with fear. In her eyes, the cosmic law idol was already an unreachable expert. Such a powerhouse could fall in Black City. It could be seen how chaotic Black City was. "Take me there," Zhuowen said calmly. Smoke Dream was stunned. The reason she had mentioned Black City and that her cosmic form had fallen there was to remind Zhuowen that it was dangerous there. She wanted him to back off. But the guy in front of him looked too calm, as if he didn't put the danger of Hei-chung in his eyes. "My lord, even universe Dharma adepts have fallen there before. It's too dangerous, and I've never been to Black City. I've only seen the outline of Black City from afar." Misty Dream wanted to continue persuading him. She had almost died outside the underground black market, not to mention the even more dangerous Black City. She entering there was absolutely no chance of survival. "Lead the way, otherwise you'll die immediately." Zhuowen looked at Misty Dream calmly. His eyes flashed with red light and were cold and ruthless. Misty Dream trembled and didn't dare to disobey Zhuowen. She could only obediently lead Zhuowen to the core of the underground black market, Black City. Black City was located in the center of the underground black market. It was a fortress that occupied a large area. "Sir, not everyone can enter Black City. There are hard and fast rules. Outside Black City, there is a test of strength. If you can't pass the test, not only can you not enter Black City, but you will also be killed on the spot." On the way to Black City, Misty Dream told Zhuowen many things about Black City. Black City was the gathering place of the strongest experts in the underground black market. It was said that the minimum cultivation requirement to enter Black City was the peak of the universe tribulation. Clang. However, although this was the minimum requirement, most cultivators at the peak of the universe tribulation would not enter Black City. Because in Black City, cultivators at the peak of the universe tribulation were the lowest existences. They would be cannon fodder if they entered. If they were unlucky enough to be targeted by a certain expert, they would immediately be gnawed to pieces. Clang. However, it was not that there were no cultivators at the peak of the universe tribulation who entered. Those who entered either died or had special trump cards to protect themselves. While the test to enter Black City was also extremely simple, but it was very dangerous. Black the City would send 2 cultivators at the peak of the universe tribulation to fight with the tester. If they could defeat the 2 cultivators at the peak of the universe tribulation, they would have the qualifications to enter Black City. Only yes, this test was only for cultivators below the universe Dharma phase. If one was at the universe Dharma phase, they would not need to take the test and could directly enter Black City. "Master, Black City is right in front of us." After Dream brought Zhuowen out of the bustling streets, they arrived at the edge of a cliff. Below the cliff was a huge basin, and in the center of the basin, a huge black fortress stood, surrounded by dense green grass. Looking around, on the high ground around the basin, there were all kinds of buildings. This sum of the buildings surrounded the basin in a circular pattern, with the Black City in the center of the basin as the core. "Let's go." Wen ignored Yanmeng, who had a troubled expression, and continued to walk towards the basin. Just as they jumped down from the grass, several air-piercing sounds suddenly came from above. 3 figures swept past them in a very tyrannical manner. Wild the violent energy, ripples, lifted up the grass that filled the sky and flew over. If not for Zhuowen waving his sleeve in time to block them, they would have been in a sorry state by these flying grass. "They're so rude." Yan Meng's beautiful eyes glared angrily at the 3 figures that hurriedly swept away, muttering unhappily. Originally, Yan Meng's voice was not loud, and theoretically, the 3 of them could not hear him. However, just as Yan Meng finished speaking, the 3 figures suddenly stopped and rushed back to Zhuowen's group of 5. "Were you the one who said we were rude?" The leader of the group was a skinny man with skin as white as a water ghost. His cold gaze swept across Zhuowen and the others, and finally landed on Yan Meng. Smoke Meng was so scared that she took a few steps back. The skinny man in the lead had an extremely powerful aura, far surpassing that of the other cultivators Yan Meng had seen before. Chapter 4340. An elite at the cosmic Dharma plane level. I'm done for. I can't believe I've provoked such an elite. Meng Xian's heart sank to the bottom. She couldn't help but look at Zhuowen beside her. Her eyes revealed a pleading look, but more than that there was despair. Although she had seen Zhuowen's strange and unfathomable methods, after all, that was only a side trick. Moreover, Zhuowen was only at the middle stage of the universe tribulation. No matter how strong this person was, he should only be at the peak of the universe tribulation. It was definitely impossible for him to be a match for a powerhouse at the universe tribulation level. Sir, you misunderstand. I have no dissatisfaction with you. Yan Meng revealed a fawning smile and said humbly, Yan Meng, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you again. When Yan Meng bowed and apologized to the skinny man, a fat middle-aged man walked out from behind the tall and skinny man. His small eyes stared at Yan Meng's graceful body. Yan Meng felt that this voice was very familiar and couldn't help but raise her head. When she saw the fat middle-aged man, she was first stunned, then she couldn't help but take a few steps back in fear until she retreated to Zhuowen's side. Why are you here, Fu Qin? Yan Meng stared at the fat man in horror. Of course. I'm leading the way for these two lords. After all, such noble existences like the two of you naturally have to come to the Black City to take a look. Fu Qin sneered. Is this your old friend, Fu Qin? The skinny man with a pale face frowned and asked. Originally Fu Qin, who was originally complacent, immediately recovered his humble attitude. He hurriedly bowed and said, This woman was once my exclusive property, but she escaped when I wasn't paying attention. I thought she would never come to the underground black market again. I didn't expect that I would be so fated to meet her again. In that case, I'll leave this woman to you. We'll go to the Black City first. The skinny man nodded and rushed towards the Black City with another person. They completely ignored Zhuowen and the others because, whether it was Zhuowen or the three devil puppets beside him, the highest cultivation was only at the late stage of the universe tribulation. They didn't put such trash in their eyes at all. Yan Meng, I remember that when you escaped you said that when you came back it would be the day of revenge. I've seen you again, but your cultivation hasn't improved much. As for your companions, Fu Qin glanced at Zhuowen and the three demonic puppets standing beside Zhuowen. His eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. If you come back and obediently become my slave, I will consider not killing you. Fu Qin said calmly. Yan Meng said angrily, Fu Qin, in Zixian Holy City, women's rights are supreme. Using women as slaves is a serious violation of Zixian Holy City's rules. Aren't you afraid of Zixian Holy City's law enforcement team? Fu Qin sneered and said, Yan Meng, this is the underground black market. The law enforcement team above ground has no jurisdiction over this place. Here, there is no difference between male and female rights. As long as you have the bigger fist and more money, you are the master of power. Now, you are talking to me about Zixian Holy City's rules. Are you telling me a joke? Speaking up to here, Fu Chen's face turned cold and said, Now kneel down, crawl over, kneel down, and lick my toes. Moreover, take the initiative to become my slave. I can forgive all your past mistakes and let you live. Yan Meng clenched her fists tightly. She recalled the days when she was abused by Fu Qin and her heart sank. Don't think of making me submit. Even if I die, I will never become your slave again. Also, I have a new master now, and this lord is my new master. Smoke said. As Yan Meng spoke, she silently hid behind Zhuowen. Fu Qin frowned slightly and looked coldly at Zhuowen. He said, Yan Meng's new master? You are courting death. You even dare to snatch my slave. Don't you know your own weight? after discovering that Zhuowen was only at the middle stage of universe tribulation. Fu Chen's killing intent boiled. This kind of trash dared to snatch his woman. Zhuowen glanced sideways at Yan Meng, who was hiding beside him. He swung his right hand and threw the ladder to the side. Then he looked straight at Fu Chen and said, "Who do you think you are? So what if I snatched your slave? Do I need to apply for it from you?" Fu Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that a mere middle-stage universe tribulation trash would actually point at him and scold him. This was simply courting death. "You are courting death." Fu Chen was so angry that he laughed. He took a step forward and rushed towards Zhuowen at an extremely fast speed. When he arrived above Zhuowen, he took out his universe world. The terrifying and shocking aura of the peak of universe tribulation unrestrainedly crushed down. Zhuowen stood on the spot without moving. A strange and deep red light flickered in the depths of his eyes. At the instant this red light flashed, the 3 devil puppets beside him suddenly went crazy and let out beast-like roars of pain. This devil puppet's eyes were filled with a terrifying red light. Its 4 limbs were on the ground, and its hind legs suddenly stomped on the ground. It leaped into the air and grabbed towards Fu Chen. This devil puppet's 4 limbs were like hooks as it fiercely grabbed onto Fu Chen's plump body. No matter how Fu Chen attacked, it wouldn't let go. At the same time, the 3 devil puppets took out their blood-red universe world. The moment they took out their universe world, the huge blood-red world began to rapidly expand. A terrifying and destructive aura was constantly spreading. What? They're preparing to self-destruct? The moment Fu Chen was caught by the 3 devil puppets, he immediately sensed what the devil puppets were about to do. With a furious roar, he waved his arms and smashed the devil puppets on his body. However, his fist was like a clay ox entering the sea. Although the devil puppets were severely injured by him, they still refused to let go of Fu Chen even in death. At the same time, a strange demonic mist surged around Zhuowen's body. It suddenly spread out and enveloped Fu Chen's entire body. The moment he came into contact with the demonic mist, Fu Chen immediately discovered that his strength, body, and soul were being contaminated by some kind of demonic aura and were rapidly weakening. Fu Chen began to flee like a madman. He wanted to escape from this strange demonic mist first, and then get rid of the 3 devil puppets on his body. However, the more he fled, the more he discovered that the demonic mist was endless. He didn't escape from the demonic mist at all. Instead, the surrounding demonic mist became thicker and thicker, as if it was dyed black blood staining his body. Sensing that the aura of the 3 devil puppets' self-destruction was getting stronger and stronger, Fu Chen was completely flustered. He let out a panicked cry and became even more flustered as he searched for a way out of the demonic mist. However, what he didn't expect was that, in reality, he had been walking on the spot in the demonic mist. While Zhuowen stood not far away from the demonic mist, his scarlet eyes looked mockingly at Fu Chen, who was running for his life like a headless fly. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, 3 terrifying explosions rang out from within the demonic mist. Under Zhuowen's control, the 3 devil puppets chose to self-destruct. The collapse of the 3 universe worlds produced an extremely huge amount of energy. Fu Chen let out an unwilling cry and was completely drowned by the energy produced by the self-destruction of the 3 universe worlds. The terrifying shockwave quickly spread in all directions in a circular manner. Zhuowen was still standing in the same spot. The strange demonic mist turned into a round egg and enveloped him, completely blocking the aftershock of the explosion. While Yan Meng wasn't so lucky. She was directly sent flying by the aftershock of the explosion and crashed heavily into the cliff at the edge of the basin in the distance. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face was pale. Chapter 40, 341. My lord! Meng ignored her internal injuries and the thick blood on the corner of her mouth. She crawled on all fours and crawled in front of Zhuowen, kowtowing repeatedly. At this moment, Yan Meng's heart was filled with fear and trepidation. She was afraid that her actions just now would anger Zhuowen and cause the latter to kill her in a fit of anger. And after personally witnessing Zhuowen's expressionless face as he ordered the 3 devil puppets, who were her companions, to self-destruct and kill Fu Qin, she understood that the young man in front of her was definitely a ruthless character. Zhuowen coldly glanced at Yan Meng, who was still kowtowing, and said indifferently, "Continue to lead the way. Also, don't play any tricks in front of me in the future. You have to know that my patience is not limitless." Hearing this, Yan Meng trembled and kowtowed a few more times, indicating that she would not dare to do it again. Not long after Yan Meng and Zhuowen quietly left this place, Black City and the surrounding black market areas began to rush over one after another. The explosion of the 3 devil puppets was quite loud, and the entire underground black market was alarmed. However, after these cultivators heard the news and rushed over, they could only see the many potholes left behind by the battle. They did not see any other cultivators here. This after wandering around for a while, some cultivators left one after another, no longer lingering here. The underground black market was a place without rules and laws. It was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Fights and deaths were inevitable. Long these cultivators who lived in the underground black market had long since become accustomed to it. They only regretted that they did not get any benefits from this battle and secretly hated themselves for coming too late. Deng Yan Meng and Zhuowen left the battlefield early and circled around to the entrance of Black City, but they were stopped. Black City was completely forged from sparkling and translucent black crystal stones. The entire surface of the battlements was suffused with a faint black halo. The gate of Black City was 300 feet tall. The surface of the gate was suffused with a faint black halo. In the halo, one could clearly see all kinds of patterns on the surface of the gate. Some of the patterns were of different shapes. There were strange beasts of strange shapes, buildings of different styles, and complex runes. Many patterns combined together to form a mysterious and bizarre scene. At this moment, the city gates were tightly shut, keeping Zhuowen and Yan Meng outside. On the city wall above the city gate, 2 black-armored cultivators with black divine blades on their backs stared coldly at Zhuowen and Misty Dream. 2 lords, my master and I plan to enter the Black City to trade. I hope that the 2 lords can make it convenient for us and open the city gates. Misty Dream's posture was very low as she begged the 2 black-armored cultivators on the city walls. Standing on the right side of the wall was a black-armored cultivator with a long face. He glanced at Yan Meng and Zhuowen and said expressionlessly, "Scram! Why don't you take a look at your cultivation? You dare to come to Black City?" Meng's pretty face turned pale. She hesitated for a moment and looked at Zhuowen, who still didn't say anything. She knew that this was her chance to redeem herself in front of Zhuowen. If she couldn't even do this well, then she really had no value to Zhuowen. The scene of the 3 demonic puppets exploding involuntarily appeared in her mind. Her delicate body trembled. She once again gathered her courage and said to the black-armored cultivators on the city wall, "2 lords, isn't there a rule in Black City? Can cultivators below the cosmic Dharma form enter the Black City by challenging 2 cultivators at the peak of the great tribulation of heaven and earth?" The round-faced, black-armored cultivator on the left side of the city wall couldn't help but mock. "There is such a rule, but why don't you take a piss and look at yourselves? An early-stage cosmic tribulation cultivator and a mid-stage cosmic tribulation cultivator dare to challenge us? Hurry up and scram. Don't waste our time," Yan Meng said. Meng's face flushed red. She felt helpless. Just as she was about to retort, a strong wind came from behind them. Original Zhuowen, who was standing silently behind Misty Dream, a cold red light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He snorted coldly, grabbed Misty Dream's right arm with one hand, and stepped into the void with his right foot, disappearing on the spot. Where the moment the two of them left their original spot, an extremely blazing and terrifying sword light suddenly swept over from the ground where they were originally standing. Then the ground exploded, forming an incomparably huge gully. Sword the radiance was intense and terrifying. After the ground was blasted apart, the endless aftershock of the sword radiance swept out in all directions, tearing the surrounding space into pieces. Clang the sword light's aftershock spread out in an unparalleled manner. When it landed on the city gate of Black City, the patterns on the surface of the city gate constantly rippled, completely canceling out the aftershock of the sword light, while the city gate remained intact. Zhuo looked deeply at the city gate of Black City. It seemed that the materials used in Black City were definitely not simple, to be able to completely cancel out the powerful and terrifying sword light so completely. Whoosh! After the sword light exploded, a figure slowly arrived and landed at the city gate. This was a handsome man with snow-white skin. He was dressed in a black robe and had a long sword at his waist. After he landed at the city gate, he glanced indifferently at Zhuo, who was carrying the pale misty dream and retreating 100 steps away. The corner of his mouth raised into a mocking smile as he said indifferently, "A trash in the middle stage of the universe calamity can actually dodge my casual sword strike. You are a bit interesting, but under my sword there has never been anyone who has survived. Since you are able to dodge my sword move, it means that you are not ordinary. Then I will give you a dignified death. I will allow you to commit suicide to atone for your sins." Wen's face turned cold. Was there something wrong with this man called Jian Wuck's brain? He was bragging in front of him. It was clearly his mistake, but in his mouth it was the greatest mercy. He even wanted him to commit suicide to atone for his sins. "So it's Lord Jian Wuck. Quickly, please come in." On the city wall, the two black-armored cultivators, who were originally expressionless and cold, immediately burst into smiles the moment they saw Jian Wuck. They were as passionate as fire as they smiled flatteringly. They hurriedly activated the mechanism of the city gate and opened the huge city gate. They were beaming with smiles as they bowed to Jian Wuck. Jian Wuck turned a blind eye to them. Instead, he stared indifferently at Zhuo. The mocking smile at the corner of his mouth became even wider. Zhuo said angrily, when slowly put down Misty Dream and looked at Jian Wuck mockingly, "Are you sure there is nothing wrong with your brain?" The expression of Jian Wuck, who had been looking down on Zhuo Wen from a lofty position, changed the instant he heard Zhuo Wen's words. Jian Wuck said with a gloomy expression, "How dare you speak to Lord Jian Wuck in such a manner? You are just a piece of trash in the middle stage of the universe calamity. You are courting death." On the city wall, the two black-armored cultivators immediately began to denounce Zhuo. Their tone was unyielding and vicious. Zhuo's gaze was calm. He looked at the two black-armored cultivators and asked, "Didn't you say that I am not qualified to enter Black City? Then, if I defeat this person, will it prove that I am qualified to enter Black City?" Chapter 43-42. The two black-armored cultivators, who had been loudly berating Zhuo, immediately shut their mouths when they heard Zhuo Wen's words, as if something was stuck in their throats. They looked at the young demonic cultivator, who overestimated himself with a strange gaze. Sword Wuck was an early-stage Dharma characteristic, sword expert. He was quite famous in Black City. If the two black-armored cultivators could still believe it if an early-stage Dharma characteristic expert challenged Jian Wuck. However, a mere mid-stage heaven and earth great tribulation trash actually dared to boast shamelessly that he could defeat Jian Wuck. They simply could not believe it. Jian Wuck was also stunned for a moment. Then he laughed out loud and said, Who do you think you are? You don't even have the right to challenge me. How dare you say you can defeat me? What right do you have? With that trashy cultivation of yours?" Wuck mocked mercilessly. However, just as he finished speaking, he immediately felt a terrifying gust of wind whistling over. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of him. Before Jian Wuck could react, a clear slapping sound rang out from his face. Then he was sent flying by a huge force. He was sent flying backwards. Bang! Sword Wuck crashed to the ground in a sorry state. He immediately jumped up and covered his red and swollen cheek with his right hand. His eyes were filled with exasperation as he stared at Zhuowen. "You dare to sneak an attack on me?" Jian Wuck roared angrily. His originally handsome face was swollen, making him look extremely miserable. At the same time, Jian Wuck became somewhat vigilant. Although Zhuowen's cultivation was not high, his methods were rather strange. He actually did not react to this person's attack just now. Zhuowen sneered. A mere early-stage Dharma characteristic expert needed him to sneak an attack on him. The red light in Zhuowen's eyes burned brighter and brighter. The billowing demonic fog was like thick blood that enveloped him. Boom! 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 Zhuowen rushed out again, under the state of demonic corrosion. His speed was even faster than before. Almost as soon as Jian Wuck finished speaking, he appeared behind Jian Wuck. Zhuowen's right hand was like a hook. His 5 fingers tightly gripped Jian Wuck's head, and then he ruthlessly smashed him to the ground. At this moment, Jian Wuck had just placed his right hand on the hilt of the divine sword at his waist. He was a beat slower than Zhuowen. Boom! Jian Wuck's entire face was smashed into the ground. His handsome face was embedded into the ground. Zhuowen's expression was normal as he grabbed the back of Jian Wuck's head with his right hand. Then he did not hold back and kept smashing Jian Wuck's head. The dull crashing sound was so clear and ear-piercing at the Black City's gate. Hara, the 2 black-armored cultivators who had originally wanted to watch the show, were dumbfounded. They kept rubbing their eyes, wondering if they were hallucinating. Smoke Meng's beautiful eyes flickered with shock. Although she knew that Zhuowen was very strong, he was at most a little stronger than a peak universe tribulation expert. But now, seeing how easily Zhuowen had beaten Jian Wuck, who was at the early stage of the cosmic phase, into such a sorry state, she understood that she might have still underestimated Zhuowen's strength. "I want you dead!" Jian Wuck roared. Jian Wuck roared angrily and suddenly pulled out the divine sword at his waist. 1. A majestic and vast aura burst out from his body. Then, a shocking energy seeped out of his body and turned into a huge celestial giant in the void behind him. Rolling cosmic phase, fire swept over with the power to burn the sky. Zhuowen snorted coldly and released his right hand from the back of Jian Wuck's head. He took the opportunity to quickly retreat. While Jian Wuck, who was enveloped by the huge cosmic phase giant, supported his body with both hands and slowly climbed to his feet. His eyes had become completely crimson red. His originally handsome face had already become bruised and swollen, covered in bloodstains. Combined with the furious expression on his face, it caused him to appear exceptionally ferocious and terrifying at that moment. Sword Wu Kei was truly infuriated. He was a cultivator who cared a lot about his appearance. From his handsome face and well-maintained skin, it could be seen that he had high requirements for his appearance. Now, moreover, Zhuowen had reduced him to such a sorry state, and had even specifically slapped his face. How could he not be furious? Lord Jian Wuck is truly enraged. He has even brought out his cosmos aspect. He really wants to kill. On the city wall, the expressions of the 2 black-armored cultivators became especially solemn. They silently stared at the huge cosmic phase giant and stood up. Their bodies could not help but tremble slightly. Smoke Meng also revealed a worried expression. She was naturally not worried about Zhuowen's safety, but her own. Baishi was actually in cahoots with Zhuowen here. If Zhuowen was killed by Jian Wuck, the latter would not let her go. Sword. Wuck's cosmic phase was 800 feet tall. It was the image of a swordsman wearing a wide robe with two divine swords hanging from his waist. You have completely angered me. I wanted to give you a dignified death, but you were too complacent. You actually dared to sneak attack me again and again. Such a shameless person should experience endless pain before he dies. Jian said. Wuk's voice was hoarse. He slowly merged into the huge cosmic phase giant, and then the cosmic phase giant seemed to come alive. It took a step forward and rushed towards Zhuowen. Kung. The sound of two swords being unsheathed rang through the void. The cosmic phase giant pulled out the two divine swords at its waist and then stepped in front of Zhuowen. It crossed its hands and slashed out. The sword light was like lightning. The sword light soared into the sky. The two sword lights crossed each other and ruthlessly slashed towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen shook his head inwardly. Jian Wuk's strength was really ordinary in his eyes. In the early stage of the cosmic phase giant, he could only be considered below average. Such a person had quite a reputation in Black City. This really made Zhuowen feel strange. Could it be that the so-called experts in Black City were not as strong as he thought? Thinking of this, Zhuowen took out the Taiyu sacred sword. He then held the sword hilt horizontally and slashed out. Heaven and earth primordial one-line sky. The fierce sword light pierced through the heavens and the earth. It was shocking. Under the cover of the demonic fog, there was a demonic red light flickering and lingering. The sword light was extremely fast and instantly arrived in front of the huge cosmic phase giant. Boom! At the same time, the demonic fog, which was as vast as the sea, instantly wrapped the huge cosmic phase giant tightly. Two lines the sword rays intertwined with each other, creating a loud noise that shook the heavens and the earth. Then, the colorful energy ripples spread out in all directions in a ring shape. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Kacha! After the loud sound, there was a clear shattering sound. Jian Wuk's powerful intertwined sword light was crushed by the strange red sword light. Under the support of the demonic fog, the sword light became even more powerful and strange. In the end, it heavily entered the huge cosmic phase giant. Jian Wuk let out a shrill and ear-piercing roar. He watched as the cosmic phase giant on the surface was crushed by the strange sword light and crumbled inch by inch. After the huge cosmic phase giant collapsed, Jian Wuk violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell to the ground pathetically, twitching in pain. He tried to get up several times but failed. Lord Jian Wuk must have won. When the black-armored cultivator saw someone fall out of the demonic fog and twitch pathetically, he subconsciously thought that it was Zhuowen. However, when they finally saw the true face of the twitching figure, they were all dumbfounded. Their jaws almost dropped. Chapter 43. Lost. Lost? You must be joking. The two black-armored cultivators looked at Jian Wuk, who was lying on the ground and struggling to get up. Their hearts were filled with complicated emotions and shock. Zhuowen slowly walked in front of Jian Wuk. The latter raised his head, gritted his teeth, and said, You hid your cultivation? Who exactly are you? Wenze looked down at Jian Wuk, who was lying at his feet, and said expressionlessly, I am just a passerby who came to Black City to trade. Moreover, you used your high cultivation to oppress me. You only have yourself to blame for your death. With that, Zhuowen did not give Jian Wuk a chance to beg for mercy. He gently raised the Taiyu, holy sword in his hand, and then fiercely swung it down. The blade that was as sharp as ice pierced through Jian Wuk's forehead, instantly piercing through his head. Jian Wuk's eyes were wide open as he stared at Zhuowen. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, resentment, regret, and other complicated emotions. Even until his death, he never imagined that he would actually cause the death of a mid-stage heaven and earth great tribulation trash by just casually attacking him. The difference between life and death was the difference between life and death. After Zhuowen's sword pierced through Jianwu's forehead, he slowly pulled out the Taiyu holy sword. He held the blood-stained sword and expressionlessly stepped into the already open city gates of Black City. Originally, the Black City gates were opened for Jianwu, but now Jianwu had been killed by Zhuowen. So how could the two black-armored cultivators dare to stop Zhuowen? Yan Meng hurriedly followed behind Zhuowen, silently following behind him. Her heart was also filled with apprehension, and her heart was beating extremely fast. The more she understood how powerful Zhuowen was, the more afraid she was of Zhuowen. However, when she realized that Zhuowen had no intention of pursuing the matter, she heaved a sigh of relief. When facing Zhuowen, her attitude became even more respectful, and she did not dare to be impudent in the slightest. The moment he entered Black City, Zhuowen could sense that there were many powerful and obscure auras in this city that was as black as ink. The weakest of these auras were around the early stage of the cosmic Dharma plane, and some of the stronger ones had even reached the peak of the cosmic Dharma plane. Black City was indeed the core of the underground black market. There were actually so many experts gathered here. Black in the city, there was only one wide street, surrounded by inns and residential areas. Most of the cultivators hurrying along the streets were wearing masks and hoods that shielded their divine sense. Zhuowen and Smoky Dream had already prepared the appropriate masks and hoods before entering the underground black market. Only yes, their cultivation levels were really too low. Their auras could still be sensed by many cosmic Dharma adepts that they were cultivators of the Great Tribulation of Qianqun. At the end of the street stood the most eye-catching black tower. This is the architectural style of this black tower, was sharp and angular. It looked like an unsheathed sword that was abnormally sharp. The black tower was the core trading area of Black City. Many experts would take out precious items and enter the black tower to trade. If someone fancied something, the person in charge of the black tower would arrange for both parties to enter a secret room to discuss. Although Smoky Dream had never entered Black City, she had some understanding of it. Zhuowen also knew about Smoky Dream. The main trading in Black City was done in the Black Tower. The inns in Black City were prepared for the cultivators who came from outside. Of course, there were also some experts who bought real estate in Black City and turned it into inns to earn long-term profits. Moreover, the inns in Black City were not ordinary inns. They were extremely rich in chaotic energy and were excellent places to cultivate. This was just enough for many cultivators to wait in Black City and cultivate in the inns. Zhuowen brought Smoky Dream into the Black Tower. Token Zhuowen was helpless. The entrance fee of the Black Tower was extremely expensive. One had to pay 5 million chaos crystals to obtain a Black Tower token, while the Black Tower token only had the authority to enter and exit the Black Tower 50 times. After 50 times, the Black Tower token would disintegrate and become unusable. The Black Tower had a total of 10 levels. Each level had a huge central hall, and there was a huge screen of light in the center of the hall. Light in the screen, there were many scrolling words. The content was basically all kinds of trading items, such as godly medicines, godly tools, godly pills, godly materials, godly talismans, and so on. Behind these trading items, there was a corresponding code name. This code name was the code name of the trading item's owner. If someone fancied the corresponding item, the person in charge of the Black Tower would contact the trading item's owner and arrange for the two to negotiate the trade. The Black Tower would then collect the corresponding service fee. Zhuowen understood. So many experts gathered in Black City, and the Black Tower was still standing. Most likely its background was very strong, and in the Black Tower, the higher one went, the more precious the trading items displayed. Naturally, the higher the price. Some items could not be bought with money alone. Instead, they required the corresponding precious items to be traded. Ancient Abyssal Demon Stone. When he reached the 6th level of the Black Tower, Zhuowen stopped in front of the central hall, and his eyes fell on the screen of light in the hall. In the center of the screen of light, there was an introduction about the ancient abyssal demon stone, which completely aroused his interest. The ancient abyssal demon stone was born with rich demonic nature. The powerful demonic nature had extremely great side effects for the majority of cultivators. However, to demonic cultivators, the ancient abyssal demon stone was like nectar, which could greatly increase the speed of cultivation of demonic cultivators. The introduction said that the ancient abyssal demon stone could increase the speed of cultivation of demonic cultivators by 2 times. This was extremely shocking. However, the ancient abyssal demon stone was only suitable for demonic cultivators. There were more limitations, so there were not many people who paid attention to it. Although there were hundreds of rivers in the 100 outer realms, demonic cultivators were in the minority. This also caused the ancient abyssal demon stone's position in the Black Tower to be somewhat awkward. No one cared about it. Zhuowen thought for a moment and walked to the front of the counter closest to the central hall. Standing behind the counter was a good-looking woman. There was a professional smile on her lips. "What kind of item do you want to trade?" the woman asked with a smile. "Ancient abyssal demon stone." Zhuowen deliberately lowered his voice, which was slightly hoarse. Female Z was startled, then nodded and said, "Sir, please wait for a moment. I will go and call the person in charge of the 6th level." As Z spoke, she stood up and walked toward the depths of the hall. No, after a while, the woman came out with a middle-aged man with a cold gaze. The middle-aged man was not very tall. In fact, he was even shorter than the woman beside him. However, his eyes were extremely sharp, like that of an eagle's. They gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. This person's aura was not weak. He was actually a strong cultivator at the middle stage of the Dharma plane of the universe. "Lord Shangguan, this is the guest who wants to trade the ancient abyssal demon stone." Z walked to the front of the counter and pointed at Zhuowen with a slender finger as she spoke to the middle-aged man beside her. The middle-aged man glanced at Zhuowen and had the woman continue to stand guard at her post. Meanwhile, he walked in front of Zhuowen. Chapter 4344. "Sir, are you sure you want to trade for the ancient abyssal stone? The side effects of this item are not small. Even a devil cultivator has a lot of drawbacks, not to mention you aren't even a cosmic image," the middle-aged man said bluntly. "It doesn't matter. Even if I don't need it now, it will come in handy when I break through in the future. After all, the ancient abyssal stone is not a cabbage that can be found everywhere. If you miss it this time, you may not have the chance to find it again in the future," Zhuowen said lightly. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and continued. "Also, the owner of the ancient abyssal stone doesn't need chaos crystals. He needs second heaven's eternal divine medicines. It would be best if you have a 9-leaf ginseng fruit or a 7-colored lotus root. If you don't have it, other healing divine medicines of the same level are also fine. If you have a second heaven's eternal divine medicine, this deal can be made." While speaking, the middle-aged man looked at Zhuowen indifferently. After coming out, he saw at a glance that Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the universe tribulation. Although he wondered how this kid entered the Black City with such a low cultivation, he didn't think much about it. Instead, he put forward the request of the ancient abyssal stone's owner. He believed that after hearing this request, Zhuowen would definitely back out. After all, Zhuowen's cultivation was too low. Not to mention second heaven's eternal divine medicines. He was already rich with first heaven's eternal divine medicines. "I have the 7-colored lotus root. You can contact the owner of the ancient abyssal stone." The middle-aged man was surprised that Zhuowen really had a second heaven's eternal divine medicine. Moreover, it was the 7-colored lotus root that the owner of the ancient abyssal stone urgently needed. "Are you sure? Our Black Tower never lies. Once we do, it's a big crime," the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Let's go inside. I can take out the divine medicine for you to identify. Zhuowen said calmly. Good. Come with me. The middle-aged man nodded and led Zhuowen and Yen Meng into the inner room. Large the area behind the hall was extremely large. There were dozens of private rooms. Occasionally, a few people would walk out of the corresponding private rooms. The middle-aged man brought the two of them to an empty box. It was spacious and comfortable. Furthermore, Zhuowen noticed that there were many shielding restrictions set up around the box. Zhuowen took out the 7-colored divine lotus root and handed it to the middle-aged man. Zhuowen had obtained this rainbow god lotus root from the 7 emotions, 6 desires holy lord's starlight world. He didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. It is indeed the rainbow divine lotus root. The two of you, please sit in the box for a while. I'll contact the owner of the ancient abyssal stone. The middle-aged man returned the 7-colored divine lotus root to Zhuowen. The corners of his mouth revealed a relieved smile as he hurriedly left this place. After the middle-aged man left, Zhuowen summoned Duan Jipeng and Shan Lingyun from the great cosmos. Brother Duan, Master, we're already in Xian Sacred City's Black Market. You can browse around inside the Black Tower and see if there are any items you want to trade, Zhuowen said. Duan Jipeng and Shan Lingyun were already in the great cosmos. They already knew where this place was, so they weren't surprised. After Zhuowen briefly introduced the Black Tower to the two of them, he let the two of them leave the box and go to the other levels of the Black Tower. As for him, he continued to sit in the box and wait for the owner of the ancient abyssal stone. Dao Nianmeng looked at Zhuowen with respect. After Duan Jipeng appeared, she could feel that the latter was also a genuine cosmic avatar expert. His aura was even stronger than Jianwu's. However, Duan Jipeng was very respectful towards Zhuowen. From this, it could be seen that Zhuowen wasn't simple. Zhuowen didn't have to wait for long before the door of the box was opened again. The middle-aged man walked in. Behind him, a man covered in a black robe and wearing a strange mask silently followed behind him. Under the middle-aged man's lead, this person sat opposite Zhuowen. The pair of cold eyes exposed by the mask stared coldly at Zhuowen. You're the one who wants to trade the ancient abyssal stone, right? The black-robed man asked in a low voice. Zhuowen glanced at the man in front of him and frowned slightly. For some reason, he felt a strange sense of familiarity from this person. This sense of familiarity was very strange, but he just couldn't remember who this person was. That's right. Zhuowen tossed aside the wild thoughts in his mind and replied indifferently. The person in charge told me that you have the rainbow god lotus root that I need. Give me the rainbow god lotus root, and this ancient abyssal stone is yours. As the black-robed man spoke, he took out an irregular, pitch-black stone. This stone was half the size of palm. Its surface had irregular sharp edges, and the stone surface was engraved with dense runes that were filled with demonic nature. Clang the moment this stone appeared, Zhuowen immediately realized that the limitless demon book in the great cosmos had a strange reaction. As expected, his guess was right. This ancient abyssal stone was indeed of great help to cultivating the limitless demon book. Otherwise, the limitless demon book wouldn't be so excited. Zhuowen took out the rainbow god lotus root and handed it to the middle-aged man. Medium after the middle-aged man received the rainbow god lotus root and the ancient abyssal stone. He carefully examined them and didn't find any problems. He exchanged the two items and handed them to Zhuowen and the black-robed man, respectively. Black after the black-robed man carefully examined them, he nodded slightly and put away the rainbow god lotus root. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. After the black-robed man finished speaking, he hurriedly left. While Zhuowen, on the other hand, left the room after paying the corresponding service fee. In the hall, Zhuowen looked at the black-robed man's back as he hurriedly left, and a thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes. The black-robed man gave him a strange sense of familiarity. but he couldn't remember who this person was. This meant that he wasn't familiar with this person, and they might have only met once. But Zhuo was careful, so after handing over the Rainbow God Lotus Root, he secretly left a faint imprint on the Rainbow God Lotus Root. After he traded for the divine ship ticket in the Black Tower, he planned to investigate this person's true identity. Ever since he cultivated the primordial technique, Zhuo's intuition had become more and more accurate. In the short period of contact with the black-robed man, his intuition not only gave him a strange sense of familiarity, but also gave him a hint of danger. This meant that this black-robed man was a threat to him, and he wasn't a good person. He had to be careful. Next, Zhuo continued to browse in the Black Tower, and finally, on the 8th floor, he saw the divine ship tickets for sale. There were a total of 3 tickets for sale on the 8th floor, and each ticket was auctioned off. The highest bidder would win. With Zhuo's current status, he really wasn't afraid of competing with money at all. Therefore, during the bidding process, Zhuo finally won one of the tickets to the Void Yama Realm at an extremely high price. The departure date of this ticket is 20 days later. It seems that I'll have to wait 20 days before I can take the divine ship to the Void Yama Realm. Zhuo looked at the departure date on the ticket and was slightly disappointed. 20 days was still a little long for him, but he couldn't do anything about it. After all, in order to avoid exposing his identity, he could only buy the ticket in the black market. He didn't dare to buy it through the proper channels at all. Next, Zhuo met up with Duan Jipeng and Shan Lingyun. The two of them also traded what they needed in the Black Tower, and their faces were brimming with excitement. In the end, Zhuo decided to stay in the Black City for a while until the divine ship set off. Chapter 43:45. After leaving the Black Tower, Zhuo found a nearby inn that was quite cost-effective, and immediately booked a room for a period of 20 days. Duan Jipeng and Shan Lingyun returned to Zhuo's great world. As for Yenmeng, Zhuo booked an ordinary room for her. And after returning to the room, Zhuo raised his eyebrows as if he had sensed something. He realized that the little trick he had done to the Rainbow Divine Lotus Root had been triggered. What he had planted in the Rainbow Divine Lotus Root was an undetectable micro-monitoring restriction. It would only be activated when the Rainbow Divine Lotus Root was being refined. Now, since the micro-monitoring restriction had been activated, it was obvious that the owner of the ancient abyssal rock had begun to refine the Rainbow Divine Lotus Root impatiently. The scenery in front of him gradually changed, and the room around him soon became different. What appeared in front of him was another room. This room was much more luxurious than the one Zhuo was staying in. In the middle of the room, a middle-aged man with a sinister expression sat cross-legged. Judging from his build, this was the black-robed man that Zhuo had made a deal with in the Black Tower. However, when Zhuo's gaze fell on the middle-aged man's face, he couldn't help but be stunned. I didn't expect it to be him. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I made a deal with him back then. When muttered to himself, he had indeed seen the black-robed man before, and it was only a chance encounter. Because the black-robed man's true identity was actually Fei Pingze. Fei Pingze's cultivation and strength could only be considered average. But he had a powerful divine ship called the Black God, which greatly increased his battle strength. This left a deep impression on Zhuo. Only yes, what Zhuo couldn't understand was that Fei Pingze's identity had been exposed, and he was probably wanted by the Zixian clan now. Why did he still dare to return to the Zixian holy city? Following as the Rainbow Divine Lotus Root was being refined continuously, the scene in front of Zhuo became more and more blurry. Zhuo knew that once Fei Pingze completely refined the 7-colored Divine Lotus Root, the miniature restrictions hidden within it would vanish on their own. At that time, the scene would become pitch black. Not long after, when there was only 1/3 of the Rainbow Lotus Root left, Fei Pingze stopped refining. He took out the communication talisman from his waist and looked at the message. His face turned gloomy. He quietly put away the remaining rainbow divine lotus roots, then walked to the door and gently opened it. Only seeing the two people standing outside the door, they glanced at Fei Pingze and whispered something to him. Fei Pingze then allowed them to enter the room. At this moment, the restrictions on the 7-colored divine lotus had become rather damaged, so the images that were transmitted to Zhouyin were incomplete as well. However, Zhouyin was barely able to see the two people outside the door. It's them. What surprised Zhouyin was that he had seen these two people before. Zhouyin had seen them before. He had accidentally met Fu Chen when he had just entered the basin where the Black City was located. At that time, Fu Chen had brought 2 men to the Black City. However, the 2 of them were in a hurry and entered the Black City first, leaving Fu Chen to deal with them alone. And these 2 people were the 2 cultivators that Fu Chen had led to the Black City. Crippled, the incomplete scene flashed by and completely faded into a blur. However, Zhouyin could still barely hear the voice in Fei Pingze's room. Fei Pingze, you have disappointed that lord this time. I thought that you would be able to bring out the sacred fire source seamlessly, but you still failed and even exposed your identity. Outside, the pale and skinny man who was walking in front walked in first. His pair of vertical pupils stared coldly at Fei Pingze. Fei Pingze frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "The security of Zixian's sacred city is far from what you can imagine. It's already amazing that I was able to steal the sacred fire source. It's simply a fool's dream to think that I can take it away without alerting the enemy. And the sacred fire source is indeed very magical. After my black god merged with the sacred fire source, its power increased by more than several times. It was as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. Then, how miraculous is the higher level of the sacred fire source?" At this point, Fei Pingze's face was full of excitement, and he couldn't help but dance with joy. "Humph! Do I need you to tell me how magical the sacred fire source is? After all, the sacred fire source comes from the sacred fire source. Otherwise, that lord wouldn't have tried so hard to get this thing. This time you acted without permission to steal the sacred fire source and alerted the enemy. This made that lord very dissatisfied. He specifically asked you to make up for your mistakes and help us seize the sacred fire source." The skinny man said indifferently. Fei Pingze frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "The sacred fire source is the core sacred object of the Zixian clan. It is said that it is stored in the core of the Zixian sacred city. The 2 female supremes take turns to guard it, and the 5 saintesses hold a part of the key. If you want to get the sacred fire source, you must first obtain the keys of the 5 saintesses, and then enter the core of the sacred city and face a female supremacy. This is simply impossible for us to accomplish." The skinny man sneered and said, "This matter has already been arranged by the Lord. Except for the 3 saintesses, the keys of the other 4 saintesses are already in the Lord's control. Your task now is to steal the keys of the 3 saintesses. For someone like you, who has the title of divine thief, this is not difficult." Fei Pingze frowned slightly. With his divine thief technique, it was not difficult to steal the keys of the 3 saintesses. The real difficulty was that after stealing the keys, he would inevitably be discovered. At that time, he would have to face the pursuit of the entire Zixian clan's core powerhouses. That is, under the transformation of the sacred fire source, his black god had become extremely powerful. But he still did not have the confidence to fight against so many powerhouses of the Zixian clan alone. The tall and skinny man saw Fei Pingze's concern and said with a faint smile, "Don't worry, we'll be responsible for luring away the saintesses and other high-level powerhouses of the Zixian sacred city. This will be enough to create an opportunity for you to steal the keys of the 3 saintesses." Fei Pingze asked curiously, "Oh, what method do you plan to use? It won't be easy to lure out most of the higher-ups of the Zixian clan and the 5 saintesses." The skinny man smiled and said, "What is the most important and unique property of the Zixian sacred city?" Fei Peng's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but look at the skinny man and said, "Are you planning to attack the divine ship of the Zixian sacred city?" There were many properties in the Zixian sacred city, but the only one that was unique was the divine ship of the Zixian sacred city. This divine ship. The divine ship was a treasure granted to the Zixian clan by the Supreme Realm, and it was the only way to go to the Supreme Realm. It was this uniqueness that made the Zixian sacred city play a pivotal role in all the realms below the Supreme Realm, becoming the true central hub. And this was also the foundation of the Zixian clan's rapid development and becoming the top powerhouse of the higher realms. If someone really attacked the divine ship, the Zixian clan would indeed mobilize all their forces without the slightest carelessness. Chapter 43-46. Is that lord also going to make a move? Fei Pengze suppressed the horror in his heart and asked in a low voice, "This depends on the situation, but I know that Lord will definitely be present to pay attention to the follow-up development. If the female supreme of the Zixian clan makes a move, he will naturally make a move as well," the skinny man said ambiguously. "Good. If so, then I will help you steal the key of the third saintess, as agreed." Fei Pengze agreed without hesitation. He knew how terrifying that lord was. His previous exposure of his identity had already made that lord unhappy. If he refused this time, what awaited him would be death. "Our operation will take place in about half a month. I will inform you through the communication jade when the time comes. I hope you won't disappoint that lord this time." The skinny man threw a communication jade to Fei Pengze. With a deep look in his eyes, he turned and left, leaving Fei Pengze standing there with a thoughtful look. At the same time, in another room of the inn, Zhou eyes slowly narrowed. Fei the conversation between Pengze and the skinny man. He heard it all without missing a single word. He was not interested in what grudges the so-called lord had with the Zixian clan. Even more so, Zhou wasn't even interested in their schemes and sabotage at all. But what he cared about was that these guys chose to make a move at this time, and to make a move on the Zixian sacred city's divine ship. Damn it, why at this time? Fei Pengze frowned and sighed in his heart. His ticket was in 20 days, but these guys made a move in half a month. If they really succeeded, the Zixian sacred city's divine ship might be damaged, and wouldn't his trip be delayed? From their conversation, Zhou could tell that the lord they were talking about was at least at the level of Ni Gu Starlight. It was impossible for Zhou to compete with a master of this level. If we want to prevent the divine ship from being damaged, then we must inform the Zixian clan and let them raise their vigilance. Zhou muttered to himself, frowning slightly. He did not have a good impression of the Zixian clan. From the actions of the third saintess, it could be seen that the Zixian clan was not good people. But now he needed to use the divine worship to travel to the Void Yama realm. If he wanted to protect the divine worship, he could only rely on the Zixian clan. Judging from the conversation just now, they will make their move half a month later. During this period of time, I'll have Smoky Dream scout out the specific itinerary of the 5 holy maidens in the Black Tower. Zhou eyes flickered. He knew that this news had to be passed on to the saintess of the Zixian clan. After all, the 5 saintesses were the main managers now. As long as he knew the whereabouts of the 5 saintesses during this period of time, he could secretly approach the saintesses and inform them of this matter. Zhou summoned Smoky Dream, who was in the room next door, and ordered her to pay attention to the news of the 5 holy daughters in the Black Tower during this period of time. If necessary, she was to buy them at a high price. Although Yan Meng was puzzled as to why Zhou had started to pay attention to news about the Holy Maiden, when she thought about how powerful and ruthless he was, she didn't dare to question him. She only dared to silently carry out the tasks that Zhou had arranged for her. After Smoky Dream left, Zhou set up the corresponding restriction array around the room. Then he took out the ancient abyssal devil stone. "I hope This ancient abyssal devil stone can really help me break through to the second layer of the limitless devil tome. Wen's eyes flickered with anticipation. He began to circulate the limitless devil tome. The rolling demonic energy was like viscous blood, enveloping the ancient abyssal devil stone. Devil the moment the ancient abyssal devil stone came into contact with the demonic energy, it immediately burst out with a strange black light, as if it had suddenly come alive. Waves of pure demonic energy surged over like a reverse tide, enveloping Zhuowen's entire body. Zhuowen immediately discovered that his understanding of the limitless devil tome and the speed of his cultivation increased exponentially, as expected of the ancient abyssal devil stone. According to the current cultivation speed, I'm afraid I'll be able to cultivate to the second layer of the limitless devil tome very quickly. Wen couldn't help but secretly rejoice. He circulated the limitless devil tome even faster. Time passed faintly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the 5th day. On this day, Zhuowen's room was filled with dense demonic energy. If not for the various restrictions and arrays in the surroundings, the demonic energy would have annihilated everything within a radius of a few thousand miles. The rolling demonic energy suddenly shrank rapidly. In an instant, it all poured into the body of the young man in the center of the room. The young man had a head of pitch-black hair that was untainted by a speck of dust. He slowly opened his eyes, which flickered with a demonic crimson color, adding to his demonic aura. The effects of the ancient abyssal devil stone far exceeded my expectations. In just 5 days, I've successfully cultivated to the second layer of the limitless devil tome. The young man was Zhuowen. He looked at the black ashes beside his feet, his eyes filled with sighs and laments. After cultivating to the second layer of the limitless devil tome, Zhuowen also discovered that the demonic energy had become stronger. The increase in his own strength had also greatly increased. Even more, what surprised Zhuowen was that he had also obtained a new sacred art. This sacred art was called the demonic eye. Originally, Zhuowen thought that the limitless devil tome only had one sacred art, and that was the demonic energy. As the limitless devil tome continued to deepen, it only made the demonic energy stronger and stronger. Now, from the looks of it, he was completely wrong. It should be that he could obtain a new sacred art without cultivating to a new level of the limitless devil tome. And this new sacred art, the demonic eye, was also extremely extraordinary. It had 2 powerful eye techniques. One was that it could absorb demonic energy continuously, and during battle, it could release a powerful demonic god statue to fight. And the second was to use one's own demonic energy as fuel, igniting an eternal and indestructible eternal devil flame. This was especially true for the second eye technique. Its power was extremely great, but its side effects were also extremely terrifying. It was a move that harmed the enemy by 1,000 and the user by 800. Other than that, after Zhuowen successfully broke through to the second layer of the limitless devil tome, his cultivation had also improved slightly. His cultivation was at the middle stage of the universe, Great Tribulation. Under the boost of the second level of the limitless devil tome, his cultivation reached the peak of the middle stage of the universe, Great Tribulation, in one go. He wasn't far from the late stage of the universe, Great Tribulation. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, followed by Yan Meng's voice. Zhua, after opening the door and letting Yan Meng in, when asked in a deep voice, "Any news?" Yan Meng was a little nervous. She nodded and said, "There is little news about the Saintess. This is sensitive information in the underground black market, so there are not many channels. Fortunately, I spent a lot of money yesterday and learned that the Saintess Xi Long will be holding a banquet in the Saint Pavilion. She wants to meet an important person. Sir, if you want to find the Saintess Xi Long, then you have to go to the Saint Pavilion." Hearing this, Zhuowen revealed a thoughtful expression. He just nodded lightly. It seemed that he had to go to the Saint Pavilion, although he said that he was not interested in the Saintess Zilong. But this was the key to whether he could smoothly take the divine ship to the Void Yama realm. He had to pass on the plot and plan of Fei Pingze and the others to the Saintess Zilong. Chapter 43-47. The Saint Pavilion was very famous in Zixian, Holy City. It was one of the top 3 pavilions in Zixian, Holy City. In the Saint Pavilion, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The expenses were extremely high. Only the rich could afford to set up a banquet in the Saint Pavilion. Of course, the Saint Pavilion was so famous and the expenses were so extravagant. Naturally, it was because its background was not low. Otherwise, the Saint Pavilion would have been suppressed secretly. When Zhuowen arrived at the Saint Pavilion with Yan Meng, Shan Lingyun, Duan Jipeng, and Shi Patian, they found that the Saint Pavilion was very lively. Many cultivators with strong auras were invited into the Saint Pavilion. According to Yan Meng's information, the Zilong Saintess had set up a banquet in the Saint Pavilion's 3rd Saint Pavilion tonight to entertain important guests. Therefore, when Zhuowen was in the underground black market, he spent a high price to buy the right to use the 4th Saint Pavilion. Although the Saint Pavilion was extravagant, it was still a place for banquets. In the underground black market, these things that could be bought with money were actually the most worthless. Once they entered the Saint Pavilion, Zhuowen took out the Saint Pavilion's 4th Saint Pavilion token and was immediately led into the Saint Pavilion. The one who led them was a beautiful maid. The latter's clothes were quite revealing. The tight cheongsam outlined her beautiful curves incisively. As she walked in front, she was exceptionally seductive. "Distinguished guests, please come in." XDW8 when they arrived at the door of the 4th Saint Pavilion. The beautiful maid had a charming smile on her face. A pair of limpid eyes stared firmly at Zhuowen. She was straightforward and explicit. The 4th Saint Pavilion was extremely large and decorated with gold and jade. Inside the pavilion, there were already 8 graceful maids in a row, waiting for the arrival of the pavilion's owner. After Zhuowen let Duan Jipeng and the others enter first, he whispered to the maid who led the way, "I have something I need you to do. If you can successfully complete it, I will reward you with the yin-yang spiritual pill." The servant's eyes flashed with elation. She was only at the 5 elements transformation stage, and she was only 1 step away from the 6 heaven-crushing transformations, the yin-yang transformation stage. Right now, she only lacked 1 yin-yang spiritual pill to successfully break through. However, the yin-yang spiritual pill was too expensive for her. She would need to work for decades without eating or drinking to save enough money to buy it. Now, this demonic cultivator with unfathomable strength actually promised to give her a yin-yang divine pill. How could she not be pleasantly surprised? "Young master, you're really generous." As long as young master can give this servant a yin-yang spirit pill, this servant is willing to do anything. The beautiful maid's autumn eyes were glistening with tears, and her graceful snow-white body couldn't help but stick to Zhuowen. She breathed into Zhuowen's ear, soft and sweet. Zhuowen expressionlessly pushed the maid away and said in a low voice, "You may have misunderstood. What I want you to do is not what you think." As he spoke, Zhuowen took out a jade slip and said to the maid, "Later, when the owner of Sage Room 3 arrives, secretly place this jade slip on the tray of dishes and send it to Room 3. If you complete it, I will give you a yin-yang spiritual pill afterwards." The beautiful maid blushed with shame. She knew that she had misunderstood Zhuowen's meaning, but she quickly returned to normal, and her eyes revealed hesitation. Although her position in the Sage Pavilion wasn't high, she knew that those who could host a banquet in the first 3 rooms of the Sage Pavilion were all important figures. If the information in this jade slip was normal, then it would be fine. But if it wasn't, wouldn't she be in trouble if the important figure in room 3 became angry? You can rest assured that the information in the jade slip is good news for the person in room 3. If she is in a good mood, She can even reward you. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you. Later, I will find other maids to help me complete this task. Zhuowen said calmly. The beautiful maid thought for a while, and finally accepted the jade slip. She said solemnly, Sir, don't worry. Ying will definitely not disappoint you. After the beautiful maid Ying left, Zhuowen safely entered the number 4 private room. Next, the maids of the sage pavilion began to serve plates of exotic delicacies, and the service of the maids standing around was very considerate. This sage pavilion is indeed worthy of its reputation. Their dishes contain extremely rich energy essence. Eating these dishes will be of great benefit to one's qi, blood, and cultivation. Duan Jipeng took a sip of the sweet divine wine and said in amazement, Delicious, really delicious. Shan Lingyun and Shi Patian fought to be the first to grab the dishes, wolfing them down as if they were afraid of being robbed. Yan Meng, on the other hand, was absent-mindedly chewing and swallowing. She looked at Zhuowen from time to time, and then looked at Duan Jipeng and the rest without saying a word. While Zhuowen and the others were silently waiting for the news in Sage Room 4, a beautiful maid brought 4 people to Sage Room 3 next to them. Among the 4 people, the leader was a beautiful woman in a luxurious dress. She was the 3rd holy maiden, Zilong. At this moment, Zilong was talking and laughing with the 3 people beside her. The 3 people were an old man with an antique lamp, a demonic woman with scarlet lips, and a middle-aged man with a horsetail whisk. The 3 of you are willing to come to my banquet. It is Zilong's honor. Zilong smiled happily, and her attitude towards the 3 people was extremely polite. After all, the 3 of them were from the Supreme Region, and she didn't dare to neglect them. We have troubled you this time, Holy Maiden Zilong. Not only have you prepared first-class tickets for us, but you have also personally received us. The old man with the antique lamp said politely, but his attitude was quite arrogant. After the 4 of them sat down, the maid in the room immediately poured tea and wine for them. The service was considerate, and it was meticulous. The 3 of you, I heard that you've been tracking a rogue cultivator named Zhuowen. What's the origin of this person? He actually caused you to mobilize so many people. Zilong raised her wine cup, and after toasting to the 3 people, she asked curiously, That Zhuowen is just a nobody. It's mainly because he has mastered some kind of strange, secret technique that allows him to be completely silent. Even we can't track his aura. The middle-aged Taoist with the horsetail whisk snorted coldly. Oh, what kind of secret technique is that even the 3 of you together can't see through? Zilong was surprised, and she became more and more curious about Zhuowen. The 3 people in front of her were all at the peak of the Dharma plane of the universe. In terms of cultivation, they were similar to her, but their strength was stronger than hers. She also heard that Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the Qiankuan tribulation level, but he could easily escape from the 3 of them. She had to admit that this person was not simple. Chapter 43:48. This boy can turn himself into invisible water and blend into the earth, rivers, and so on. Then, with the help of the water flow or other things, he can move quickly and escape. Moreover, after he turns into invisible water, his aura completely disappears, and we can't distinguish him at all, the bewitching woman with scarlet lips said in a deep voice. Zilong, who was originally indifferent, suddenly narrowed her eyes after hearing the bewitching woman's description. She immediately thought of the group of people she met in the Shiran domain. She remembered that the leader of that group of people had a strange, secret technique that allowed him to transform into invisible water. At that time, she didn't care, but now that the bewitching woman mentioned it, she immediately thought of it. The 3 of you, is the Zhuowen you mentioned this person? Zilong sketched out Zhuowen's general appearance based on her impression of him at that time and showed it to the 3 of them. The 3 of them, who were originally calm, after seeing the portrait that Zilong sketched with her fingers, completely lost their calm and stood up excitedly. Saintess Zilong, have you seen this boy before? The old man asked while breathing heavily. Zilong nodded and told them everything that happened in the Shur Ran domain. Shur Ran domain? What is this boy doing in the Shur Ran domain? After the three of them calmed down, they all fell into deep thought. The Shur Ran domain was a long distance away from the Xian domain. They must use the ancient transmission formation to travel a long distance to reach there. However, the Shur Ran domain was not too far away from the Nuwa domain. Thinking of how they did not find Zhou around the Nuwa domain, it was very likely that the latter was hiding in the Shur Ran domain. Saintess Zilong, thank you for the clue. We have to make a trip to the Shur Ran domain. If we can catch Zhou, we will definitely come back to thank you. The three of them stood up and immediately bade farewell to Zilong. Without any hesitation, they left room number 3. Zilong was stunned. She didn't expect the three of them to leave just like that, which made her feel very embarrassed. However, she didn't dare to ask them to stay because the three of them were of high status. They were already giving her a lot of face by attending her banquet. Just as the three of them left, a group of beautiful maids entered the room while carrying plates of exquisite dishes. The maid called Ying was among them. Ying deliberately walked to Zilong's side and put down the tray in her hands. Zilong, who was still in a daze, inadvertently noticed the inconspicuous jade slip on the tray. XDW8, she looked at Ying indifferently and said, "Who told you to give this to me?" Ying lowered her head and respectfully said, "A senior told me to give this to you. He said that there is urgent news inside. If you don't read it, he said that you will regret it." However, Zilong laughed. What a boastful tone. If I don't see it, I'll regret it. Although Zilong did not take it seriously, she still picked up the jade slip on the tray and sent a part of her divine sense into the jade slip. After she finished reading, her face suddenly became extremely serious. "Where is the person who gave you the jade slip?" Zilong suddenly stood up and asked Ying. That senior said that if you trust him, then I will bring him to you. Ying said softly. Zilong's beautiful eyes flashed, and she said in a deep voice, "Bring him here." Ying bowed and left the 3rd private room. She brought the news to Zhou, who was in the 4th private room. "You did well. This is the Yin-Yang divine pill." In the 4th room, Zhou was very satisfied after listening to Ying's report and handed the Yin-Yang divine pill to Ying. The Yin-Yang divine pill was just a divine pill that could break the heavens' 6 changes. To the current Zhou, it was worthless. Naturally, he wouldn't be stingy. After Ying received the Yin-Yang divine pill, she brought Zhou back to the 3rd room. Of course, in order to confuse the public, Zhou deliberately let Ying walk around the Saint Pavilion before coming to the 3rd room. The Saint Pavilion's security measures were very good. Every room had a restriction that blocked divine sense. Therefore, when Zhou came out of the 3rd room, he was not afraid of being detected by Zilong's divine sense in the 4th room. After Zhou entered the 3rd room, Zilong dismissed all the maids in the room and pointed to the seat opposite her. Zhou nodded and sat opposite Zilong, silently waiting for the latter to speak. "How should I address you?" Zilong looked at the young demonic cultivator in front of her, who was full of demonic nature and whose eyes were shining with a demonic red light. There was some doubt in her eyes. She always felt that the young demonic cultivator in front of her gave her a strange sense of familiarity. "My name is not important. What is important is whether or not Saintess C Long believes the information I gave you." Zhou said lightly, "You said that in half a month, someone will attack the divine ship. How are you going to prove that what you said is true?" Zilong's expression was extremely serious. The divine ship was an extremely important means of transportation for Xian Sacred City. At the same time, it was also one of the most heavily guarded places. For many years, many people had the idea of attacking the divine ship, but in the end, they all returned in failure. Therefore, she did not think that there would be anyone who would dare to attack the divine ship of Xian Sacred City. I can swear to the heavens that what I said is true. If you still don't believe me, then I have nothing to say." Zhuowen shrugged and said lightly. In Zhuowen's opinion, he had already sworn to the heavens. This Zilong should believe him. Zilong was silent for a moment. She looked up at Zhuowen and said coldly, "If you want me to believe you, swearing to the heavens is not enough. At least you have to first state your identity. Also, why are you telling me this information? What is your purpose?" Zhuowen frowned. This Zilong was going too far. He was not her prisoner, so he had no obligation to reveal all of his secrets. "That's all I have to say. If you don't believe me, then I have nothing to say." Zhuowen stood up. He did not want to argue with Zilong anymore. This woman was too self-centered. No matter how much he said to her, it would be useless. "Did I say you could leave? Stop right there. Follow me back to the law enforcement hall immediately. If you release the memory of your divine soul for us to see, we will believe what you said." Zilong stood up and stood in front of Zhuowen as she said, self-righteously, "You still want to search my soul?" Zhuowen's eyes turned completely cold. He really did not expect Zilong to be so crazy. She actually wanted to search the soul of a person who came to warn her out of kindness before she believed him. She did not take his life seriously at all. "I am not a member of your Zishan clan. I have no obligation to search your soul." Zhuowen said coldly, "You are now in Zishan Sacred City. Here, the power of the Holy Maiden is greater than anything else. Whatever I ask, you must obey unconditionally. Even if I want you to die, you will die. If you don't want to be wanted by my Zishan clan, you better listen to me. Otherwise, you will not be able to leave Zishan Sacred City at all." Zilong sneered. "You are really hopeless." Zhuowen did not want to argue with Zilong. This was a selfish and stupid woman who was completely self-centered. It was useless for him to say anything more. After that, Zhuowen quickly rushed to the door of the box. "Where do you think you are going?" Zilong stretched out her slender hand and blasted Zhuowen with her palm. Suddenly, Zhuowen was hit hard and embedded into the side wall. She quickly closed in and pinched Zhuowen's neck with her right hand. However, her hand was cold and thick. "Puppet!" Zilong looked at Zhuowen, who was embedded in the wall with lifeless eyes. She let go of her hand, and her face became extremely gloomy. Chapter 40, 349. In room 4, a strand of invisible water gradually condensed into a human figure. Duan Jipeng, Shan Lingyun, and the others, who were eating heartily, immediately stopped eating. Their eyes became serious. Water invisible escape was Zhuowen's secret skill to save his life. If there was no crisis, Zhuowen would not use this secret skill casually. "Brother Zhuo, did things not go well?" Duan Jipeng asked first. "Enter the macro world first. After you leave here, I will tell you in detail." Zhuowen's face was gloomy. He sent away all the maidservants in the room and opened the entrance to the macro world, taking Duan Jipeng and the others in. After doing this, he turned into a puddle of invisible water again and quietly left the Saint Pavilion. Not long after Zhuo Wengang left, the door to room number 4 was forced open by someone, and a group of guards swarmed in. Behind the guards, Zilong walked in slowly. Behind her, there was a middle-aged woman who was still attractive. This, the middle-aged woman, was the pavilion master of the Saint Pavilion, Tao Hongji. Why are they gone?" Tao Hongji looked around, and her beautiful eyes became extremely strange. The maidservants in room 4, who had been sent away by Zhuowen, knelt in front of Tao Hongji. "Pavilion master," the group of guests in the room were still in there. "Now, in the blink of an eye, they are gone. This has nothing to do with us." The maidservants were trembling in fear as they explained. "Later, naturally, someone will take care of you. Bring Ying in." Tao Hongji said coldly. "No." After a while, 2 cultivators walked in with Ying, who was tied up. Saintess Zilong, this girl is yours to deal with. Tao Hongji said. Tao Hongji looked at Zilong, who was beside her, and a flattering smile appeared on her face. Tell me, what is the background of that young demonic cultivator? Why did you help him pass the message? As long as you can give me a satisfactory answer, not only will you not be guilty, but you will also have done a great service. Zilong came to Yingying's side and caressed Yingying's cheeks with her slender hands. Yingying's beautiful face turned pale with fright. She was at a loss of what to do. Stuttering, she told her father about the conversation she had with Zhuowen. Just because of a yin-yang divine pill, you helped him pass on a message. You don't know his background? Zilong's face darkened. Yingying lowered her head and grunted. Before she could react, she was hit in the face by a gust of wind. She screamed and lost consciousness. Tao Hongji looked at Yingying's body that was gradually turning cold. He sighed softly in his heart, but he did not dare to show his dissatisfaction. If the Saint Pavilion could continue to exist in Xian's sacred city, it must rely on the 5 saints, so she did not dare to offend any of the saints. Peach Pavilion Lord, I'm really sorry to trouble you to come out personally this time. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be heading back first. Without waiting for Tao Hongji's reply, Long flicked his sleeves and left. Tao Hong looked at Zilong's back as she left. Her heart was filled with bitterness. She knew that what had happened today had caused Zilong to be dissatisfied with her and the Saint Pavilion. It seemed that she would have to spend a lot of effort to make up for today's mistakes. After leaving the Saint Pavilion, Zhuowen's face was very gloomy. He really did not expect that Zilong, this woman, could be so unreasonable. After confirming that Zilong hadn't chased after him, Zhuowen chose a rather remote and in Xian sacred city to stay. He did not know if Zilong would pass on the news he had told her, but he had no other choice now. He could only wait silently for the arrival of the departure day of the divine ship. One in the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Zhuowen found that Xian sacred city's security had not been strengthened. Instead, in the sacred city, his arrest warrant began to appear. It seems that Zilong did not take your word seriously. Now that she has put you on the wanted list, this is really bad. In the inn, in a spacious room, Zhuowen, Jiu Yuan, Duan Jipeng, and others were gathered here. It was Duan Jipeng who had just spoken. Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a trace of hostility. If he was not in Xian's sacred city now, he really wanted to teach Zilong, this stinking woman, a lesson. I don't care what kind of attack Xian's sacred city will suffer. I'm just worried that the next attack will affect the divine ship. If the divine ship is destroyed in the attack, I'm afraid the date of my trip to the Void Yama realm will be delayed again. Zhuowen was at his wit's end. Originally, his itinerary was perfect, but halfway through, there was a Changyao gene, which made him quite helpless. Master, I have a way. Suddenly, Jiu Yuan, who had been silent, stood up as if he had made up his mind. You have a way. Zhuowen looked at Jiu Yuan in surprise. As far as he knew, Jiu Yuan was just a down-and-out array master. He was only a specialized array master in the Luo city of the Nuar realm, and the Nuar realm and Xian realm are hundreds of thousands of miles apart. How did Jiu Yuan get involved with the Xian clan? Here's the thing. In fact, my family is a family of arrays used by the Xian clan. In Xian sacred city, the large and small arrays and prohibitions are all from the family behind me. My grandmother, who is also the current clan leader, has a good relationship with the great holy maiden. If my grandmother is willing to help, maybe the great holy maiden will pay attention to your news. Jiu Yuan said in a deep voice. Jing, after the explanation and narration of Jiu Yuan, Zhuowen finally knew that Jiu Yuan's life was so extraordinary. Jiu originally from the Leijin clan of Xian sacred city. The ancestors of this family are said to have been enlightened in the Thunder Tribulation and comprehended the unique thunder array technique. Since then, their descendants have called themselves the Legion clan. They are good at combining thunder and arrays to form a special thunder array technique, which is an extremely overbearing array technique. While Zhou Yuan, who is the 183rd generation of the Legion clan, is also the legitimate son of this generation, has the priority to inherit the position of the Legion clan's clan leader. But Zhou Yuan's talent in arrays is not good. What makes him even more desperate is that he has no talent in thunder arrays. He has been practicing thunder arrays since he was a child, and his progress is minimal. It is because his talent in thunder arrays is far weaker than that of others of the same age, so he is often laughed at, and even many people secretly criticize him as a waste, and he is not qualified to inherit the position of the Legion clan's clan leader in the future. Zhou Yuan was so discouraged that even he began to doubt himself, and began to give up on himself. Finally, he escaped his past, secretly left his family, left the Zixian realm, came to the distant Nuo realm, and lived in seclusion in the Di Luo city. Originally, Zhou Yuan thought that he would live alone in the Di Luo city and never step into the Zixian sacred city. Most finally, he met Zhuowen. His talent in arrays is average, but his perception of arrays is extremely keen. At the beginning, although Zhuowen's array skills were only one level higher than his, he could see that Zhuowen's array skills were extraordinary. Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 4350. Zhuowen's formation is a new kind of formation that he has never seen so far. It is different from the mainstream formation and his family's thunder formation. In his hunch, Zhuowen's formation is even connected to all the mainstream formations and thunder formations, so he resolutely and shamelessly worshipped Zhuowen as a teacher. He hopes to learn the new formation from Zhuowen, rekindle his hope, and climb to the peak of the formation. And Zhuowen indeed didn't disappoint him. During this period of time, Zhuowen would occasionally discuss the Tao of formations with him. Every time, Zhuowen would say something shocking that benefited him greatly, and his array, Tao, was about to break through to the second sky of Eternal Realm. The Thunder Array Clan? Zhou Yuan, are you sure you can make your grandmother listen to you? Zhuowen asked. Zhou Yuan smiled bitterly. I will try my best. I have been away from home for too long. I don't know if the family head is still my grandmother. Zhuowen thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, Well, I will go to the Thunder Array clan with you. If there is any accident, I can help you. Although Zhou Yuan didn't say much about the reason why he left home, Zhuowen can guess that his people are not very good to him, and may even be malicious. In addition, Zhou Yuan has been away from home for so long. If he returns to the Thunder Array clan again, there may be some accidents. Zhou Yuan nodded and did not refuse. He knows that Zhuowen is extremely strong, and almost no one can hurt him under the ancient starlight. Moreover, Zhuowen's formation level is extremely powerful. Although it may be slightly inferior to his grandmother, his new formation is extremely powerful and can make up for some of the gap in level. Even if Zhuowen is worse than his grandmother, it should not be a big gap. Yes, after making the decision, Zhuowen went to the Thunder Array clan with Zhou Yuan. Because Zhuowen is still wanted, Zhuowen used the power of the ancient Hongming method to change his appearance and breath again, and then silently followed Zhou Yuan to leave the inn and go to the Thunder Array clan. Thunder the Formation clan's land was located southwest of the Purple Jade Sacred City. Purple the Xian clan treated the Legion clan very well. They gave the Legion clan an extremely vast piece of land in the southwest. Half of the southwest corner of the Holy City was the territory of the Lightning Array clan. This was equivalent to the size of a Ran Divine City. Looking at the behemoth-like high wall in front of him and the huge city with people coming and going, it was indeed worthy of being the area second only to the core area of the Zixian clan in Zixian Sacred City. The members of the Lightning Array clan all wore long robes with the symbol of lightning on them, which showed that they were members of the Lightning Array clan. When they arrived at the city gate of the Thunder Array clan's land, an old man with white hair slowly walked out under the escort of a group of people. The old man was also wearing a long robe with the symbol of thunder. Many of the younger generation of the Thunder Array clan surrounded him. Their eyes were filled with reverence and fanaticism. Clearly, this old man's position in the Lightning Array clan was not low. Jiu Yuan. The old man glanced at the city gate casually, and his sharp eyes suddenly became sluggish, staring at the Jiu Yuan standing not far from the city gate. He didn't care about the many young juniors surrounding him and ran over ecstatically. He came to the Jiu Yuan. His hands fell on the shoulders of the Jiu Yuan excitedly, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. The Jiu Yuan looked at the old man in front of him with complicated eyes and smiled. Ling Su, I really haven't seen you for a long time. In a blink of an eye, you are so old. The old man named Ling Su shook his head and laughed. Aren't you old too? Tens of thousands of years have passed. Where have you been? Do you know how long I have been looking for you? Zhuo Emo looked at the old friends in front of him. Whether it is the Jiu Yuan or Ling Su, most of their energy is focused on the cultivation of formations. Their own cultivation is not high or even very weak. Number in the past 10,000 years, their level of formations has improved, but their cultivation base has not grown much, and the upper limit of their lifespan has not increased, so they cannot maintain their young appearance and have become as old as they are now. Of course, there are also many guys with high cultivation base who deliberately make their faces look like old men, which is completely a matter of personal preference. Ling Su, my grandmother, is she still alive? The Jiu Yuan asked in a complicated tone. The old tribe chief has always been thinking about you. She waited for you for tens of thousands of years, but you didn't come back. Finally, she resigned from the position of tribe chief and entered the thunder source diagram. Ling Su sighed. What? She entered the thunder source diagram? When was that? The Jiu Yuan asked with a big change in his face. Half a year ago. Now the new tribe chief of our Lightning Array clan is Chen Yin. The Jiu Yuan, if you came back half a year ago, at that time the old tribe chief would still pass the position of tribe chief to you, but now, hey. When Ling Su said this, he gave a long sigh, and he looked like he hated iron for not becoming steel. Although you and Chen Yin have never dealt with each other before, now that Chen Yin has become the new tribe chief, he has also said that if you come back, he will welcome you as the new tribe chief at any time. Moreover, under his leadership, our Lightning Array clan has been flourishing for the past half a year. Now that you are back, let's go into the city first. I will inform tribe Chief Chen Yin. Ling Su said he pulled the Jiu Yuan into the Lightning Array clan, and Zhuowen followed silently. On the way, Zhuowen finally found out what the so-called Thunder Origin Array diagram was. The Thunder Source diagram is a relic left by the ancestors of the Lightning Array clan. It is said that this diagram contains the true meaning of the Thunder Array. If whoever can comprehend the true meaning contained in the Thunder Source diagram can become the real master of the Thunder Source diagram. After resigning from the position of tribe chief, the tribe chief of the Lightning Array clan will enter the Thunder Source diagram to comprehend, hoping to comprehend the true meaning. Even more, they had even set an unwritten rule that if any of the clan leaders who entered the Thunder Origin Array diagram could not comprehend the true essence, they would not be able to take half a step out of the Thunder Origin Array diagram until they died. The Jiu Yuan's grandmother, the last tribe chief, could not come out at the moment when she stepped into the Thunder Source diagram, unless she comprehended the true meaning of the Thunder Source diagram. Zhuowen sighed in his heart. He was really unlucky. He thought he could get in touch with the Jiu Yuan's grandmother and ask the latter to help deliver the news, but he didn't expect this method to work. After Ling Su led the two to the hall of the tribe chief's mansion, he ordered the servants to inform them of the current tribe chief Chen Yin, and then he chatted with the Jiu Yuan. Jiu Rin was in a daze as he went along with Zhuowen. His heart was filled with guilt towards Zhuowen. He still couldn't help Zhuowen in any way. After a while, an old man who was younger than the Jiu Yuan and Ling, Su came to the hall under the leadership of the servants. The old man's hair was half gray, but his face was ruddy, his eyes were sharp, and he walked like a dragon and tiger. He had the momentum of a superior. As soon as he came in, his eyes fell on the Jiu Yuan. He walked up quickly and said with a hearty smile, "Cousin, you finally went home. No matter how much grievance you have suffered in the past, it is already in the past. After all, we are from the same family. It is good that you are back. I used to be insensible. Thank you for your trouble." The Jiu Yuan responded with a smile. Chapter 40, 351. Jiu Yuan, who is this? Chen Yin sat opposite the Jiu Yuan, looked at Zhuowen next to the Jiu Yuan with a smile, and asked with a smile. When the Jiu Yuan just wanted to introduce him, Zhuowen took the lead in answering. "My name is Mo Wen. I am a friend of the Jiu Yuan on the road. Because I am also a formation priest, I have a lot of common topics with the Jiu Yuan. This time, I also admired your Thunder Array clan, so I came to the Thunder Array clan with Brother Jiu Yuan. It's just a pity that the old clan chief actually entered the Thunder Source formation of the two people and couldn't see them." Chen Yin was not surprised by Zhuowen's answer. Although the Jiu Yuan's formation level is average, he is extremely fanatical about formation. Those who can become friends with him are naturally people in this field. "Oh, Brother Mo Wen, now I am the new clan chief. Although my current level of formation is still some distance away from the previous clan chief, it is only a matter of time to catch up with the latter." Talking about his own level of formation, Chen Yin's eyes showed a proud color. He waved his right hand at will, and a fish-like pattern spread from his cuff. Only seeing that the pattern condensed into a small teleportation formation, two servants were teleported in by him. They were also carrying trays with various wines, treasures, and so on. The two servants were not surprised. When they walked out of the small teleportation formation, they respectfully served tea and water to several people present. The service was very thoughtful. Jiu Yuan's pupils shrank imperceptibly, and Chen Yin's casual move did not deliberately conceal his own level of formation. At a glance, it can be seen that Chen Yin's level of formation has reached the eternal second heaven, and it is not the early stage, it is likely to be the late stage or even the peak. Jiu Yuan's heart was bitter. Chen Yin is really talented. As a peer, Chen Yin's level is higher than his. It is no wonder that he can become the new clan chief of the Thunder Array clan. Clan Chief Chen Yin, this time, I actually have a presumptuous request. Brother Jiu Yuan and the old clan chief have been separated for a long time. His wish now is to see the old clan chief again and solve the regret of that year. Zhuowen suddenly said. Celestialine frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, Brother Mo Wen, I can naturally see the longing of cousin Jiu Yuan, but you may not know the details of the Thunder Source map. After the old patriarch enters the Thunder Origin array diagram, if she is unable to comprehend the true essence within, she will not be able to leave the Thunder Origin array diagram. This is the ancestral rule of the Thunder Array clan. The Jiu Yuan also looked at Zhuowen doubtfully. He didn't know why Zhuowen suddenly mentioned it. After the old tribe chief entered the Thunder Source diagram, they had no chance to meet him again. This time, they came to the Thunder Array clan for nothing, so Zhuowen suddenly mentioned it, which made the Jiu Yuan a little confused about Zhuowen's thoughts. According to what you're saying, as long as the true essence of the Thunder Origin array diagram is comprehended by anyone, then the Thunder Origin array diagram's old patriarch will be able to come out. Zhuowen asked. Chen Yin's eyes narrowed. He looked deeply at Zhuowen and said in a low voice, In theory, yes. I don't know why Brother Mo Wen asks this. I want to try it. I am not a member of your Thunder Array clan. That is to say, I do not have to abide by your ancestral rules. Even if I do not comprehend the true essence of the Thunder Origin array diagram, I can leave on my own. Once I comprehend it, I will give you the true meaning I have comprehended without reservation, but I need the old patriarch to do something for us. At this point, Zhuowen was quite helpless. Now, he has no other way. He can only do this. No, the Thunder Origin Array diagram is the secret of my Thunder Array clan. How can it be touched by outsiders? Chen-Yin waved his sleeve and flatly refused. Cousin Chen-Yin, I hope you can let Brother Mo-Wen try. His formation is unique and extremely extraordinary. He may really comprehend the true essence of the Thunder Origin Array diagram. Moreover, the Thunder Origin Array diagram has been placed in the clan for countless years, and the successive generations of patriarchs have not been able to comprehend it. This thing has become a symbol and even a burden for our Thunder Array clan. If you can unlock the secret of the Thunder Source diagram, my Lasian family will be really strong. At that time, you will be a great hero in the history of our Lasian family, and you will be famous in history. The Jiu Yuan said sincerely. He has faintly understood Zhuowen's idea, although he is not very optimistic that Zhuowen can comprehend the true meaning of the Thunder Origin Array diagram. At present, this is the only way to let his grandmother leave the Thunder Origin Array diagram. Chen-Yin fell into silence. The emotions in his eyes were complicated. He was thinking and hesitating whether to consider the words of the Jiu Yuan. Jiu, the original words, are not wrong. The Thunder Origin Array diagram has indeed become a burden for their Thunder Array clan. Previous patriarchs have not been able to comprehend the true meaning of the Thunder Origin Array diagram. So many of their lives have not completely reached the end, and they are unwilling to come out and stay in the Thunder Origin Array diagram for a long time. And this has also led to the real formation masters of the Thunder Array clan being firmly trapped in the ancestral teachings, making the Thunder Array clan worse generation by generation, and almost even the inheritance will be broken. Chen-Yin is very clear that if this continues, the Thunder Array clan will eventually be reduced to a second-rate formation family. At that time, I am afraid that they will be abandoned by the Zishuan clan. It's not impossible to let you try, but you must first swear to the heavens. Not only can you not disclose the information inside the Thunder Origin Array diagram, but if you can really comprehend the true meaning, then you must unconditionally tell us the Thunder Array clan. Chen-Yin finally made up his mind and planned to let Zhuowen try. Of course, he didn't think that Zhuowen could really comprehend the true meaning of the Thunder Origin Array diagram. After all, this is something that their Thunder Array clan's patriarchs have not been able to do. Next, Zhuowen and the Jiu Yuan, led by Chen-Yin, entered the forbidden area of the Thunder Array clan, the Thunder Pool. The so-called Thunder Pool is a small basin with an area of tens of kilometers. This basin was filled with dense and boundless lightning energy. There were thunderstorms that were like storms, and there were also countless lightning bolts that intertwined together to form a liquid thunderstorm. There were also several lightning dragons that roared and soared above the basin. As soon as Zhuowen came to the basin, he immediately noticed a huge stone tablet standing in the center of the basin. Sure, on the surface of the tablet, there is a huge pattern. Looking carefully, the lines outlined by this pattern are more like a complex and demonic array diagram. Zhuowen keenly felt that this stone tablet is the core of the Thunder Pool. Whether it is the thunderstorm, the strange thunder rain, or the winding thunder dragons, they all avoid the stone tablet intentionally or unintentionally. This also made the stone tablet a rare, quiet place in the Thunder Pool. The array diagram in the stone tablet is the Thunder Origin Array diagram. In the Thunder Origin Array diagram, it is a world of its own. The patriarchs of the past have directly entered the Thunder Origin Array diagram to comprehend the true meaning of it. At the edge of the ground, Chen-Yin pointed to the core, the only stone tablet that was not disturbed by the thunder energy, and said to Zhuowen and the Jiu Yuan beside him, "Brother Mo-Wen, follow me closely. Don't be 5 steps away from me. The Thunder Pool only recognizes the Patriarch's order. If there is no Patriarch's order, the Thunder Pool will destroy any creature that enters it." Chen-Yin turned to look at Zhuowen beside him. Zhuowen nodded, but he was not very worried. The energy of the Thunder Pool is powerful and terrifying, but with Zhuowen's current strength, the thunder pool is not enough to kill him. Of course, since Chanin is leading the way, why should he go through the trouble? Chapter 43:52. Is this the thunder array diagram? When he arrived in front of the stone tablet, Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and stroked the complex and strange array diagram in front of the stone tablet. His eyes showed a dignified expression. The thunder array diagram was definitely the most complex of all the arrays he had ever seen. He could only understand a small part of it. Qin Yin had been paying attention to Zhuowen. When he found that Zhuowen's eyes showed some confusion, he was quite disappointed. He knew that the good friend of the Jiu Yuan in front of him could not even fully understand the surface of the array diagram. It was simply impossible to enter the thunder array diagram to understand the true meaning of it. And although Yin was disappointed, he was not too rude. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "Brother Mowen, if you think it's not possible, just give up. I'll take you back the same way. I'll give it a try." Zhuowen said with a smile. Chanin said helplessly, "In that case, I wish you good luck. If you want to give up, just send me a message. I'll come and pick you up." After speaking, Chanin did not wait for Zhuowen to answer. He held the patriarch's order and walked back. With the fingertips of Wen's right hand gently fell on the center of the stone tablet array diagram. He sensed an indescribable call. He did not resist this call. His whole body and mind were immersed in it. Then he disappeared in front of the stone tablet. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had come to a strange space. This space, there was no sky, no earth, and it was boundless. The entire space was in a primitive state of chaos. In this state of chaos, the only thing that existed was the occasional flash of huge lightning in the depths of the darkness. The thunderbolt struck down, bringing with it an instant of light, but also a loud clamor. Zhuowen's gaze fell on the lightning that suddenly flashed in the distance. He suddenly found that when the lightning fell, there were dense and complex array patterns in the trajectory of the lightning. Zhuowen was deep in thought. He vaguely understood that perhaps the secret of the thunder array diagram should be the strange lightning that suddenly flashed in this space. He silently observed the lightning that flashed from time to time. The lightning was far and near, but the array patterns left in the trajectory of each lightning strike were completely different. Zhuowen knew his own limits. He knew that with his current level of array formation, it was simply wishful thinking for him to completely comprehend the array pattern in the thunderbolt. However, the reason why he dared to agree and come to the thunder origin formation diagram was not because he was reckless. 'Cause after all, there were two primordial stones in his spiritual soul. The ancient primordial stone was far more mysterious and ancient than the thunder origin diagram. What was even more amazing was that this stone had a powerful ability to deduce and enhance one's comprehension. Even though he couldn't comprehend the true essence of the lightning origin array diagram, the primordial grand mist stone could. Once he comprehended the true essence, the primordial stone would be able to display the true essence of the lightning array diagram and transfer it into his mind, allowing him to slowly digest and absorb it. Dang after the two primordial stones flew out from the depths of Zhuowen's divine soul. They burst forth with a blazing purple light, dispersing most of the surrounding darkness. Even the lightning that struck from time to time in the depths of the darkness paled in comparison to the purple light of the primordial stones. Boom! Again it was a bolt of lightning that fell, and its trajectory was densely covered with dense and complicated array patterns. The two primordial stones were like two eyeballs, completely recording all the array patterns in the trajectory and transmitting them to the depths of Zhuowen's divine soul. This under the powerful deduction ability of the primordial stones. These complicated array patterns were quickly pieced together like a puzzle, causing the originally messy array patterns to become traceable. This Zhuowen's comprehension ability also rose rapidly with the help of the primordial technique. He constantly memorized the results of the primordial stone's deduction. eagerly comprehending the true essence within. As the lightning continued to fall, more and more array patterns were received by the primordial stones and transmitted to his divine soul. It was like a puzzle. The more pieces there were, the more complete the picture would be. At this moment, Zhuowen's comprehension of these array patterns was the same. As the number of array patterns increased, his comprehension became faster and deeper. After an unknown period of time, Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "There are a total of 108 lightning bolts, and within the trajectory of each lightning bolt, there are completely different and complicated array patterns." In this space, there were in fact a total of 108 lightning bolts, and the array patterns they carried were completely different. These 108 lightning bolts fell randomly in the space in a disorderly manner, and along the trajectory of the lightning bolts, many array patterns were carried over. Moreover, even if it was the same lightning bolt, the angle and location of each strike were different, and the array patterns contained within were completely different. If one could not completely comprehend the array patterns within each lightning bolt, one would be like a headless fly, and would think that each lightning bolt was completely different. Once one had such a thought, then in one's eyes, each lightning bolt was different, and in this way, one would never be able to completely comprehend the true essence of the lightning array pattern. It's really complicated. Although there are only 108 lightning bolts, there are countless ways to arrange them. As long as there is a mistake in one array pattern, the entire array pattern will be wrong. No wonder the lightning array clan's clan leader could not comprehend the true essence of this array pattern for countless years. One smiled bitterly if he did not have the help of the primordial stone. Even if he was given tens of thousands of years, Zhuowen might not be able to completely comprehend the pattern of the lightning bolts in the lightning array pattern. Boom! Boom! Clang! Just as this thought appeared in Zhuowen's mind, he noticed that in the depths of the chaotic and dark space, one after another, lightning bolts lit up one after another. These lightning bolts formed a ring shape, and with Zhuowen as the center, they radiated in all directions. 108 lightning bolts formed 10 rings, and like a complicated double pupil, they surrounded Zhuowen. Clang! At the same time, Zhuowen vaguely heard steady and rhythmic footsteps coming from the periphery of the ring, and they were slowly approaching him at the core. In the end, the footsteps stopped behind him, and they stopped abruptly. Zhuowen slowly turned around and calmly looked at the old man in front of him. The old man looked to be around 70 years old. He wore a white robe, and a long snow-white beard hung down in front of his chest. His entire body was bathed in brilliance, and he looked like a god that had descended to the mortal world. He was so dazzling that it was difficult to look at him directly. You actually successfully found the question that I left in the lightning array pattern. I don't know which generation of the lightning array clan's disciples you are, but since you can pass the trial, then you have the chance to obtain the real lightning array pattern and my lifetime of experience in array formation. The old man's voice was ethereal and vast, and he did not seem to have any intention of asking for Zhuowen's opinion. Instead, he continued to speak. Zhuowen also knew that the old man in front of him should be an illusion left behind by the lightning array clan's ancestor from a very long time ago. His whereabouts were unknown, so it would be strange if he could talk to him normally. Chapter 43:53. Outside the thunder pool, the Jiu Yuan sat silently on a protruding boulder. The slight footsteps attracted the attention of the Jiu Yuan. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Chanin behind him. "Cousin, it's not so easy to understand the thunder source diagram. Brother M.O., one can't have any harvest without thousands of years. It's only been 3 days now. If you want to stay here, I'm afraid you have to wait in vain. It's better to go back first. If Brother M.O. when really can't hold on, he will naturally send me a message, and I will inform you as soon as possible." Chen Yin walked to the Jiu Yuan, slowly squatted down, and looked at the endless thunder raging in the thunder pool with complicated eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Brother Mo, Wen won't take too long. He once said that within 10 days, if he can't succeed, he will give up." The Jiu Yuan said. Fei Pingze and others started half a month later, and Zhuowen practiced in the Black City for 5 days, so that is to say there are only 10 days left before Fei Pingze and others start. Zhuowen only has these 10 days to try. If he can't succeed, Zhuowen knows that he has no other way. He can only take one step at a time. 10 days? Chen Yin suspected that he had heard it wrong. This Mo Wen is joking. The thunder source diagram has not been cracked for countless years by their thunder array family. This guy actually wants to have a harvest in 10 days. It can only be described as wishful thinking. Forget it. It seems that this Mo Wen just wants to see the thunder source diagram. After he leaves the thunder source diagram, he will understand the vastness and profoundness of the thunder source diagram. He is far from comparable. Chen Yin thought secretly and looked down on Zhuowen more and more. In his eyes, Zhuowen has become an arrogant person without self-knowledge. He even regretted promising Zhuowen to let him try to enter the thunder source diagram. "Cousin, you'd better stay away from that Mo Wen in the future. I don't think he's worthy of being your friend." Chen Yin whispered and began to worry that Zhuowen would have a bad impact on the Jiu Yuan. The Jiu Yuan shook his head and didn't say anything. His heart was like a mirror, and naturally he could see what Chen Yin was thinking now. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, there were several explosions in the thunder pool, which attracted the attention of Chen Yin and the Jiu Yuan. When their gazes landed on the lightning pool, they were instantly dumbfounded. All of a sudden, the thunderstorm, thunder dragon, and other types of violent thunderbolts that filled the lightning pool suddenly became much more docile. They all began to move towards the stone tablet in the center of the lightning pool. Inside the lightning pool, all kinds of lightning energy surged into the depths of the stone steel like moths to a flame. On the other hand, the stone tablet did not reject anything. Like a whale sucking in water, it absorbed all the lightning energy that surged over from the surroundings, leaving not a single drop behind. In the blink of an eye, the extraordinary lightning pool turned into an ordinary basin. There was no longer any violent lightning energy. What is going on? The lightning pool's lightning energy was actually absorbed by the thunder origin array diagram? Chen Yin panicked. The lightning pool was the forbidden ground of the lightning array clan, and it was the natural protection of the lightning origin array diagram. And now the lightning pond had disappeared. To their lightning formation clan, it could be said to be an enormous loss. "Kacha!" A crisp shattering sound rang out. In the silent lightning pool, it was so crisp and ear-piercing. Chen Yin's eyes were dull as he discovered that the stone tablet that stood in the center of the lightning pool had countless cracks. The dense gravel began to fall off the surface of the stone tablet and fell to the ground. Following the shattering of the gravel was Chen Yin's heart. The stone tablet was the carrier of the lightning origin array diagram. It was something passed down from their ancestors. Now that it had shattered, Chen Yin's heart was really broken. At the same time that the lightning pool changed, in the mysterious space of the lightning origin array diagram, the wide-robed old man's right finger was pointing at Zhuowen's forehead. Waves of mysterious and obscure runes, knowledge and experience flowed along the old and withered finger into the depths of Zhuowen's forehead. They were deeply imprinted in the depths of his mind. Zhuowen's eyes revealed an intoxicated look. He accepted all the array Tao experience of the ancestors of the lightning array clan, and he suddenly had an epiphany. The array Tao problems that used to be obscure and difficult to understand became so simple in his eyes at this moment. But the experience and knowledge of the ancestors of the lightning array clan were too vast. Although Zhuowen was also trying to digest it, he could only comprehend a small part. What was left was for Zhuowen to slowly comprehend and digest it. This required sufficient time. And Zhuowen finally knew that the name of the ancestor of the Lightning Array clan was Huan. Because he created the Lightning Array clan, he was given the surname Lei. Therefore, all the clansmen of the Lightning Array clan were surnamed Lei. For example, Jiu Yuan and Chenin, these two were their names. Their surnames were Lei, and their full names were Lei Jiu Yuan and Lei Chenin. After accepting all the experience and knowledge of Lei Huan, he finally knew that Lei Huan was a powerful array Dao master at the peak of the fourth heavenly layer. Lei Huan, for a very long time, was known as the invincible array master under the fifth heavenly layer of the eternal realm. The reason why he had such a reputation was mainly because he was extremely fast at setting up arrays, especially when he was setting up thunder tribute arrays, which could be completed in almost half a breath. Of course, this was on the premise that there were enough materials. With the heaven-defying ability to set up thunder tribute arrays in an instant, although Lei Huan's cultivation wasn't high, his fighting strength made many experts tremble in fear. As long as Lei Huan had enough materials, he could set up one array after another in an instant. Even if he couldn't beat his opponent, he could exhaust them to death. However, this ability to set up arrays in an instant was only mastered by Lei Huan. Later, the Lightning Array clan lost this ability, making this ability to set up arrays in an instant a legend of the Lightning Array clan. Junior, who has comprehended the truth, now you are qualified to get the real Thunder Origin Array Diagram. With the help of the Thunder Origin Array Diagram, you can get the heaven-defying ability to set up arrays in half a breath. Of course, this is limited to Thunder Attribute arrays. If it were other types of arrays, the Thunder Origin Array Diagram wouldn't have such an auxiliary effect. I hope you can make good use of this ability. Also, the secret of the Thunder Origin Array Diagram must not be leaked. Only the owner of the Thunder Origin Array Diagram can know about it. Remember, if the secret of the Thunder Origin Array Diagram is revealed, it will trigger the curse that I set up on it. At that time, you will watch as you turn into lightning liquid and be swallowed by the Thunder Origin Array Diagram. Lei Huan's figure looked deeply at Zhuowen. After reminding him of some things to take note of, his figure gradually turned illusory and finally dissipated into countless light spots. After Lei Huan's illusory figure disappeared, the mysterious lightning rings that surrounded Zhuowen also collapsed one after another. When all the lightning rings dissipated, the mysterious space started to violently collapse. The surrounding space was even more distorted and shattered. In the depths of the endless darkness, a white lightning suddenly descended. This bolt of lightning was gentle and warm, completely enveloping Zhuowen. When Zhuowen opened his eyes again, he realized that he had already left the mysterious space and landed in the thunder pool. However, the thunder pool in front of him no longer had any lightning energy. Instead, it had become an ordinary basin. As for the stone tablet that contained the Thunder Origin Array Diagram, it started to crumble inch by inch and shattered into countless pieces. The surroundings were a mess. At the same time, Zhuowen realized that not far from where the stone tablet had shattered, there were two figures standing. Their gazes were confused and their expressions were strange. Chapter 4354. Hey, is this the Thunder Pool? Shouldn't I still be in the Thunder Source Array? One of them was a doddering old man with a hunched back. His turbid eyes were wide open as he looked around and shrieked in a shrill voice. The other was an old woman with the same white hair. She was also full of doubts, but she was much calmer than the old man. She first looked at Zhuowen doubtfully, and then her eyes fell on the old man not far away. "Father!" The old woman's eyes recovered, and she excitedly ran to the old man and hugged the old man's shoulders with both hands. "Hey, who are you, old woman? I am not your father. I have a daughter. Her name is Lei Jia. She is a young, beautiful, and graceful girl. How can she be as old as you?" The old man quickly retreated a few steps, pointed at the old woman, and said angrily. However, he looked at the old woman carefully and whispered, "The outline of this old woman's face is a bit like Jejia, but Jejia can't be so old. When I first entered the thunder origin array diagram, she was still a lively, cute, and beautiful young lady. Father, I am Lei Jia. You have been in the thunder source array for almost 9,000 years. The old woman sighed. What? 9,000 years? Impossible. Why do I feel like only a few years have passed? Why is it so fast? The old man was shocked, and soon he realized something. He looked at the old woman and asked, Are you really Jia? The old woman's face was red with excitement. She quickly walked up and hugged the old man tightly. Zhuowen looked at this scene, and the corner of his eyes twitched. The picture was so beautiful that he didn't dare to look. At the same time, Jiu Yuan and Chen Yin also rushed down from above. They quickly came to Zhuowen and asked about the situation. The two of them were full of doubts. They didn't understand what had happened to the thunder pool and the thunder source array, and it had become like this. Maybe it has something to do with me understanding the true meaning of the thunder source array. Zhuowen scratched his head and said embarrassedly, After all, the thunder pool is the forbidden land of the thunder array clan. He still felt a little sorry for making it like this. So that's the case. Qin Yin and the Jiu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, but soon realized that something was wrong. Their eyes widened and they stared at Zhuowen. What did you just say? Did you really comprehend the true essence of the thunder origin diagram? That should be the case. I even saw the projection of a person who claimed to be Lei Huan inside. He imparted all of his life's experience and knowledge to me. After he disappeared, I was sent out. Zhuowen honestly replied. However, he did not mention the part about the thunder array diagram. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but that old man Lei Huan had put a curse on it. If he said it to another person, he would be cursed immediately. The drying up of the thunder pool and the mutation of the thunder origin array diagram is indeed recorded in the ancestral teachings. This is a phenomenon that will only appear after the true essence of the thunder origin array diagram is deciphered. Our lightning array clan has really produced a true dragon. Jejia introduced to me, which of my great-grandchildren is this little guy? Zhuowen's voice was not soft, so the old woman and old man who were still reminiscing about their family not far away also heard it clearly. The old man laughed loudly and very proudly pulled the old woman in front of Zhuowen, wanting to introduce them to each other. In his view, only the people of the Thunder Array clan can enter the Thunder Origin diagram to comprehend. XDW8, he was the person with the highest seniority in the Thunder Origin Array diagram, who had yet to reach the end of his lifespan. Naturally, he believed that Zhuowen was one of his great-great-great-grandchildren. Lei Jia's eyes were strange. She looked at Zhuowen, and then looked at the Jiu Yuan and Chenin. The return of the Jiu Yuan made her happy and excited, but she really had no impression of who Zhuowen was. Father, actually, I don't know who he is. Lei Jia was embarrassed. Then who is he? The old man asked with his eyes wide open. Next to him, the Jiu Yuan and Chenin, who were still in a sluggish state because of Zhuowen's words, were brought back to their senses by the old man's rough voice. Grandmother, great-grandfather. His name is Mo Win. He is one of my best friends. The Thunder Origin diagram should be cracked by him. The Jiu Yuan quickly said, What? Not the younger generation of our Lightning Array clan. Lei Jia and the old man both exclaimed in unison. The Thunder Origin diagram is the treasure of their Lightning Array clan. How can they casually let an outsider touch it? Qin Yin quickly stepped forward and explained the cause and effect of the matter. Lei Jia and the old man, who were originally excited, gradually calmed down after hearing the explanation. What Qin Yin said is right. The Thunder Origin diagram has now become the burden of their Lightning Array clan. If someone can help them unravel the truth, it is actually helping their Lightning Array clan. Furthermore, Zhuowen had promised that he would share all the experience and knowledge he gained from the Thunder Origin Array diagram with the Lightning Array clan. Thus, the two of them quickly accepted this fact. Little friend, it's really a young hero. You can actually crack the truth of the thunder origin diagram. It really makes the old man ashamed. I just don't know how many years it took you to realize the truth. The old man said gently, he has realized Joan's powerful formation talent, so he also has the intention of making friends. He should have realized it within half a year, because I entered the thunder origin diagram half a year ago, and at that time he and the Ju Yuan had not yet returned to the lightning array clan. Lei Jia interjected, within half a year. The old man sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at Zhuowen as if he was looking at a monster. He didn't know what to say at all. He, an old man, has studied for more than 9,000 years, and he is not as good as a young man for half a year. He felt very ashamed. Grandmother, great-grandfather. In fact, Brother Imowen only took 3 days. The Jiu Yuan smiled bitterly. 3 days. The old man and Lei Jia breathed a sigh of relief. But soon their faces changed drastically, and they shouted in unison, "What did you say?" 3 days. 3 days? Seeing his grandmother and great-grandfather so excited, the Jiu Yuan could only smile bitterly in his heart. Even he felt that it was incredible, but in fact it was true. Zhuowen did take only 3 days. It was simply terrifying. Senior Lei Jia, the reason why I took the liberty to come and try the thunder origin diagram is to let you come out. I have something to ask. Zhuowen suddenly cupped his fist and said solemnly. Lei Jia came back to her senses. She looked at Zhuowen strangely and muttered to herself absent-mindedly, "It's really infuriating. He just cracked the thunder origin diagram in order to let me out. Then I and the generations of patriarchs have never successfully cracked it. We are all living on dogs, damn it." The old man fiercely added a sentence for Lei Jia. Chapter 4355. In the Lei Zhen clan, in the patriarch's mansion, the previous patriarch Lei Jia and the previous patriarch Lei Yu were sitting in the first place. Below them sat Zhuowen, Qin Yin, and Jiu Yuan. Dang after Lei Jia and Lei Yu read the contents of the jade slip handed over by Zhuowen. They were all enlightened, and their eyes showed excitement. It turns out that this is the law of the thunder in the thunder source diagram. In the world of the thunder source diagram, there are only 100 zeros? Huh? What do you mean? Lei Jia asked in surprise. In the beginning, I went to the Saint Pavilion to look for the third holy maiden, Zilong, and told her about this. But I didn't expect her to not believe me, and she even wanted to take me back to search my soul to prove the truth of my words. Zhuowen mentioned lightly and did not say much. Lei Jia frowned slightly. She thought of something, sighed softly, and said, Zilong, holy maiden Zilong's character is more willful and self-righteous. You have been wronged. As for your arrest, I will also report to the great holy maiden. I think the great holy maiden will clear your name. When waved his hand and said in a deep voice, Senior Lei Jia, you only need to convey what I said. As for the third holy maiden and me, please don't say much. Wen didn't have a good impression of the Zixian clan, and he didn't care about the arrest of the Zixian clan. If Lei Jia said anything, it would expose his whereabouts. The so-called close and distant, even if Zilong was wrong. But as a holy maiden, would the great holy maiden punish Zilong because of him, an outsider? This was obviously impossible. Lei Jia also thought of this. She hesitated for a moment and nodded. She didn't intend to say anything about Zhuowen. Nephew, you've helped our Lightning Array clan a great deal today. There are 7 days before the attack, you said. I will report to the great holy maiden tomorrow. Today you will stay with us and let us entertain you well to express our gratitude. Lei Jia laughed. Lei Yu and Chen Yin also nodded and looked at Zhuowen expectantly. Looking at the expectant gazes in front of him, Zhuowen hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Subsequently, the Thunder Array clan held a grand banquet. In name, it was to celebrate the success of the 2 clan leaders. However, in reality, it was to celebrate Zhuowen. The next day, Zhuowen and Jiu Yuan stayed in the luxurious wing arranged by Lei Jia in the Thunder Array clan, while Lei Jia hurriedly left the Thunder Array clan and headed for the Purple Yuan Palace in the core of the Holy City. At the core of the sacred city, there were 7 magnificent buildings. 2 of the most magnificent buildings were the Female Supreme Palace, which was where the 2 female supremes of the Xian clan lived, while the other 5 palaces were less important. They were the personal palaces of the 5 holy maidens. These 5 palaces were named after the holy maidens. For example, the first holy maiden was called Ziyuan, so her palace was called Ziyuan Palace. The third holy maiden Zilong's palace was called Zilong Palace. Chapter 43:56. On the way to the Ziyuan Palace, Lei Jia was unimpeded. She did not encounter many obstacles or inquiries at all. In the Xian clan, it was no secret that the previous patriarch of the Lei clan, Lei Jia, had a good relationship with the great saintess Ziyuan. Back then, the great saintess had even said that Lei Jia could enter the Ziyuan Palace without notifying her. Lei Jia came to the door of the Ziyuan Palace and whispered to Ziyuan's personal maid who had been waiting outside, "Is the great saintess in the Ziyuan Palace now?" "Patriarch Lei, the great saintess is in a meeting with the other saintesses. It may take some time. Please come to the inner hall and wait for a moment," the maid said respectfully. Lei Jia nodded. Under the maid's lead, she entered the resting hall of the inner hall and waited. About 2 hours later, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure and snow-white skin walked into the resting hall with charming steps. May the beautiful woman was wearing a light gauze. Through the hazy gauze, one could vaguely see the delicate and beautiful curves under the gauze. May the beautiful woman slowly walked into the resting hall. Her long and narrow phoenix eyes fell on Lei Jia, who was sitting in the resting hall, and the corners of her mouth lifted into an imperceptible arc. "Lei Jia, didn't you enter the Thunder Origin Array half a year ago? It's only been half a year and you've come out of seclusion. Could it be that you've cracked the Thunder Origin Array?" The beautiful woman was the great saintess, Ziyuan. She stretched her waist, revealing the perfect curves on her body that could make many men's blood boil. Her long and narrow beautiful eyes looked at the old woman in front of her in confusion. When it came to the Thunder Origin Array, Lei Jia couldn't help but smile. "Great Holy Maiden, I was fortunate to have accomplished my mission. I have deciphered the Thunder Origin Array diagram and obtained the enlightenment of my ancestor. I have obtained a lot of valuable knowledge and information." Lei Jia smiled. She had a very good relationship with Ziyuan, so she didn't intend to hide the Thunder Origin Array. Dang, however, because Zhuowen had agreed in advance, she didn't tell anyone about Zhuowen. She only said that she had cracked the Thunder Origin Array. Ziyuan was moved. She took a deep look at Lei Jia and said with a smile, "Lei Jia, congratulations. The important task of reviving the Thunder Ray clan is indeed on you. You have solved the problem that none of the previous patriarchs were able to solve. You will become an important figure in the history of the Lightning Array clan." Lei Jia repeatedly said that she didn't dare. She also said that it was because the Xian clan had taken care of the Leijian clan. That was why the Leijian clan was able to achieve its current glory. In Lei Jia's words, most of the credit for cracking the Thunder Origin formation was given to the Zixuan clan. This made the great saintess Ziyuan extremely happy. "Lei Jia, you specially came to the Purple Yuan Palace today. It shouldn't be just to report to me about the Thunder Origin diagram, right?" Ziyuan looked at Lei Jia with a smile and asked without hesitation. Lei Jia nodded. Her expression became extremely serious as she said in a deep voice, "Great Saintess, I do have an important matter to report to you. This matter involves the stability and turmoil of the Zixian clan." Ziyuan, who had a smile in her eyes, became serious after hearing Lei Jia's words. "Tell me about it." Ziyuan frowned. "It's like this. I accidentally learned that someone is preparing to launch a surprise attack on the divine worship of the Zixian sacred city in 7 days. Before Lei Jia finished speaking, the great saintess Zi Yuan completely lost her calm. She sat up abruptly, frowned tightly, and asked seriously, Lei Jia, there are some things that can't be said carelessly. The divine worship is something given to us by the lords of the supreme realms. No one dares to attack the divine worship. This is against the will of those lords. Lei Jia nodded heavily and said, Great saintess, what I said is absolutely true. There are indeed people who want to attack the divine worship, but their goal is not the divine worship. They want to lure the tiger away from the mountain and lure out most of the higher-ups of the Zixian clan. Their real goal is the sacred fire source. Zi Yuan's pupils narrowed. The sacred fire source was the most important thing to the Zixian clan. It was even more precious than the divine worship. By the divine worship could be repaired if it was damaged, but there was only one sacred fire source. If it was taken away, there really wouldn't be a second one. Are you sure this news is true? Zi Yuan asked again solemnly. Lei Jia thought for a moment and nodded. She believed that Zhuowen would not speak carelessly. Zi Yuan, after a long silence, Zi Yuan finally sighed softly and said to Lei Jia, You can go back first. I know about this matter. I need to gather the other 4 saintesses to discuss countermeasures. Lei Jia nodded. She was only responsible for delivering the news. As for how the Zixian clan would deal with the enemy next, it was not something she could participate in. After Lei Jia bid farewell to Zi Yuan, Zi Yuan ordered people to gather the other 4 saintesses to the Zi Yuan Palace. Soon, in the large reception hall of the Zi Yuan Palace, the 5 saintesses gathered together. They were the great saintess Zi Yuan, the second saintess Exin, the third saintess Zilong, the 4th saintess Ziyong, and the 5th saintess Zilian. 4 of the saintesses all looked at the great saintess Zi Yuan, who was sitting at the head of the table with a gloomy face. Not long after they finished the meeting, the great saintess summoned them again, which made them very surprised. They wondered what the great saintess wanted. The 4 of you, I have very unfortunate news to tell you. Zi Yuan finally opened her mouth and immediately attracted the attention of the other 4 saintesses. I received news that someone will attack the divine worship in 7 days. Their purpose of attacking the divine worship is not to destroy the divine worship, but to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Their real purpose is the divine fire source. Zi Yuan slowly narrated, but the other 4 saintesses were all shocked. Zilong, the 3rd saintess, narrowed her beautiful eyes and immediately thought of the young demonic cultivator she met in the sage pavilion that day. At that time, the news that the young demonic cultivator told her was what Zi Yuan was saying now. Difficult could it be that the demonic cultivator was unable to persuade her and had approached the great saintess at some point and told her this news that she did not know whether it was true or false. This man is really hateful. As expected, he has ulterior motives. He is so persistent in deceiving the Zixian clan. What is his purpose? Except for Zilong, the other 3 saintesses were surprised, but they did not doubt it. Zi Yuan was the great saintess. Among them, she was the most respected, so they subconsciously believed the news she said. Therefore, we must take precautions. I plan to send 70% of the core of the inner city to the vicinity of the divine worship and take protective measures. If necessary, the divine worship will leave Zixian's sacred city in advance on that day so that the attackers will not be able to succeed. And we will still be in the core of the inner city. We can't let this group of people have any opportunity to take advantage of. Zi Yuan's analysis was well organized, and she spoke of the plan that she had already arranged in her heart. Great saintess, don't you suspect that this news is false? Suddenly, the 3rd saintess Zilong spoke out. Zi Yuan raised her eyebrows and looked at Zilong. False? I don't think this news is false because the person who gave me the news is someone I trust. Zi Yuan looked at Zi Yuan. Zi Yuan shook her head and said, "Great Saintess, in fact, I received this news a few days ago. And the person who passed me the news was an extremely suspicious, young, demonic cultivator. The news, he told me, was almost the same as yours." As soon as these words came out, the saintesses were all moved, including the great saintess Zi Yuan. Chapter 4357. A young demon cultivator? Is he your friend? Saintess Zi Yuan's beautiful brows furrowed slightly as she looked at third saintess Zi Long in confusion. Unexpectedly, third saintess Zi Long had already heard of this news before her. "Sister Zi Long, is the young demon cultivator you're talking about the person you're looking for?" "I remember that he's also a demon cultivator," fifth saintess Zi Lian suddenly said. Fifth saintess Zi Lian was the youngest. Her long eyelashes, coupled with her big watery eyes, gave off a pure feeling that made people want to cherish her. Zi Long nodded and said, "That's him. When I heard the news, I was also shocked, but I didn't believe it so easily. Therefore, I wanted to invite this person to our core inner city as a guest and explain the source and details of the news in detail. However, this person ignored my invitation and even left in a hurry. I wanted to ask him to stop, but he suddenly felt guilty and ran away in a hurry. He was so fast that even I couldn't catch up with him. After that, the more I thought about it, the more I felt that something was wrong. I kept feeling that there was something wrong with this person. The news he gave me was obviously misleading. Maybe he wanted us to deploy most of our forces to the divine ship, so wouldn't the core inner city be empty?" Zilong asked. Dragon did not directly state his conclusion. Instead, he laid out his analysis in detail. However, the 5 saintesses present were all intelligent people, so they naturally understood the meaning behind Zilong's words. However, what they did not expect was that Zilong's words had actually been modified by her with some embellishments. At that time, she did not politely invite Zhuowen to the core inner city. Instead, she planned to detain him back to the inner city and then forcibly search his soul. If Zilong's attitude was not tough and unreasonable, Zhuowen would not have been forced to leave by her. It was completely different from what Zilong said about Zhuowen running away because of a guilty conscience. There's definitely a lot of animosity between us. Maybe he's one of the masterminds behind all this. His purpose is to make us transfer our troops away from the core of the inner city so that they can take advantage of the situation. The second saintess, Xan, agreed. After Zilong's misdirection, other than the great saintess Ziyuan, the other 3 saintesses all agreed with Zilong's point of view and began to have great doubts about the demonic cultivator. Purple, she felt that Zilong's words were suspicious, but she could not find a reason to refute it. She didn't think that Lei Jia would lie to her about this matter. Lei Jia had a very good relationship with her, and both of them could contribute to each other's solid relationship. Rua, if Lei Jia did not lie to her, then Zilong's words had a huge problem. I believe in the information provided by my informant. The divine worship is also extremely important. We also need to be prepared. At least we need to send a portion of our forces to prevent accidents from happening, Ziyuan said in a deep voice. Great Saintess, you've obviously fallen into his trap. Believe me, the divine worship will never be attacked. This is a psychological attack. They're waiting for us to leave the core of the inner city so that they can launch a fierce attack on the inner city in one fell swoop. Now, what we need to do is to not do anything and just do our jobs. As long as we don't move, the mastermind behind the scenes will not be able to do anything to us, Zilong said confidently. What if your guess is wrong? You know the importance of the divine worship to our Zishuan clan better than I do. If something happens to the divine worship, we won't be able to escape severe punishment, Ziyuan said coldly. The smile on Zilong's face deepened. She said, Great Saintess, since we don't agree, why don't we follow the usual practice and decide by voting? The minority obeys the majority. Ziyuan frowned slightly. She looked at the other 3 saintesses and found that they were deliberately not looking at her. She knew that the other 3 saintesses might be more convinced by Zilong's words. Although among the 5 saintesses of the Zishuan clan, Ziyuan as the great saintess had the highest prestige, but after all, the clan was now jointly managed by the 5 of them. If they wanted to mobilize the cultivator army in the clan or other major matters, they needed to vote. Everyone, I can be sure that the news I received is not likely to be false. We must arrange for people to guard the divine worship. Ziyuan, the great saintess, said in a deep voice, Great saintess, your news may have been deliberately released to you by the mastermind behind the scenes. In order to prevent you from being deceived, you'd better think it over carefully, Zilong, the 3rd saintess, said, not backing down. Great saintess, what the 3rd saintess said is right. The divine worship is made of special materials. Even a starlight-level cultivator may not be able to destroy it. Our core inner city is an important place for our clan. I agree with what the 3rd saintess said. We should put the main forces in the core inner city. We don't need to pay attention to the divine worship at all. The other 3 saintesses hesitated for a moment, but they all chose to support the 3rd saintess. Ziyuan frowned slightly. She didn't say a word, and her face was as calm as water. Zilong, the 3rd saintess, was proud. She glanced at the great saintess, and her heart was full of joy. Although she was only the 3rd saintess, she had been very popular recently. Because of Fei Ping's matter, the reputation and status of the 2nd saintess had plummeted, and she was no longer a threat to Zilong. The only person standing in front of Zilong was the most respected great saintess. Zilong knew that after this time, she would take the initiative. When her reputation completely overshadowed that of the great saintess, she believed that the saintess would pay attention to her again and promote her to become the great saintess, because she was the most capable of the 5 saintesses. Just in case, it's best to mobilize 20% of the troops to guard the divine worship. This way, the core inner city will not be empty, and there will be a buffer if an accident happens to the divine worship, the great saintess, Ziyuan, suggested after a moment of silence. Now, the other saintesses had all sided with the 3rd saintess. Even if Ziyuan was the great saintess, she was not qualified to mobilize the cultivator army of the Zishuan clan. This must be done by 3 or more saintesses. This was a rule set by the 2 saintesses, and Ziyuan could not violate it. Zilong's heart was already filled with pride, and she was a little carried away. She flatly refused and said, Great saintess, your vision is no longer sharp. This time let me be in charge. You just need to watch. Ziyuan was angry. Mobilizing 20% of the troops was not difficult for Zilong, but she refused. This was too childish. I think the great saintess's suggestion is reasonable. It's only 20% of the troops, so it shouldn't be a problem. The 2nd saintess, Zixan, felt that Zilong was a little carried away and could not help but remind her. Ziyuan was not afraid. She said, 2nd saintess, I know this better than all of you. Instead of mobilizing 20% of the troops to guard the divine worship, I think it's better to let these troops search for the young demonic cultivator. As long as we catch the demonic cultivator, we can quickly find the mastermind behind the scenes. Then, won't this crisis be resolved? The 4th saintess, Ziyong, and the 5th saintess, Zilian, nodded repeatedly. They completely agreed with Zilong's suggestion. They were completely convinced by her. Chapter 43:58. Let's go! The top priority is to catch the young demon cultivator. We will mobilize the troops first. Does the great holy maiden want to come with us? Zilong looked at the silent Ziyuan, and there was some provocation in her eyes. Ziyuan frowned, shook her head, and sighed. I'm not feeling well, so I won't go. You go ahead. The great holy maiden must take care of her health. We will go first. Zilong left the Ziyuan palace triumphantly. Soon, Ziyuan was the only one left in the huge palace. Time gradually passed, and in the sacred city of Zixian, in recent days, many cultivators were searching for the wanted demon cultivators from door to door. Even the land of the Leijin clan was no exception. The cultivators of the Zixian clan were everywhere with portraits in their hands. The entrances and exits of the sacred city were strictly controlled. The cultivators who entered and exited the sacred city needed to go through many inspections before they could pass. Deep in the Leijin clan, in a secret room, Zhuowen sat in the hall, listening to the report from the Jiuyuan, and his face was not very good. He thought that after Lei Jia went to report to the great holy maiden, the Zixian clan would take action and be on guard against the divine ship. But according to the investigation of the Jiuyuan, there were no precautions at all on the divine ship, but in the sacred city, the search for him was getting stronger and stronger. In the sacred city of Zixian, the only one who wants me is the third holy maiden Zilong. That is to say, Zilong actually has the power to mobilize the cultivator army in the city, but it shouldn't be. The great holy maiden is the most respected, and the relationship between the Lei Jia clan and her is so good, she shouldn't doubt the news of the Lei Jia clan. Zhou furrowed his brows and continued to mutter to himself. Even if she really suspects clan leader Lei Jia's news, she can't possibly ignore the divine worship. At the very least, she has to take precautions against possible attacks. Wen was puzzled. He didn't know that the great holy maiden had tried her best. But unfortunately, the current Zixian sacred city was not something she could decide alone. His saintess had sided with the third saintess, leaving the first saintess alone in this matter. She wanted to help, but she was powerless. What should we do now? The Jiuyuan asked with a frown. The divine ship must not be lost. Since the Zixuan clan does not care, we can only rely on the power of the Leijin clan. Zhuowen looked at the Jiuyuan. Ray in the residence of the patriarch, Lei Jia, Lei Yu, Qin Yin, and the Jiuyuan gathered together, and Zhuowen naturally sat here. Seniors, clan leader Qin Yin, it seems that the Zixian clan has not accepted the opinions and information of the Thunder Array clan. Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Ray Jia sighed and said, "You can't blame the great saintess. She has already sent me a message. Now the third saintess has the initiative, and the other saintesses have also chosen the third saintess, Zilong's words. So now if you want to prevent the divine worship from being destroyed, you can only rely on the Thunder Array tribe," Zhuowen said helplessly. "Relying on our Lightning Array clan? Little friend, although our Lightning Array clan is a highly respected Array Dao clan, we only know Array Dao. In terms of fighting, we are weak chickens. If you want us to stop a possible attack, you might as well kill me." Lei Yu immediately objected. Zhuowen looked helplessly at the rogue old man in front of him. He really didn't expect that the patriarch of the previous generation of the Thunder Array clan was an old rogue who only knew how to play tricks. "What if you add the Peerless Thunder Array? Are you still not sure?" Zhuowen sighed softly. "Of course not." "Huh. Peerless Thunder Array?" Just as Lei Yu was about to deny it, her eyes suddenly widened. "No, of course. He knows about the Double Thunder Array. This is one of the most powerful arrays of their ancestors. The jade slip that Zhuowen passed to them has the corresponding arrangement method. However, the Peerless Thunder Array is a terrifying attack array of the eternal third heavenly layer. Because of its terrifying power, it is said that it is close to the eternal fourth heavenly layer. Dang years ago, their ancestors relied on this array to almost walk sideways in the eternal third heavenly layer. In their ancestral teachings, their ancestors arranged the Peerless Thunder Array in half a breath, which simply shocked all the clansmen of the past generations. No matter how talented the array master is, it is impossible to arrange such a complex and powerful array in half a breath, but their ancestors did it. Later, many of their ancestors' powerful arrays were lost, and this Peerless Thunder Array was one of them. Impossible, the Peerless Thunder Array is extremely complex, and it is a great array of the eternal third heavenly layer. Even if this old man is already a divine array master of the eternal third heavenly layer, he can't arrange it smoothly in a short time. Lei Yu shook his head. I have successfully advanced to the eternal third heavenly layer. Plus me, Senior Lei Jia, and you, there are a total of 3 eternal third heavenly layer array masters. Do you think you can arrange it in a short time? Zhuowen said lightly. What, you have advanced? When did it happen? Lei Yu's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, How old is Wen? He is so young, but he is already a divine array master of the same level as him, an old man who has lived for so long. Lei Yu had a feeling of being fucked by a dog. Noonli Lei Yu, Lei Jia, Ju Yuan, Qin Yin, and others were shocked by Zhuowen's words. Zhuowen's right hand opened, and a series of complex array patterns surged out of his palm, and then instantly turned into various types of small arrays in front of him. The symbol of the eternal third heavenly layer is to know all kinds of array patterns like the back of one's hand, and can combine the array patterns into a variety of restrictions and great arrays at any time and place. It's really a divine array master of the eternal third heavenly layer. Lei Yu coughed a few times, and his eyes were quite complicated. There are still 5 days. As long as you can collect enough materials for the Peerless Thunder Array, I can guarantee that I can arrange the Peerless Thunder Array in these 5 days. If you can protect the divine ship this time, it will be a good thing for your Thunder Array clan. The Zishuan clan will reward you. Zhuowen said lightly. Zhuowen smoothly advanced to the eternal third heavenly layer on the 2nd day after he got all of Lei Huan's array experience. And with the Thunder Source array diagram in his body, it was not difficult for him to arrange the Peerless Thunder Array now. Deng, however, because the level of the Peerless Thunder Array is relatively high, he can't use the Thunder Source array diagram to form the array in an instant, but it can also greatly shorten the time to set up the array, as long as the materials are enough. Lei Jia said with a complicated look in her eyes, Nephew Mowen, can I ask why you are so obsessed with protecting the divine ship? You are not a member of the Zishuan clan, nor are you related to them. You have no obligation to protect the divine ship. Zhuowen spread out his hands and said, I don't like to meddle in other people's business, but I want to go to the super world. I've already bought the ticket before the attack. If the divine warship is damaged, my journey will be delayed indefinitely. That's not what I want. Hearing Zhuowen's words, Lei Jia, Lei Yu, and others looked strange. They didn't expect that Zhuowen would take so much trouble just because the ticket in his hand would not be delayed. There was nothing wrong with this reason. Chapter 43:59. In Zixian's sacred city, in an inconspicuous room of an inn, Fei Pingze looked through the window at the cultivator army that was searching from house to house. The cultivator army of the Zixian clan has been so active recently. Could it be that they have noticed something? In the room, other than Fei Pingze, there were 2 other people. The one who spoke was the pale, skinny man. His voice was very sharp, like a ghost that crawled out from the depths of hell. It was very scary. Fei Pingze shook his head and said, it shouldn't be. The cultivator army of the Zixian clan has been so active recently. It seems that they are looking for a demon cultivator, and I have also observed that the guards around the divine ship have not increased because of this. This means that these cultivator army are not targeting us. Oh, demon cultivator? Do you know the origin of that demon cultivator? To be able to cause such a large-scale search by the Zixian clan and still not be able to find him, this demon cultivator must be extraordinary. The pale, skinny man said in surprise, the origin of that demon cultivator is very mysterious. I have also tried to investigate, but there are no clues. However, this person is not important to us. Our main task now is to attack the divine ship and create chaos for the Zixian clan. Fei Pingze said lightly, leave the matter of the divine worship to us. Fei Pingze, you have a long way to go. You can't disappoint that lord again. The skinny man said meaningfully, I won't make the same mistake twice. Don't worry, Fei Pingzi said lightly. In the land of the Thunder Array clan, Zhuowen looked at the many materials in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. In 2 days, you were able to gather all the materials for the Peerless Divine Lightning Array. You are indeed the #1 array clan in the Zixian realm. The materials for the Peerless Divine Lightning Array were extremely expensive and rare, especially the main material, the Infinite Thunderstone. It was simply a treasure that could only be found by chance. But the Thunder Array clan was able to gather all the materials in 2 days, which made Zhuowen feel a little surprised and surprised. If it was him who collected the materials, it would definitely take a lot more time and effort. That's true. After all, our Lightning Array clan specializes in Array Dao. We have many channels to obtain Array Dao materials. The materials for this Peerless Lightning God Array are too precious and rare. We had to pay a high price to obtain them, Lightning said. Worry grinned, feeling rather proud. But when he thought of how expensive these materials were, he could not help but feel some heartache. The Peerless Divine Lightning Array is a peak third heavens of the Eternal Realm. The difficulty of setting it up is not something an ordinary third heavens of the Eternal Realm can compare with. The failure rate is extremely high. We have only prepared 3 sets of materials. I don't know if that's enough. Lei Jia's brows knitted tightly, looking worried. She and Lei, you were both god masters of Array Dao at the third sky of Eternal Realm. But even they had a certain chance of failure when setting up an ordinary third sky of Eternal Realm Grand Array. The failure rate of an array at the peak of the third sky of Eternal Realm was even higher. She wasn't sure if she could successfully arrange the Peerless Thunder Deity Array before the 3 sets of materials were used up. Let me set it up. I can guarantee that I can successfully arrange the Peerless Divine Lightning Array within these 3 sets of materials. Zhuowen suddenly spoke. With the help of the Thunder Source Array Diagram and the Immemorial Primordial Chant, he was confident that he could arrange the Peerless Divine Lightning Array quickly and with a high success rate. Lei Jia and Lei Yu frowned. Zhuowen had just advanced to the third sky of Eternal Realm. They didn't think that Zhuowen could complete this difficult task alone. Let's do it together. This can also improve the success rate, Lei Yu said. I have inherited the knowledge of your ancestor, Lei Huan. I know more about the Peerless Divine Lightning Array than you do, but you don't know much about it. If you go with me, it will make my hands and feet tied, Zhuowen said in a low voice. Lei Yu and Lei Jia looked at each other and hesitated for a moment. When they remembered that Zhuowen could even crack the Thunder Source Array Diagram in 3 days, they chose to believe in Zhuowen. In order not to disturb Zhuowen from setting up the array, they gave Zhuowen the best secret room in the Thunder Array clan's territory. After entering the spacious secret room, Zhuowen didn't hurry to set up the array. Instead, he went through the information about the Peerless Divine Lightning Array that Lei Huan had passed on to him. And after revising it several times, Zhuowen felt that he was very confident. He took out the primordial stone and let it float around him, causing his perception and thinking to become more agile and powerful. At the same time, he silently mobilized the Thunder Source Array Diagram hidden in his body. At the same time, Zhuowen's body was surrounded by dense threads of lightning. The dense lightning threads wrapped around Zhuowen's body and interwove into a uniform layer of lightning threads. Zhuowen slowly extended his right hand, and a fine rumbling sound could be heard. Countless lightning threads were like iron wires attracted by a magnet, and they all wrapped around his right hand. At this moment, Zhuowen was imagining the arrangement and outline of the Peerless Divine Lightning Array in his mind, and his right hand, which was wrapped in fine lightning threads, actually moved on its own as if it was assisted by the gods. It skillfully and quickly took out materials, wrapped them with the array patterns, digested them, and turned them into the purest energy. In front of Zhuowen, complicated array patterns were arranged in various ways, forming strange trajectories and patterns. 2 hours later, The endless lightning threads on Zhuowen's right hand gradually dissipated, revealing a slender and fair palm. Zhuowen looked calmly at the peerless divine lightning array that had already taken shape in front of him. The peerless divine lightning array was deliberately compressed by Zhuowen to only about 3 meters in size. There were dense and complicated array patterns and special symbols inside the array. Array inside, purple lightning flashed faintly, showing the extraordinariness and uniqueness of this array. Array, rise! Zhuowen suddenly spoke. Inside the originally calm array, an extremely terrifying crackling sound suddenly resounded. Only violent purple lightning overflowed inside the array. These purple lightning twisted, expanded and contracted, and finally condensed into a mighty and powerful lightning figure, like an invincible thunder god. Is this the power of the peerless divine lightning array? It's really terrifying. Wen silently looked at the thunder god's shadow in front of him, his eyes full of fear. He could feel the extremely terrifying destructive power contained in this thunder god's shadow. Even if Zhuowen tried to resist this power, he would be annihilated. Even an ancient starlight expert would be seriously injured or even killed in the face of this terrible thunder god's shadow. Zhuowen muttered to himself, feeling extremely surprised. He had a powerful treasure like the thunder god's array pattern. As long as his array Dao level improved again, he could rely on the thunder god's array pattern to arrange such a powerful and terrifying array in an instant. By unexpectedly, now that he has just entered the eternal third heaven, he can smoothly arrange the peerless divine lightning array in an hour. The time to arrange the array will only get shorter and shorter in the future. After Zhuowen put the complete version of the peerless divine lightning array into the array plate, he was not in a hurry to leave the secret room. The peerless divine lightning array was extremely difficult to set up. If he went out now and announced the success of the array, Lei Yu, Lei Jia, Zhu Yuan, and others would probably doubt their lives. Chapter 4360. After 2 days of quiet cultivation in the secret room, Zhuowen pushed the door out. Outside the door, Lei Yu, Lei Jia, and others have not left. They are waiting anxiously. When they saw Zhuowen push the door out, they quickly greeted him and asked about the results. The peerless thunder god array was successfully arranged. It is all in this disc. Zhuowen said indifferently as he threw a pitch-black disc array to Lei Yu. Lei Yu caught the disc in a hurry, and after checking it repeatedly and confirming that the disc was indeed the pattern of the peerless thunder god array, he was pleasantly surprised. Little friend Wen, you are really awesome. It was successfully arranged in 2 days. Your success rate has reached 1/3, which is extremely amazing. Lei Yu gave Zhuowen a thumbs up and praised him. Zhuowen thought about it, waved his sleeve, and took out the remaining 2 materials. In fact, I only used 1 material, and the remaining 2 materials will be returned to you. Of course, if you can, I also need these materials. You can sell them to me. Zhuowen said lightly. Lei Yu, who was still giving Zhuowen a thumbs up, his smile was completely stiff. He looked straight at the 2 materials that Zhuowen had casually piled on the ground. After a moment of silence, he took a breath. Lei Jia, Zhu Yuan, and Chen were also completely shocked. Worthy of my master, the peerless thunder god array is such a complex and powerful array, and the success rate has reached 100%. Zhu Yuan thought to himself, and he admired Zhuowen even more. Several people, you can quote a price for these 2 materials. Zhuowen saw Lei Yu and others silent, and could not help but emphasize it again. Nephew, you are so polite. You have successfully arranged the peerless thunder god array for us. We haven't paid you yet. How could I have the nerve to sell this to you? These 2 materials will be given to you as a reward. Lei Jia said in a warm tone. Zhuowen thought about it and did not refuse, so he accepted the 2 materials. The peerless thunder god array is powerful and can be one of his trump cards, so these 2 materials are still very important to him. Zhuowen accepted the materials. Lei Yu and Lei Jia's smiles became even brighter. Now, take the array discs and find a place near the divine ship to set them up in advance. After all, the longer the array is stored in the disc array, the more serious the loss of energy will be. At that time, the power of the array will gradually weaken, Zhuowen said. Lei Yu and Lei Jia nodded. After making some preparations, they headed for the divine worship. While Zhuowen and the Jiu Yuan are still staying in the Thunder Array clan under the hospitality of Chenin. Now, moreover, Zhuowen was wanted by the entire Zishuan clan. It was not a good choice for him to go out now. When Lei Yu and Lei Jia returned, it was already the second day. Their expressions were extremely grim. Their divine senses were much stronger than the average cultivators. When they entered the vicinity of the divine ship, they could clearly sense many malicious gazes. However, these malicious gazes were not directed at them, but at the divine worship. At this moment, they completely believed Zhuowen's words. Someone was indeed preparing to attack the divine worship. And the goal of these people was just as Zhuowen said, to cause chaos in Zi Xian's sacred city. Until Zhuowen did not tell Lei Yu and Lei Jia that the real purpose of these people was to snatch the sacred fire source. Although he didn't know the sacred fire source, he also knew that this thing should be very important. If he accidentally said it, he himself might be in danger, so he wisely kept silent. Another 2 days passed. On this day, after Zhuowen disguised himself, he quietly went to the divine ship with Lei Yu, Lei Jia, the Jiu Yuan and Chenin, who were also disguised. They did not bring the rest of the Thunder Array clan. There with the peerless Thunder Array, the 5 of them were completely enough. Too many people would be easier to expose. Divine Worship the Ship is located in the west of the sacred city, where there is a huge open space. In the center of the open space, there is a huge steel behemoth. It is the famous divine ship of Zi Xian's sacred city. The divine ship is actually an enlarged version of the divine ship, but it is far larger, more magnificent, and spectacular than the divine ship. The divine ship is made of some kind of solid crystal stone, and the surface is covered with barb-like spikes. It looks like a terrifying beast whose whole body is a weapon. On the surface of the divine ship, there are all kinds of brilliance flowing. Those are the different colors emitted by the various large restrictions, gorgeous and magnificent. Zhuowen looked at the divine ship silently and sighed in his heart. This divine ship is so powerful. No wonder it can become a medium for traveling between the high-level and super-level domains. The cycle of the divine ship's flight is very long, so it will take many days before the next flight. And the latest takeoff is the information recorded on Zhuowen's ticket, which is 5 days later. Zhuowen knew that the attack would begin in the next 2 days. Once the attack appeared, they would have to find a way to stop it. Zhuowen and his party of 5 wandered aimlessly around the divine ship, occasionally buying things in the nearby buildings, shops, and other places, as if the 5 of them really came to wait for the passengers of the divine ship. The sky gradually darkened, and the surroundings of the divine ship became much quieter. The guards of the Zishuan clan stationed here patrolled the surroundings listlessly. None in the past few years, there were almost no cases of the divine ship being attacked, so the guards stationed here basically had nothing to do. Most of them were very relaxed and did not think that anyone would dare to attack. Boom! 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 In the silence, a building not far from the divine ship suddenly exploded. The deafening roar spread throughout the vicinity of the divine ship. Tight! Following that, flames soared into the sky, spreading thousands of kilometers around the divine ship as if they were burning the sky. Many of the guards who were originally listless were stunned, and many of them did not know what to do. Poof! 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 Black shadows flickered, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared behind the nearby guards. With a raise of their hands, the guards were beheaded before they could react. Boom! After a long time, the guards finally reacted. They all sounded the alarm and scurried around in fear like headless flies. They only knew how to scream in fear, and did not think of reorganizing their forces to fight back. Blackmore and more shadows came from all directions, and the number of guards guarding the divine ship decreased, while the number of corpses increased. The corpses of these guards fell into the darkness and were crazily gnawed by the evil spirits everywhere. They were truly destroyed in body and soul. At the northwest corner of the divine ship, in the shadows of an alley, Zhuowen and his party of 5 silently looked at the increasing number of shadows around the divine ship, and their expressions became extremely grave. Let's quickly activate the peerless lightning god formation. Lei Yu could not help but say, "These are all small fries, and the real big shots have not appeared yet." Zhuowen said calmly. Chapter 4361. Lei Yu hesitated for a moment, but in the end he chose to bide his time. Although he sympathized with the guards of the Zixian clan who had been tragically killed, his reason told him that now was not the time to take action. Very quickly, the guards near the divine worship were either dead or had fled. The surroundings were instantly filled with densely packed shadows. This group of black shadows were all dressed in black robes with huge hoods on their heads. Their facial features were all covered by the shadows of the hoods, making it impossible to see their specific faces. This group of black-robed men was led by the pale, skinny man. He said to the people behind him in a low voice, "Try to make as much noise as possible to attract the people of the Zixian clan and create an opportunity for Fei Pingze." Everyone nodded, and then they took out round black stones. The surface of these round stones was engraved with dense, tiny lines, which filled the entire surface of the round stones. They formed a circle, placed all the round stones in their hands around the divine ship, and then injected their divine power into the round stones. With the input of divine power, the lines on the round stones began to light up with a blazing white light, and the white light became more and more intense. Following as the white light intensified, the entire round stone began to brew an extremely powerful and terrifying destructive energy. This energy was huge and uncontrollable. It's the divine meteor stone. Heavens, they actually got so many divine meteor stones. In the dark alley, Lei Yu's pupils contracted the moment he saw the strange round stones taken out by the black-robed men. The divine meteor stone was a one-time destructive weapon made by the divine refiner. Its function was similar to the bombs on Earth. Xiu warriors channeled their divine power into the god meteor stone, activating the accumulated energy within the god meteor stone. Then, under the activation of the runes on the surface of the stone, this energy would expand countless times in a short period of time, causing a world-shaking explosion of energy. Each person in this group had a divine meteor stone, and there were dozens of them in total. If they exploded together, the energy produced would be extremely terrifying. These divine meteor stones are not enough to destroy the terrible formation on the surface of the divine ship. Zhuowen said faintly. Since Zhuowen's array Dao had advanced to the 3rd heavenly layer of the eternal realm, his perception of grand array restrictions had become even sharper. He could see at a glance that the grand array restrictions on the surface of the divine ship were extraordinary. These divine meteorites weren't enough to destroy them. Also, do not act rashly without my orders. I'm guessing that there's an ancient starlight expert behind these people. If that expert doesn't step into the peerless thunder god formation, we can't expose ourselves. Do you understand? Zhuowen solemnly reminded. Lei Yu, Lei Jia, and the others were shocked. What Zhuowen said was right. These people had nothing to fear. They definitely had the support of an ancient starlight powerhouse behind them. They were just array masters who specialized in array Dao. Even though there were 3 array masters at the 3rd heaven of the eternal realm, they were no match for Ni Gu Xingguang in a real battle. Once they were exposed, they would definitely die. Zhuowen looked at Lei Yu and the others who still had a lingering fear in their hearts. In fact, there was something that he did not say out loud. Under the premise that the divine ship was not destroyed, he wanted the Zixian clan to learn a lesson. As long as they suffered real pain, they would remember the lesson. Otherwise, the Zixian clan and Zilong would still be arrogant and self-righteous. Dang. However, Zhuowen only told Lei Jia the real purpose of Fei Pingze and the others. When he was talking with Zilong, he didn't have a chance to say it at all. Zilong interrupted him. He thought that the Saintess would have enough power to save the situation after learning the truth. Unfortunately, she didn't have absolute control. In the end, Zilong gained the upper hand, resulting in today's situation. I hope that Zilong is not stupid enough to fall for the trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Otherwise, the so-called sacred fire source may not be preserved. When glanced in the direction of the inner city of Zixian's sacred city, thinking silently in his heart, he remembered that in the conversation between Fei Pingze and the skinny man, they seemed to have the keys of the other saintesses except for Zilong. Now the only thing missing was Zilong's key. Fei Pingze's mission was to steal Zilong's key. Zhuowen didn't hide this news and told it to Lei Jia. Lei Jia would naturally tell the Saintess. Clang. However, whether they believed it or not, it was none of Zhuowen's business. Anyway, he had done his best. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering explosion completely pulled Zhuowen's thoughts back to reality. The divine meteorite around the divine ship exploded one after another. Clusters of explosions were set off and constantly merged to form an even larger explosion. Terror the terrifying energy flame soared into the sky like a pillar of fire that had existed since ancient times. It shone brightly in the pitch-black night, and it painted the entire Zixian holy city as if it was daytime. Whoosh! The light and the deafening explosion completely spread throughout the entire Zixian sacred city, awakening countless cultivators in the city. The cultivators near the divine ship fled as if avoiding the plague, trying to stay as far away from the terrifying explosion as possible. In the core of the inner city, Ziyuan Palace, Ziyuan, who was originally restless, stood silently on the rooftop. A pair of beautiful crystal-like eyes stared closely at the direction of the divine ship. Shy in her mind, the words that Lei Jia had said to her were still echoing. Let's do it tonight. If the divine ship is really attacked and Lei Jia's news is absolutely true, then we have to be more careful. Zi Yuan muttered to herself. Only yes. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked in the direction of the divine ship. She saw the terrifying explosion that was expanding like a balloon. She also heard the deafening sound of the explosion. At this moment, she understood that what Lei Jia said was true. Go to Zilong and remind her that she must not leave. Ziyuan made a prompt decision and immediately went to the Zixian Palace. Ever since the other holy maidens expressed their support for Zilong, most of the other holy maidens had gathered in the Zixian Palace to discuss the matter of arresting the young demonic cultivator. When Ziyuan hurried to the Zixian Palace, she found that Zilong and the other 3 holy maidens had left the Zixian Palace and were heading towards the divine ship to support it. What? Zilong also transferred 90% of the troops in the core of the inner city. Ziyuan, after listening to the account of the servant of the Zixian Palace, she was so angry that her whole body trembled. Although the other 3 holy maidens were on her side now, she did not inform her about the mobilization of the troops in the core of the inner city. Ziyuan was so anxious that she stomped her feet. She subconsciously wanted to chase after Zilong, but Lei Jia's words appeared in her mind again. Now, the core of the inner city had become completely empty because of Zilong's stupidity. If she also left and there were really strong people coming to invade, then it would really be dangerous. Call Zilong back first, Ziyuan said. Ziyuan took out a communication jade talisman and sent an urgent message to Zilong and the other 3 holy maidens, asking them to bring some troops back to the core of the inner city first. However, after waiting for a few minutes, Ziyuan did not receive a reply from Zilong and the others. She knew that Zilong did not intend to listen to her. Chapter 43:62. Damn it, Zilong, that bastard. Ziyuan was furious. She took one last look at Zilong Palace and left in a hurry. She knew the seriousness of this matter and had to report it to the female supreme. But before reporting to Her Majesty, she had to return to Ziyuan Palace and take out the key that belonged to her and hide it on her body. She knew very well that the goal of these people was the sacred fire source. While the 5 keys to open the sacred fire source were all in the hands of the saintesses, she felt that it was not safe to leave it in Ziyuan Palace. So she simply took it with her. Clang! Ziyuan hurried back to Ziyuan Palace and opened the secret compartment in the depths, only to find that it was empty. Originally, the key that was originally hidden in the secret compartment and belonged to her for safekeeping had actually disappeared without a trace. Oh no! Ziyuan's expression changed completely. She could no longer keep calm and immediately walked to the altar in the deepest part of the inner city. The 2 female supreme of the Zishuan clan had been missing for a long time. If the 5 saintesses wanted to contact the female supreme, they had to go through the central altar. While Ziyuan was panicking to inform the female supreme, the 4 saintesses, Zilong, Zixan, Zilian, and Ziong, had already led a group of cultivator troops and arrived near the divine worship. Zilong, the great saintess, asked us to bring back some of our troops. Are we just going to ignore it? The second saintess, Zixan, said with a frown. The divine worship is of great importance. If we can't save the divine worship, the 4 of us will be sinners. The great saintess must want revenge. At this time, if we listen to her and mobilize some of our troops, then we may not be able to save the divine worship. At that time, will the female supreme blame the great saintess or the 4 of us? If we really listen to the great saintess, the 4 of us will really suffer. Zilong said lightly. Zixan was silent for a moment, then sighed softly and did not refute. In fact, she was quite regretful in her heart. Why did she choose to believe Zilong in the beginning? Now, it had led to such a big mistake. Even if they stopped the attackers this time, they would still be punished according to the clan's rules. I have already seen the attackers. Everyone, pay attention. Follow me and surround them. Since they dared to sneak attack our Zishuan clan's divine worship, they will pay with their lives. Zilong raised her arm and shouted to all the cultivator troops. Only the vast army of cultivators let out deafening shouts and then charged towards the divine worship like falling meteors. Outside of the explosion, the skinny man hidden in the darkness looked up at the dense cultivator army in the sky, blocking all their escape routes. Not only did he not panic, but the corners of his mouth even curled up into a sinister smile. I thought Zilong was stupid enough, but now I realize that I have overestimated her. Her stupidity is the most I have ever seen in my life. The skinny man sneered at the man beside him and calmly summoned his cosmic form. The moment the skinny man rushed out, the black-clothed men, hiding in the dark, also rushed out fearlessly. 4 of them are at the pinnacle of the Dharma plane of the universe. The rest are mostly at the early, middle, and pinnacle of the cosmic tribulation. The instant the black-clothed men launched their counterattack, Zilong and the others were shocked. They were intimidated by their formation. Although Zilong and the others still had the advantage in terms of formation, it was not so easy for them to take down this group of black-clothed men. Bang, 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 bang. The 2 sides clashed, and the battle reached its climax as soon as it began. Countless beams of energy bloomed, blooming with colorful brilliance in the night sky. In a hidden alley far away, Zhuowen, who had been paying attention to the divine worship, rubbed his forehead and said, "How stupid is Zilong to make such a low-level mistake again and again?" Lei Yu and Lei Jia were also worried. They looked at Zhuowen, asking if Zhuowen could activate the unparalleled Thunder God Array. Not yet. The real master behind the scenes has not appeared. Let's wait and see. Since all of this was caused by Zilong, she should bear the responsibility. I have no obligation to clean up her mess, Zhuowen said calmly. Lei Jia and Lei Yu smiled bitterly and did not say anything else. Just as the divine worship was engaged in a fierce battle, a black divine warship broke out of the core inner city and swept towards the divine warship like a bolt of black lightning. Black, this divine warship, did not join the battle near the divine warship. Instead, it turned in the other direction and entered a mountain range north of the divine warship. It's the Black God. Fei Pingze is still in Zixian's sacred city. Zilong was fighting with the skinny man. Naturally, she noticed the black divine warship that had just passed by. She immediately recognized it as Fei Pingze's Black God. Fei Pingze, you heartless man. The second saintess Zxian, who was fighting with another pinnacle cosmic Dharma plane master, recognized the Black God, and her beautiful face became twisted. She immediately abandoned the enemy in front of her and chased crazily towards the Black God that was heading towards the northern mountain range. The Black God seems to have come from the core inner city. Fei Pingze couldn't have done something in the core inner city, right? Saintess Zilian transmitted her voice to Zilong and Ziyong as she fought. Purple Wenlong and Ziyong heard this. Their hearts skipped a beat. They knew that things were not going well. No, the great saintess is in charge of the core inner city. It's absolutely safe. Let's quickly deal with this and then return to the core inner city. Long hurriedly transmitted her voice, but her heart sank. She quickly remembered the young demonic cultivator's warning and the great saintess Zi Yuan's words. Difficult Tao, was she really wrong? I can't be wrong. The ones who are wrong are the great saintess and the young demonic cultivator. The more Zilong thought, the more confused she became. The skinny man seized the opportunity and successfully attacked, forcing Zilong to panic and fall into a disadvantageous position. At the same time, the pinnacle cosmic Dharma plane master, who was originally the opponent of the second saintess Zxian, joined the ranks of those besieging Zilong. He forced Zilong into danger, and the injuries on her body began to increase. No. Suddenly, there was a shrill and sharp scream from the northern mountain range. Purple Long, Ziyong, and Zilian immediately recognized that the owner of the scream was Zxian. No, when they thought about it, they realized that there was another black shadow coming from the northern mountain range. This black shadow was the Black God that had left and returned. Here at this moment, at the bow of the Black God's deck, a young man stood upright. Beside Fei Pingze stood beside the young man, bowing respectfully as if he was a servant. More what frightened the three of them was that the ordinary-looking young man was grabbing the hair of the second saintess, Hexen, with his right hand and pulling it like trash, while the eyes of the second saintess, Hexen, were unfocused and her body was limp. If not for the fact that there was still a trace of life, Zilong and the others would have thought that Zxian was already a corpse. It's a master from the defying ancient starlight. Long screamed, her eyes filled with despair. Chapter 4363. He's really a defying ancient starlight expert, Ziyong and Zilian could not help but look at the young man standing at the bow of the ship. They could naturally feel that the young man's aura was much stronger than theirs. Moreover, there was a mysterious starlight in his every movement, which was the symbol of the defying ancient starlight expert's divine power. Whoosh! Black wherever the divine ship passed, it set off a violent and fierce storm. In the blink of an eye, it stopped above the divine ship. Everyone. Only now did people discover that the youth at the bow of the Black God ship had a head of strange gray hair. Every strand of hair was like a worm that wriggled in an irregular manner, as if they were living, slender earthworms. Green Yen wore a strange, smiley face mask, only revealing a pair of gray and white pupils. His gray and white pupils, faintly looked down at the divine ship below, which was still flowing with the light of the formation. He could not help but exclaim, "This divine ship is indeed a product of a super realm. It has set up such a large area of the third heaven of the eternal realm combined formation. This is really a big deal." Apart from the slightly dimmed formation patterns on the surface of the divine ship, there was no damage. It did not look like it had just been attacked at all. "Who are you?" Why did you attack our divine ship? Don't you know the background of our Zixian clan? Zilong hurriedly retreated from the battle and looked with fear at the young man who had just appeared with Ziyong and Zilian. Damn! The thin man and the others did not chase after them. Instead, they looked at Zilong and the others with ridicule. They knew that the appearance of this lord meant that the plan had succeeded. As for Zilong and the others, they would not be able to escape death. Of course I know the background of your Zixian clan. Your 2 female supremes are just 2 bitches. No, all the female supremes of your Zixian clan are bitches. The young man sneered. Zilong and the other 2 women's faces changed slightly as they retorted gloomily. The female supremes were the supreme leader of their Zixian clan and their spiritual pillar. How could they allow the young man to insult their respected female supremes? Haha, I'm telling the truth. You are saintesses, so you should know the secret of becoming a female supremes, right? How did your Zixian clan rise so quickly? A long time ago, you were still an inconspicuous clan, but now you have become the undisputed #1 clan in a higher realm? Isn't it because the women of the Zixian clan served the so-called big shots of super realms so well that they were willing to be female slaves and let them play with them in exchange for the glory of the Zixian clan? The mocking smile on the young man's lips grew wider and wider. He didn't restrain his voice at all. Instead, it grew louder. Shut up. Don't even think about slandering our Zixian clan. The faces of Zilong and the others changed drastically, and they couldn't help but berate him. Far somewhere in a hidden alley, Zhuan's eyes. When he first learned about the history of the rise of the Zixian clan, he also felt a little strange. The Zixian clan was very weak. They did not have any amazing geniuses, nor did they have any weapons that could intimidate most domains. The sudden rise of such a clan was very suspicious in Zhuan's eyes. Now, the young man's words made Zhuan completely understand that the rise of the Zixian clan was relying on women as a weapon. Thinking of this, Zhuan couldn't help but look at Lei Yu and Lei Jia beside him. They were the older generation of the Thunder Array clan, so they should know more about the Zixian clan than he did. He wondered if they knew such secrets. Don't look at us. We're not members of the Zixian clan, so we don't have the right to know their real secret. But the 2 female supremes often take the divine ship to the super realms. As for what they do, we don't know. Lei Yu spread out his hands and said helplessly, Slander? Haha. Nian sneered disdainfully and continued, If you want to live, then surrender. That way, you still have a chance to live. Don't even think about it. This is Zixian's sacred city. You want us to surrender? What a joke. Get into formation and kill him together. Long's eyes revealed a ruthless look as she commanded the cultivator army to form a special and powerful battle formation. Number the power of tens of thousands of cultivator army joined together and surged toward the young man with an earth-shattering momentum. Sir, be careful. Just as the skinny man was about to lead a group of black-clothed men to block the attack for the young man casually waved his hand and stopped the skinny man. The skinny man hesitated for a moment, then nodded and retreated with a group of black-clothed men. Terror the terrifying attack was like an endless wave, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared above the black god. Gong Fei Pengza, who was standing respectfully behind the young man, saw that the terrifying energy wave was about to overturn, and his heart thumped wildly. He was extremely nervous. If the young man wasn't still here, he would have steered the black god away from this terrifying attack. Only, the young man opened his right palm and clenched it toward the sky. The mighty wave of energy seemed to have come to a standstill, completely stopping in the air. In front of the reverse ancient starlight, no matter how many people there are, it is difficult to gain any advantage because there is a qualitative difference between the two. Now, I'll let you see how big the difference is. The young man's voice was arrogant and unruly. He stretched out his right hand and squeezed fiercely. The energy wave suspended in the sky completely collapsed, and countless energy surged out and turned into countless energy ripples. Under the young man's control, the countless energy ripples were dyed with strange starlight, and then turned into a counteracting shockwave that blasted toward the cultivator army of the Zi-Xian clan. Bang! 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 In the entire void, there were continuous explosions. An astonishing number of the cultivator army were sent flying in all directions by the terrifying shockwave. Many cultivator army soldiers were directly destroyed by the shockwave and couldn't be more dead. The three saintesses, Zilong, Ziyong, and Zilian, were also having a hard time resisting. They couldn't help but retreat repeatedly, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of their mouths. 3. The woman stabilized her body in shock and anger. When she looked at the black god in the distance again, she found that only Fei Pingze was left at the bow of the black god. The young man with the strange mask had disappeared without a trace. Not good, he's above us. Run. Ziyong suddenly looked up and exclaimed. The young man hovered above them, his right hand shining with starlight, and gently pressed down. Endless starlight surged and condensed into a huge, whirlpool-like galaxy. Boom! Boom! The huge river of stars quickly came crashing down and landed on the three women. Block it! Zilong shouted and controlled the huge Dharma, holding up the arms above her. Ziyong and Zilian also used all their strength to resist the terrifying galaxy with difficulty. However, this strange galaxy was extremely heavy. The moment it fell on them, their Dharma's huge hands were crushed to pieces, while the three of them were mercilessly crushed and fell heavily to the ground. Fei Pingze and the skinny man's eyes were filled with awe and passion. This was the power of the reverse ancient starlight. With a raise of the hand, it could crush a pinnacle Dharma master of the universe without any resistance. Chapter 4364. The young man waved his arm casually. He didn't even look at the three saintesses who were struggling under the river of stars. His gaze passed through the countless buildings in Zi-Xian's sacred city and landed on the inner city. He saw that the inner city had already activated a powerful defensive array. The other areas of Zi-Xian's sacred city were in a mess. Many cultivators were trying to escape the sacred city and hide as far away as possible. Let's go. Follow me to the inner city. If we can successfully obtain the sacred fire source, all of you will have contributed greatly, especially Fei Pingze. You have done well. The young man looked deeply at Fei Pingze and smiled. Fei Pingze drove the black god to the young man's side. He knelt on one knee and quickly said, "Sir, you are too kind. It is Pingze's honor to be able to serve you." The young man nodded and stepped into the black god. Just as Fei Pingze was about to drive the black god away, dense and terrifying array patterns suddenly appeared in the surroundings. These array patterns were like endless fishes, entangling the surroundings and enveloping Fei Pingze, the young man, and the group of black-clothed men in a ring shape. Someone set up an array here in advance? Fei Pingze asked. Fei Pingze frowned slightly. His eyes were extremely cold, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. The array patterns that suddenly appeared weren't that powerful. Therefore, he thought that it was just an ordinary array and activated the 5-god cannon inside the black god. Boom! 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 The huge cannon released a terrifying energy blast that penetrated the array patterns in front of them. BZZT! BZZT! However, to Fei Pingze's horror, the moment the energy blast came into contact with the array patterns, the surface of the array patterns suddenly exploded with terrifying purple lightning. The terrifying purple lightning directly engulfed the energy cannons and rapidly spread towards the black god ship. Fei Pingze's expression changed greatly. He immediately drove the black god to avoid the purple lightning. The speed of the black god was indeed very fast. The purple lightning didn't catch up with the black god, but the entire array suddenly changed. The originally harmless-looking, densely packed runes burst forth with dense purple lightning and began to descend indiscriminately. Within the array, purple lightning was everywhere and was as dense as a torrential downpour. No matter how fast the black god ship was, where could it hide within the array? Humph! We've been tricked. The Zixian clan actually has another ambush. Nian's expression changed. He formed a seal with his right hand. Resplendent starlight spread out, forming a solid starlight barrier around the black deity. Cyan was indeed an expert of the defying ancient starlight realm. The starlight shield he condensed was indeed powerful, blocking the terrifying purple lightning around him. However, the men in black were not so lucky. Under the attack of the purple thunder, most of them screamed and turned into ashes. Only the 4 top Dharma laws of the universe, led by the skinny man, managed to hold on and did not die immediately. As for Zhuowen and the others who were hiding in the distant alley, the moment they activated the peerless lightning god array, they no longer hid their tracks. One after another, they walked out of the alley and came to the outside of the array. Zhuowen looked at the undamaged divine worship and muttered, "If I knew that they couldn't do any substantial damage to the divine worship, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to only set up the peerless lightning god array to help the Zixian clan." However, this was only Zhuowen's complaint. After all, there were too many uncertainties. The men in black couldn't do any substantial damage to the divine worship, but the youth was an expert of the defying ancient starlight realm. There was no guarantee that he could destroy the divine worship with just a few hits. The Lightning Array clan. I didn't expect the Zixian clan to arrange for you to ambush here. It's my mistake. I didn't think of you. Nian's face was gloomy. He looked coldly at Lei Jia and Lei Yu. With his eyes, he naturally saw the Lightning Array clan's symbol on their clothes. "Little friend, I'll leave the peerless lightning god array to you. Lei Jia and I will go in to save them." Lei Yu instructed Zhuowen in a serious tone. Holding the array flag in his hand, he stepped into the unparalleled lightning god array with Lei Jia. None the purple lightning in the peerless lightning god array attacked indiscriminately. Therefore, Zilong, Ziyong, Zilian, and Zxen, who was on the verge of death, were all attacked by the purple lightning. At this moment, their condition was extremely bad. Fortunately, Lei Jia and Lei Yu arrived in time. They had the corresponding array flags in their hands. Therefore, the peerless lightning god array didn't attack them, allowing them to quickly reach Zilong and the others. Don't even think about saving them. The youth's eyes were ruthless. He jumped out of the black god ship. His body was surrounded by dazzling starlight, blocking all the purple lightning around him. Then he rushed toward Lei Jia, Lei Yu, and the others as fast as lightning. Large outside the array, Zhuowen's lips curled into a mocking smile. He said to himself faintly, "It's time to let you taste the true power of the peerless lightning god array." After saying that, Zhuowen waved the array flag in his hand. It drew a beautiful trajectory in the void. The grand formation that was originally only capable of releasing purple lightning suddenly changed its aura. Then, one after another, incomparably gigantic purple lightning giants rose from the ground and flew toward the young man without any fear of death. Original at the same time, the purple lightning in the array began to turn black. Moreover, the number of lightning bolts became larger and denser, enveloping everyone in the array. Original the skinny man and the other 3, who were still struggling to hold on, screamed unwillingly and turned into ashes in the black thunderstorm. Original, Fei Pingze was trembling all over. His face was pale. He immediately turned the black god ship into a black egg, wrapped him up, and hid at the edge of the array. Original, the thunder god phantoms held all kinds of thunder weapons and launched fierce attacks on the youth without any regard for their lives. Green, Nian's face finally changed. He realized that this was not an ordinary third sky of Eternal Realm array. It was much more terrifying than the ordinary third sky of eternal realm arrays he had seen before. The youth had just blocked the attacks of several Thunder God phantoms in front of him. Suddenly, several Thunder God phantoms attacked him from behind and bombarded his back. The youth spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell from the air in a sorry state and hit the ground heavily. Good. Due to his powerful strength, most of the attacks were offset by the dazzling starlight surrounding him. Green Yen knew that he couldn't hold back anymore. Otherwise, he would really die in this strange array. I didn't expect to be forced to use my full strength so soon. Damn it, the plan can't keep up with the changes. Nien sighed. He stood up again. The starlight around him became more dazzling and blazing. With a loud rumble, an incomparably huge starlight world appeared in the void behind him. This starlight world was oval in shape. Inside it were bright stars, blooming with eternal starlight. Below the starlight world was a giant with a terrifying physique. He held the starlight world with both hands and slowly stood up, causing the starlight world to rise. At this moment, the youth's momentum became completely different. Chapter 43, 65. Boom, boom, boom. When the starlight world was lifted up by the giant, the young man's aura changed completely. He became more powerful and terrifying, like a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon and becoming a completely different person. When the surrounding Thunder God phantoms attacked again, the young man snorted and rolled up his sleeves. The giant behind him held up the starlight world with both hands and swung it in all directions. The vast starlight world was blooming with resplendent starlight as it swept over. The specks of starlight emitted a piercing, cold light. Under the influence of the starlight world, the invincible Thunder God phantoms were repelled and couldn't get close to the young man. Is this the power of the reverse ancient starlight world? Zhuowen silently looked at the starlight world behind the young man and the giant holding it up, his eyes revealing a look of understanding. The moment he saw the starlight world and the giant, Zhuowen thought of the universe world and the cosmic law idol. The starlight world of the reverse ancient starlight world was an evolved version of the universe world, and the giant was similar to the cosmic law idol, but more powerful. XDW8, it seemed that the reverse ancient starlight world should have perfectly integrated the characteristics of the universe tribulation and the cosmic law idol, forming a new powerful vision. This vision was called the reverse ancient starlight. The reverse ancient starlight world was the manifestation of the unique power of the reverse ancient starlight world, including the starlight world and the celestial giant. Since the fall of the 7 emotions, 6 desires Saint Lord, his reverse ancient starlight world was no longer complete. His celestial giant was annihilated with his fall, leaving only the starlight world. Unfortunately, although this person's cultivation is also at the reverse ancient starlight world, the gap between him and the 7 emotions, 6 desires Saint Lord is too big. Zhuowen secretly shook his head. He had come into contact with the starlight world of the 7 emotions, 6 desires Saint Lord, and could clearly feel the huge gap between the two. There was no doubt that the young man was only at the early stage of the reverse ancient starlight world, while the 7 emotions, 6 desires Saint Lord was at the peak of the reverse ancient starlight world. The two couldn't be compared at all. His peerless Thunder God array was at the peak of the third sky of the eternal realm. Although it might not be able to trap the peak of the reverse ancient starlight world, it was more than enough to trap this person. Just as Zhuowen was deep in thought, the young man unleashed his prowess. The starlight world hanging above his head emitted dazzling starlight that rained down like a meteor shower. Under the stimulation of the starlight, the aura of the celestial form giant became more and more terrifying. Then it strode forward and engaged in a fierce battle with the surrounding phantoms of the Thunder God, suppressing all the phantoms of the Thunder God in one fell swoop. One after another, the Thunder God's phantoms dimmed under the bombardment. They looked like they were about to collapse at any moment. However, Zhuowen did not panic. The true power of the peerless Thunder God formation had yet to be fully unleashed. Zhuowen glanced at Lei Jia, Lei Yu, and the others who had successfully left the formation. The smile on his face became even colder. Zhuowen's hand seals suddenly changed, and the aura of the peerless lightning god array suddenly became much more stagnant. The silhouettes of the thunder god, which had been completely suppressed by the giant celestial form, collapsed one after another. The strange thunderbolts around the entire formation also vanished in the blink of an eye. The huge, peerless lightning god array seemed to have suddenly stopped at this moment. The young man raised his eyebrows. His long and narrow eyes fell on Zhuowen, who was outside the formation. He said coldly, "Are you at your wits' end?" Zhuowen did not answer. His hand suddenly formed the last seal, causing the young man's face to change abruptly. The originally quiet and strange formation was once again filled with terrifying purple thunderbolts. The rolling purple thunderbolts seemed to be attracted by some kind of force, and were attracted to the center of the formation. They constantly condensed and shrank and turned into a beating heart. However, this heart was purely formed by purple thunderbolts in a strange way. The sound of the heart beating resounded between heaven and earth. Moreover, every time it resounded, it would increase the pressure in the surroundings, causing everything in the surroundings to be unable to breathe. The young man's heart was beating extremely fast. He had an extremely ominous premonition in his mind. The source of the ominous feeling was this strange heart that was purely formed by purple thunderbolts. I must destroy this heart. The young man's face was extremely serious. Although he did not know what this heart would eventually evolve into, he knew that if he did not take action, this heart would cause a very serious impact and damage to him. The young man made a prompt decision. He drove the Starlight World and Giant Celestial to launch the fiercest attack on the purple Thunderbolt heart. However, to the young man's horror, the heart began to grow stronger. Even if the Starlight World and Giant Celestial did their best, they still could not stop this heart from growing stronger. Zhuowen silently watched everything that happened in the peerless lightning god array, and his heart was full of sneers. This heart was the core of the peerless lightning god array. As time passed, the heart would continue to absorb purple thunderbolts, condense flesh and bones, and eventually turn into a real lightning god. Once the lightning god was formed, even the middle stage or late stage ancient starlight experts may not be able to stop it, let alone this young man who was only at the early stage ancient starlight stage. The moment the young man failed to attack the heart, Zhuowen already knew that the former's ending was doomed. The moment the purple thunderbolt heart was formed, it was the weakest moment. The young man could not even destroy the purple thunderbolt heart at its weakest moment, so it was basically impossible for him to do anything else. When the lightning god was finally formed, the young man would die. Zhuowen did not pay any more attention to the young man. In his opinion, the young man was undoubtedly dead. His gaze fell on Lei Yu and Lei Jia, who had already arrived in front of him. At this moment, the two of them brought the wounded Zilong, Ziyong, Zilian, and Zexan to Zhuowen's side. In particular, Zexan's injuries were extremely serious. Not only were her physical injuries terrible, but even the foundation of her divine soul was damaged. At this moment, she was muddle-headed and her eyes were dull. "It's you. Why are you a wanted criminal here?" Because Zhuowen had been staying in this remote alley. Zilong did not notice Zhuowen after being rescued. Now, as soon as she entered the alley, she recognized Zhuowen. Wasn't he the young demonic cultivator who was crazily wanted by them during this period of time? The two saintesses, Zilian and Ziyong, also looked at Zhuowen vigilantly. Although they had never seen Zhuowen, they had seen Zhuowen's portrait. At a glance, they recognized that the young man in front of them was exactly the same as the wanted criminal's portrait drawn by Zilong Slap. However, as soon as Zilong finished speaking, She felt a strong wind sweeping over and fiercely landing on her cheek. The crisp sound of the slap was extremely ear-piercing. Z long covered her burning right cheek. Bright blood even flowed out from the corner of her mouth. It could be seen how heavy the slap was.